Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Living World. Truth be told, Katsura Arashi did not remember why he had come out to the garden. He sat on a veranda beneath a large umbrella erected to protect him from a light rain falling. The thin droplets created numerous rings on the dark gray surface of an ornamental pond before him, while a family of colorful mandarin ducks swam busily across its surface, shaking their feathers in seeming enjoyment of this lowering weather. The clan leader observed this charming scene for a while. It was quite perfect. And yet, this is a dream, he stated. And you are welcome in it. He only then became aware of the person sitting under the umbrella beside him enjoying a steaming cup of tea. A single glance was enough to confirm his identity. Though having never met before, he instantly recognized Sosuke Aizen. Wearing robes of imperial yellow with gray cross-hatching stitched over the surface, the younger man turned a sardonic smile upon him. Katsura misliked the confidence in that gaze, not to mention his choice in color scheme. It served to imply that Aizen had the advantage in this place, wherever it might be. While he debated how best to proceed, the rebel leader had another sip of tea and continued to gaze thoughtfully over the gardens. Rain dripped off the rich green leaves of cultivated bushes and dragonflies flew over the water. Will you indulge me in one matter before we continue? I see no reason why not. Aizen gestured out across the landscape. How did you know this wasn't real? I would have thought the display quite convincing had I been faced with it. Thinking quickly, Katsura lied. Your attention to detail was lacking. I tend to dream myself whole. Lord Arashi held up his crippled arm as if for emphasis. A small noise from behind caused him to turn, but there was nothing more remarkable than a low table bearing a flower in a vase. Aizen glanced in the same direction for a brief moment, as though in warning, before giving a nod to say he understood. Ah. That explains it. We were trying to make you as comfortable as possible. There is no cause for self-reproach. For some reason Katsura had the impression he was speaking to someone else with that last admonishment. Regardless, he felt it was high time they got down to business. What interest do you have in me, Sosuke Aizen? The exile did not respond. No longer did he project that aura of disarming overconfidence which Katsura had been assured was his trademark. He looked, if anything, pensive. As though uncertain how to proceed. At last he spoke. My name is not Aizen. Lord Arashi made no response. His potential captor finally turned to regard him directly. I am Sosuke Takiyaku, Lord Arashi. The son of your late sister Manamai. We are blood, you and I. A sharp word. A violent blow. Anyone who knew him would surely expect Katsura to lash out at such an absurd declaration. Instead, the Lord of the Afterlife debated. It had occurred to him he must have been brought here to further some plot. Doubtless it would involve intending to ingratiate themselves to him. This particular tack, while admittedly unexpected, most certainly fell in line with that strategy. Ah! He stood up and began to stroll about the garden. It really was quite well designed. Aizen rose to follow. Their reflections kept each other company in the surface of the pond, which was no longer disturbed by rain. When further remark was not forthcoming from Arashi, Aizen continued. Just before my mother's death, she was approached by Anohana Retsu, who convinced her to relinquish my infant self into her care. A simulacrum was left in my place. That is how the deceit played out, and Soul Society took my death at face value. But it was as false as any of the other lies bandied about by Yamamoto and his cohorts. Aizen studied the impassive nobleman a moment before continuing. I was cared for by Anohana and raised to aid her in overthrowing the ruling order. It is my hope that you and I can come to an accord. Oji-san. Katsura casually stooped to trail his fingers in the water. The disturbance caused their images to waver. At last he said, is that all? Aizen stared at him, his face closed to all emotion. Have you brought anything which might serve as proof to this tale? Katsura continued in a languid vein. Say, a snatch of cloth bearing my sister's blood? A hastily written letter? Perhaps a birthmark? Sosuke had none, you understand, but please do not let that get in the way of your masterful storytelling. Behind him, those gleaming brown eyes narrowed a fraction. "This is no deception. I am telling you nothing but the unvarnished truth." One hand waved in aristocratic dismissal. "As related to you since childhood by a madwoman bent on avenging herself at any cost. Yes, I quite appreciate your insistence. Lost children often fancy themselves to be princes in exile, awaiting only the slightest opportunity to step forward and proclaim themselves for all the world to know." He broke off a wisteria bloom and pretended to smell it. "If there is nothing else, perhaps you would be so kind as to leave me to my dreams." He waited. But the man did not leave. "I am who I say I am, Katsura Arashi." "You are who you believe yourself to be," the Tiger Lord corrected. He cast a stern look at this youthful offender. "Nothing more." "Far more." The voice came from a twisted willow tree whose limbs dipped lazily into the water. When Katsura looked at it, he spied from behind a knot in its trunk what looked to be a single eye glaring in challenge back at him, before it disappeared. "Ask the Shinigami, the high lords and ladies of the other great houses. See if they will confirm or deny what I have told you. And sow dissension at your bidding? I think not." Katsura cast aside the make-believe blossom as though discarding the suggestion with it. "You would be better off killing me here and now." For the first time, a flash of something akin to honest emotion passed over Aizen's face. Anger, or perhaps even grief. "I did not come here to harm you, uncle." Katsura seized on this opening. "Did it never once occur to you Anohana might have lied?" The appeal to an orphan's ears is easy enough to see, learning that he is secretly a prince, heir to a mighty empire. Such glory! And yet it is far more likely that you came of peasant stock. A bastard child beget upon some unlucky wench. When approached by a mighty sorceress willing to take that burden off her hands, she gave you up willingly. Knowing that it was for the best, and you would be far better cared for than she ever could provide, her mother's heart must have consented gladly to the deal. This time there was no doubting the response his words had brought. Wrath flared up in that handsome face. "In your ignorance you are casting aspersions on your own. Or perhaps the witch gave birth to you herself." He allowed a certain measure of pity to slip into his words. The tale loses none of its potency. A casual tryst with some besotted underling yielded an unwelcome result, yet her keen mind saw the potential uses for such a misbegotten babe, and so. Enough. Katsura spun and grasped what at first glance seemed nothing more than a strand of whippoorwills growing at the water's edge. Yet at the first touch of his fingers it changed, revealing the shadowy form that lay beneath. Wrapped in cloth of many colors, bearing only the vaguest outline of a human shape, there was nothing visible save for a great eye blazing out of a slash in the fabric wound around its head. To his horror, Katsura recognized the eye belonged to Kaito Takiyaku, his long-dead brother-in-law. He released the shrouded phantom with a cry of dismay. It collapsed in a heap, and immediately Aizen came rushing over. He knelt by the creature's side whispering in urgent tones, to which it gave back a shake of its head. A smooth white hand emerged to tug at some cloth wrappings, and the opening on its face closed. In counterpoint another strip pulled back to reveal a different eye on another part of its face, not quite in line with the first. When it looked up at Arashi, there was no longer a trace of resemblance to be seen. All the same, the indomitable hatred which lashed out at him was in no way lessened. "This thing, this creature, it is. When you speak ill of my mother, you dishonor your sister's memory." Aizen's words held a reproach that stabbed Katsura to the core. Everything in the environment began to bleed together like paint running down a canvas. The dream was ending. This sudden realization caused Katsura to leap forward with a cry, reaching out to grasp hold. "Sosuke!" There might have been gratitude in the sorcerer's face as he faded away. Katsura Arashi bolted upright in his luxurious bed, snatching feverishly at thin air. In a panic he peered wildly around. There was a sense of loss, regret, shame and euphoria, all fading fast. He knew what to do. Before the dream could fade completely, the Lord of the Arashi reached out to touch a small glass globe on a stand by his bed. "Claim," he whispered desperately. At once the enchanted object warmed to his touch, and he knew the contents of his fading nighttime memory had been safely stored away. There would be a chance to examine it later. For now, that mighty figure curled up in a ball and wept, uncertain why he did so, but unable to stop. Sabo-san, don't be afraid to yell. Like you're cheering at a baseball game, remember? The student in question squared his shoulders and lifted his shina up proudly. Hi-ya! He declared as he brought the weapon down without rest, giving a mighty shout with every swing. Ichigo Kurosaka stood against the wall watching his pupils practice their forms. Only about 20 students remained at this time of day. The majority were police officers, but a few enthusiasts of the sport could be found among their ranks, and he had decided to put them through their paces. As associate instructor at the Zoemitsu dojo, and speaking as one who knew how a nice exhausting workout could be just the ticket, he had embarked on a final regimen that would no doubt leave them sore and stiff for the rest of the day. But oh, how good that ache of abused muscles felt in the morning, telling you how hard you had worked and also the importance of stretching. At last Ichigo drew to a halt at the front of the hall. He faced his class with arms crossed in a satisfied smile. Good. That should be enough for today. Need to leave some energy for home. All the students, even the ones older than him, lined up before their teacher. The redhead watched them with a sensation of pride. He then crossed to the office and tapped on the door. Sensei? We're all heading out. Ah. Thank you, Kurosaka-san. Chikamoto Azuma looked up from her desk with a smile. A tall woman in her early 40s, she had a vested history in kendo as long as Ichigo's was short. Numerous trophies, plagues, and citations adorned the walls of her office, a testament to the Chikamoto family's enduring legacy in the sport. The dojo head put away some paperwork and joined her employee outside to bid the students goodbye. Bowing in turn, the various kendo enthusiasts headed off to their lockers. Ichigo joined them, and after changing out of his uniform he emerged to meet Azuma back in her office. He took note of the papers that had claimed her attention before. Are the new equipment orders nearly finished? Done and done, his boss pronounced with satisfaction as she completed a final form before giving him a smile. This really has been a productive year. Who would have imagined that snagging a famous employee would drum up so much business? Well, nice to know you're squeezing as much as you can out of me. Nonsense. I wouldn't dream of taking advantage of my #1 employee. He flashed a blazing grin in return, though she didn't have the heart to tell him it made him look as though he were suffering from a toothache. But her assessment wasn't off. Ichigo's experiences in high school kendo had been enough to get him an instructor's position despite only being a 3rd dan. Azuma liked to tease him that he fought like an 8th. This showed in his track record. It was as captain of the Karakura High School Kendo Club that Ichigo Kurosaka took his team all the way to the finals of the All Japan High School Championships. There they managed to reach 2nd place and won the school accolades for a sport it had not received in decades. Thanks to him and a few others in his class, Karakura was enjoying a reputation for fostering monsters in terms of athletic competitions. Azuma laughed at their shared jest and slid the completed forms into an envelope for mailing later. Despite owning a computer, some things she still liked to do the traditional way. But I won't deny that my life has gotten easier since you came around. Wish I could stay and help with that, but duty calls. Ichigo slung a duffel bag over one shoulder. Got to go pick up the little prince. Bring him by sometime, and his mother too, she called as he headed towards the door. Good night, Kurosaka-san. He waved goodbye, joining a few of the departing clients on their way out. Initially Azuma had trouble believing a person of his age could be a father. Even more astonishing was to learn he remained unmarried. At first she had hinted to Ichigo that her niece was only 3 years younger than him and another aficionado of kendo. But upon learning his family situation she quickly gave up on what might have been any hopes at bringing him into the dynasty. A working relationship sufficed just fine. Ichigo trotted through the parking lot and walked down the street, passing quickly through one neighborhood to another until he came to a modest district where several homes had for sale signs or looked as though they hadn't been lived in for a few years. This stretch tended to be occupied by older people, and it was to one house in particular that he directed his steps. The 20-year-old knocked on the door of a small one-story complex and waited. Soon enough the door opened and a soft wrinkled face peered up at him. Hello, Mrs. Nadeshiko, he greeted her. Oh, the strawberry boy. She chirped in response. Yes, come in, right this way. The old woman stood aside, allowing him to slip through as she closed the door behind before pottering off into the living room. Mrs. Nadeshiko was short and plump with snow-white hair done up in a bun. Wearing a kimono and a hand-woven shawl thrown over her shoulders, she walked with a stoop despite having a surprising sum of energy. She was such a typical example of traditional Japanese women. She liked to joke her name might as well be Yamato Nadeshiko, like the old saying. But he knew for a fact her name was really Yurika. A retired garment worker, she supplemented her scant pension by taking care of a few local children from time to time while their parents were at work. This was a lifesaver for people like him, who couldn't afford professional daycare. At least, not yet. When she led him into the playing area, only Kyojaku and one other boy around his own age remained. Normally Granny Nadeshiko didn't look after more than 3 children per day that he could tell, this being as much as she could handle at her age. It meant slim chance of actually running into the other parents, which was fine by him. Japanese society did not always look kindly on someone in his abnormal situation. But none of that mattered now as he watched his 2-year-old son sitting in a patch of sunlight dutifully stacking blocks on one another. The other boy also watched with a sort of amazement at the fantastic structure being erected on the tatty carpet. Kyojaku was absorbed in this building effort, taking no notice of his father's arrival. All the same, it only took one well-placed cough to draw his attention, and then his face lit up as he scrambled to his feet and came barreling over to collide with Ichigo's legs. Toes. He cried exuberantly, shorthand for to-san. Nice to see you too, little mister. By then Jaku had already taken his hand and led him over to inspect the building block fortress. Look at what I mud. He declared without even a hint of modesty. Wow. Ichigo breathed in tones of amazement. Did you make that? Yush. Came the enthusiastic response. He is such a creative little fellow. Mrs. Nadeshiko asserted as she came up to them. Always making things and telling his little stories. He might be a novelist when he grows up. Or a mangaka, Ichigo asserted. When she looked confused, he added, because he loves to draw, and tell stories, never mind. He sighed when it became apparent the generation gap had been breached again. Soon after he had located their stroller which was left behind and gotten it ready. The old lady insisted on giving him some sliced carrots and pickles to take with him, which he accepted so as not to hurt her feelings. Remember to say thank you, he told his son, which Kyojaku did. After this the boy popped into his rolling throne, which he might be getting too big for, come to think of it, and the two of them were off. Did you have a nice time, kiddo? I flew the aeroplane. Sounds fun. After this came the obligatory recitation of what had gone on in his son's day, some of it intelligible, most rendered incoherent by excitement and youth. It was probably the most calming part of Ichigo's daily routine. Since Rukia had to keep the shop open well after this time, pickup from daycare fell mainly to him. It was a chance for father and son to be together every day. And considering all Jaku represented in his world, he would not have traded it for anything, be it wealth or status. As he walked, Ichigo suddenly detected the sound of sobbing. Instinct saw him maneuver the stroller into an empty lot ringed by bushes. Bits of garbage had accumulated here in the form of plastic bags, empty soda cans and the like. And floating among them was a small spirit hunched in a ball crying. Hey, he called out softly. The child's ghost noticed him and grew still. Those who had been dead a while grew accustomed to being ignored by the living. This poor kid must have been gone for some time judging by the way he looked. The clothes gave it away. You can see me? The boy asked in tremulous tones. Course we can. Down in the stroller, Kyojaku stretched out an arm and repeated, Course he can. His father chuckled at this mimicry, which was fast leading to full-on sentences these days. Perhaps it was the sight of the infant that caused the ghost boy to draw closer to them, hesitant, as though ready to fly if necessary. Ichigo knelt down to be on eye level with him. What's got you so upset? The bereft soul sniffed and looked all around, then declared, I lost my little brother. Ichigo winced. He pondered while bringing what looked like a Pez dispenser out of his pocket. Could be the kid was talking about a sibling he was separated from ages ago. The dead were like that, often growing confused after being removed from their lives for too long. Of course, if there was another little soul wandering lost around here, it was a Shinigami's job to find him. And speaking of which, let me help you. My name's Ichigo Kurosaki. What's yours? The ghost stared at him uncertainly. Shota. Guess that's all I'm going to get. Well, Shota, I can help look for your brother. But before that, I think maybe you might want to travel somewhere safer, just in case. With that he popped a Jikengan pill into his mouth. A rush of spiritual transition later saw Ichigo Kurosaki floating a pace off the ground, adorned in black robes and with a huge sword strapped to his back. The kid's eyes grew round as this admittedly menacing figure rose before him in all its power. Before he could try and run, though, Ichigo had already unslung Zanjutsu and tapped him gently on the forehead with its hilt. A glowing symbol appeared there. Don't worry, the substitute Shinigami spoke kindly as the spirit began to shine. You'll be with your brother again, just you wait and see. Moments later a butterfly flapped aloft before him. Kyojaku watched its flight in awe, reaching out and making a whining noise when the ethereal insect began to ascend away from them. After making sure it had disappeared safely, a clearly relaxed Ichigo came on back. Thanks for the help, he told his body. Pion. Glad to be of service. A few moments later he was securely ensconced in flesh once more to make the journey home. Ichigo resolved to come back here once Kyojaku was with his mother to see if he could locate the boy's sibling. If he was also a ghost, he would be easy prey for hollows. On the other hand, if the little guy had indeed been confused and his sibling was long departed as well, he could seek the assistance of the Godi 7 in locating him on the other side. Such was the daily tasks of a substitute Shinigami. You haven't lost your touch, I see. Been a while since I had to perform a Kenso. Nice to see you're still sharp yourself. Always. And modest too. You probably think we could still take Byakuya Kukaki easily. I would hardly call what we went through to best him easy. Nonetheless, you have grown considerably stronger as a result of your atonement. I doubt any less than the Kenpeka could give us a challenge nowadays. Don't let Rukia hear you say that, you know how defensive she is about Big Brother. And I might have reason to take him up on a sparring match soon enough. Word is something big might be in the works. From Nirvana? Or closer to home? There are lots of people after my head, you know. More than I should be comfortable with. Then now is the time to appreciate what is, and not what might be. Pion. You stay out of it, he muttered, stuffing the candy capsule back into its cartridge and resuming the trek back home. It took a great deal to surprise Byakuya Kukaki. Even more for him to show it. But when he received a hell butterfly from none other than Kenpeka Zaraki asking that they meet, he spilled his tea all over the documents before him. Zaraki knows how to summon hell butterflies. I am as shocked as you are. Someone had to have sent the message for him. His lieutenant, even. It's the only reasonable explanation. He took a moment to recover himself and once he was composed, a response went winging out. The head of Tiger Company was still in Hueco Mundo. He had made no mention of coming home, so Byakuya resolved to go there himself. Once preparations were complete and a contingency plan enabled should he not return, because this was the Kenpeka, after all, the fellow was still quite mad, the head of the Godi 7 traveled to a portal which led to the domain of hollows. Welcome, Suteiku. A bobbing menial grinned nervously as he rubbed his hands together. Welcome to Hueco Mundo. Such an honor to have you here, truly, we couldn't be more pleased. Did you have a good journey? Would you like to rest before continuing your journey? I can see to it refreshments are prepared. By the by, my name's Aramaki. Byakuya strode past him without a word. With great haste the hunched emissary rushed to rejoin him, walking a few paces behind. The captain said you'd come, just not sure when. He's out on patrol now, but, his orders were that you should, go to meet him if that was the case, sir. The regal nobleman paused at the top of a dune. A dry wind rustled his robes and hair as he gazed across the desolate moonlit expanse. I understand. With that Byakuya disappeared, causing Aramaki to jump and look all about for some sign of his presence. But there was none, as the master Shinigami shot across the shifting sands leaving no trace behind. As he ran, Byakuya took note of his environment. Desert in all directions, and the deep black sky having only a cold moon to offer any form of heavenly light. Hueco Mundo had not changed to any measurable extent since his last visit here. At that time Sosuke Aizen had reigned unchallenged over this blighted domain. Now he most likely held dominion over a much more fruitful realm. Not that this must come as any consolation for the would-be god. The scent of blood drew his attention, drifting through the air like a ghost. Soon enough he caught sight of something huge and white in the distance. Byakuya finally crested the rise and found a huge depression in the sand, where a gigantic dragon Minos lay breathing its last, chest rising and falling as blood poured from its severed limbs and scores of wounds. By its head knelt Yachiro Kusajishi, lieutenant of Tiger Company. She was crouched down on her haunches, apparently engaged in conversation with the dying creature. It spoke back in tones too faint and garbled with blood for him to hear. Her earnest expression led him to believe she took its final words seriously. This truly was a day for surprises. Not far off a fire had been built. There he found the Kenpeka squatting on a rock roasting huge cuts of meat over a spit. The thought of where it came from turned Byakuya's stomach as he approached, but as if reading his mind, the brute swordsman chuckled without looking up from his meal. Relax. I'm not eating the fucker. My boy's got a boar in from Soul Society. Feel free to grab a slice if you want. Your generosity is welcome, but I am not hungry. Which could be the truest statement he had ever made. Captain Commander Kukaki wasted no time and knelt to sit Caesar across from his fellow captain. You wished to speak with me? The giant made a rumbling noise, firelight shining in his lone eye. Heard tell you're thinking about a truce. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. It had been a year since the meeting with Anohana in which they discussed possibly ending the long-standing animosity between them. He was by no means committed to the idea, and there had been no further contact from her since. But as the nominal leader of Soul Society and head of the Godi I-7, it would not behoove him to dismiss such a proposal out of hand. Not that such logical arguments mattered to Zaraki. No, the real question was how did he learn about this? Isolated here and uninterested in the running of the afterlife as a rule, the head of Tiger Company was not much inclined to gossip. And Byakuya had expressly forbidden anyone outside a small circle of discussing this information. So, who told you of this? Guess that means it's true. That grisly mouth twisted into a sneer. The sense of imminent danger behind it was undeniable. Figures you'd try to wuss out of the deal. You never had the balls to follow through in the first place. I'll ask again, Zaraki Teiku. Who? Byakuchi. Next thing he knew an excited pink kitten was hopping in front of him gazing up with gleeful fuchsia eyes while pawing at his knees. Behind them the backdrop of the Dragon Hollow was vanishing into numerous butterflies that disappeared into the night sky. Having completed her business, Yachiro was now free to turn her attention to another source of interest. Well, at least it is less likely you two will draw swords now that she is in the mix. I find that cold comfort. Did you bring me anything good? Huh, did you? Her enthusiasm shattered against the bulwark of his disinterest. I was led to believe this meeting demanded immediate attention. I regret there was no time to think of sweets prior to my departure. Her lips fell into a pout. Ah. That's no fair. Happy brought me something. Byakuya frowned. Who? Yo, Suteiku. At this, Junichi Maru emerged into the circle of firelight and flopped down on the sand. Were Yachiro not sitting right in front of him, Byakuya would have wasted no time in drawing his sword and chopping the man's head off. Whatever doubts others might hold as to Jin's true allegiance, there was no question in his mind that this creature deserved to be executed without delay. Remain calm. We are in no danger. Had he meant us harm, he would not have revealed himself beforehand. And we have the Kenpeki on our side. Neither of these men holds any goodwill towards me. Be on your guard. An accusing glare at the hulking war god sitting across the flames earned no response. Zaraki continued turned the thick cuts of meat, unaware or unconcerned at having invited his commanding officer into what was essentially a trap. It was now abundantly clear how Zaraki had learned of the peace proposal. But the reason for this conference remained unclear. Jin's eternal smile was transformed into a goblin's leer from the shifting shadows cast by the bonfire. He looked so very pleased as always at having stirred up hostility. Just as troubling, he gave off no spiritual signature at all. This explained how he had been able to sneak up on them undetected. Was it something to do with those sombras the Hollows liked to use? No matter. There were more important issues at stake. Zarakite-ku, Byakuya spoke heavily, his wrath evident only in his eyes. Why are you keeping company with this traitor? Ah, shucks, Captain Commander. Me and the Kenpeki have been tight for decades. Surely you oughtn't know about that, seeing as how you are married to the Queen of Spies. Spies. Yachiro giggled as though she thought the word funny. Then her face lit up. Spiders and flies. Put them together and you get spies. Elated at her linguistic accomplishment, she hopped nimbly over the fire to land on Ichimaru's shoulders. Right wire, Fukotai-ku, the grinning specter commented without any evidence that he resented this intrusion on his person. And spiders eat flies. You reckon Lil Byakuya is the fly who married the spider, or could it be the other way around? The child gave a delighted squeal before transferring over to her hulking accomplice's side. She crawled up his robes to whisper in the giant's ear, "Happy thinks Byakuchi's a fly," and tittered with glee. Yachiro was out of danger. There was nothing preventing him from attacking now. Jin watched him through slitted eyes as though welcoming any show of force he might bring. Yet even as Lord Kukaki's hand drifted down to clasp the hilt of Senbonzakura, the Kenpeki finally spoke in a throaty snarl. Food's ready. He then took up his sword Hano and used it to slice 4 strips of blackened smoking meat from the spit. As if using one's Zanpakuto as a carving knife was no cause for concern, he handed one up to Yachiro, who took it and began munching happily with hot grease dripping down her chin. The other slabs he held out on the tip of his sword to the 2 captain-class Shinigami. It occurred to Byakuya this might be the Kenpeki's attempt at a form of truce between them. The sharing of a meal was a time-honored method of establishing trust between enemies. They would be oath-bound to make no move against one another so long as they remained together. It was an astonishingly subtle move on his part. Just as he was thinking this, Zaraki suddenly said, "If either of you clowns try to pull any funny shit while we're here, I'll kill you both." Ah, yes. Subtle as a brick. Zaraki's riot so spiked at this threat, grown impossibly dense and malevolent since the Autumn War. Byakuya felt a shiver of warning go through him as he was reminded once again just how terrifyingly powerful this man really was. The Kenpeki had faced a Vastolord in single combat and survived, something even Yamamoto might not have been able to accomplish. His individual strength was so great at this point he represented a threat to the stability of the afterlife in his own right. Add to that he commanded the worshipful obedience of the most unwholesome gang of warmongering pirates in existence, and you would have to be the king of fools to discount a threat from him. When Byakuya made no move and Jin just smiled pleasantly in the face of their impending deaths, the war god gave a grunt that might have signified approval and continued to proffer the meat. This time there was no talk of deferral, and Byakuya accepted the badly overcooked boar. Ichimaru speared the hot meat on his own dagger. He blew on it before taking a hearty bite. Repulsed at this lowly treatment of their own soul cutters, Byakuya resolved to hold the crude fare in his bare hands without bothering to acknowledge how hot it was. He would not be shown up by the likes of this. As they ate in silence, he thought. Why did Ichimaru wait so long to inform Zaraki? Perhaps he wished to see how you and Aizen would react to the proposal. If so, one of you must have displeased him somehow. He is pitting us against one another. Does Jin honestly expect to be the last man standing when this war is over? He might simply wish to observe the carnage that would result. Some men take enormous satisfaction at the thought of throwing lives into turmoil. War's what's needed. The Kenpeki ripped off another bite of meat and chewed like a lion feasting on its catch. He threw a baleful look at Byakuya as if daring him to disagree. The Kukaki Lord matched this glare with one of his own. Not everything can be resolved through battle, Kenpeki Zaraki. Ichimaru did not interfere. He seemed content to let them feud. Meanwhile the tiger captain uttered a bark of laughter that fairly dripped with disdain. Man gets married, has a kid, and just like that he's scared to fight. I remember a time not too long ago when you would have tried to kill Jin for sassying you like that, Captain or no. This got a laugh from Jin. There is more at stake here than ourselves, Byakuya retorted, angry at the reminder of the suicidal animus which had been his main preoccupation for so many years. Soul Society has not yet recovered its strength since the war. Our charges are still in a precarious position. Ending the conflict peacefully is not something I can dismiss simply because you find the quality of opponents available nowadays does not excite you. Zaraki settled elbows on his knees and leaned forward. Listen up, rich boy. Unless you and me take care of this business ourselves, the kids are the ones who are gonna have to deal with it later. It's not going away, and it sure as hell ain't getting any better. He settled back on his hands. You can't let up. This war, it's got to happen. Like you said, there's more than us at stake. The whole world's been waiting on this for a long time. His eye drifted down to the sand, voice descending into a thoughtful rumble. We need to set things right. That's what the demon said. Even Ichimaru stopped eating to regard their hulking host with interest. Byakuya silently cursed his fellow officer for letting something like this slip. The topic of Jigoku's appearance was not something he wished bandied about for anyone to hear. Byakuchi. It was Yachiru who spoke. To his surprise, she watched him with clear eyes that held no hint of playfulness or immaturity. We promised to help them, remember? A long time ago. All of us Shinigami. She included Ichimaru in this statement, which caused one silver eyebrow to rise curiously. Help who with what? Hell. The tiny lieutenant said this so simply it made it seem obvious. She dropped down and stuck a hand in the fire, drawing it away to leave a glob of flame hovering on her fingertip before anyone could even speak up at this dangerous behavior. Yachiru proceeded to twirl it round and round until it became a circle of glowing light which she left hovering in midair. The tiny lieutenant crossed her arms and stated matter-of-factly, the demon had a hole in them. Not like a hollow's. There was one empty, when they showed us what they really looked like. She pushed a hand through the circle for emphasis. I counted. They had holes like cages in them, and a person in each cage getting toasted, but there was one more cage than there were people. Her pupils glowed a reddish purple, and the fire ring filled in with energy of the same color. Yachiru then puckered her lips and blew out as if blowing bubbles. The circle stretched to become a sphere which went floating off on its own. The missing one, that's who they asked us to go after for them. Because they can't. Byakuya sat astonished at this information. Was she referring to the ancient contract between Hell and Soul Society? Inwardly he cursed the timing of such a revelation. Why did she have to bring this up now, when Ichimaru could hear? You get what we're saying. Zaraki sawed off another strip of meat and began chewing on it. Maybe ya can spell it out for those of us who ain't that swift on the uptake, Jin said with a grin that managed to be both self-deprecating and derogatory. The thing that Hell lost is what's messed up all the worlds. Yachiru kicked at the sand, sending a spray into the fire that caused it to nearly go out. Ours, and this one, and even the living folk. Once it's gone, things will get better. Byakuya couldn't help himself. What does this have to do with Aizen and his cabal? He asked evenly. They're in it same as we are, Kenpeki snapped back. He then lifted his long sword, examining up and down the length of polished steel. I wasn't getting what the demon was trying to say, but Hano did. Him and me, we were born in response to their problem. The one it needed a Shinigami's help with. We're meant to fight that thing, whatever it is. The greatest battle. The big one, the one where there's nothing left afterwards. And every drop of blood in me is screaming that the fight I've been waiting for my whole damn life is the one that comes from finishing this war. If the Kenpeki seemed certain of himself, Byakuya did not share the sentiment. What the two of them said certainly cleaved to insights gleaned from the episode with Jigoku, in which it was revealed ancient Shinigami had taken up the task of destroying something called the escapee at Hell's insistence. No relevant data on the nature or identity of their target existed. The idea that it was in some way connected to Aizen's revolution sounded like self-serving thinking on the Kenpeki's part. If you try to make peace with them, you're going to regret it. This stiffened Byakuya's spine fast as only insolence could. You are treading dangerously close to rebellion, Zaraki Teiko. So what if I am? That battle-crazed smile lit up his face once more, and his eye glowed an eerie yellow, the color of bone left out in the sun. Kenpeki's face held not even a drop of sanity at this moment. Even if you couldn't put a scratch on me now, I'd be more than willing to kill you. Just don't give me a reason to revolt. Whatever has to happen, will, and my crew and I will be ready when it does. He then pulled a cloth and whetstone from his weather-beaten robe and began cleaning off the blade before running the stone along its edge. I don't give a shit what games you guys play with one another. But if you lose sight of what's really at stake here, I'd be more than happy to remind you. A foot of steel in your gut would be a pretty sharp reminder, I think, Ichimaru teased. Before Byakuya could retort, he rose and dusted off his knees. Well, this's been fun, but I gotta hit the road. Don't wanna be caught out after dark in this neighborhood. Guy could get knifed. But bye, happy. Yachiro murmured, lying flat in the sand, watching sparks snap up from the fire with a dreamy, heavy-lidded expression. She, at the very least, was not put out at the talk of treason espoused by her captain. Teiko, Fukotaiko, Suteiko, Jin bowed to each in turn. Take care now. At that he turned and ambled off across the dunes, disappearing like a fox spirit into the night. Byakuya watched the criminal depart angrily. When he cast an accusing glare at Zaraki, he found himself completely rebuffed. By now Yachiro's eyes had drifted closed completely. There seemed no point in further conversation. With that, the head of the Godi 7 stood up, gave a perfunctory bow, and turned to make his way back to the gate. This day had served to inflame his temper, not to mention stoke his fears. The Godi 7 could hardly afford dissension in its ranks, but he would not have the policy of Soul Society dictated to him by a bloodthirsty rabble. Yet he had no doubt Zaraki would march to the beat of his own drummer if it came to that. Best then to handle the matter with utmost delicacy. You would never have rested easy forging a peace with Anohana and Aizen. Don't even try to deny it. This makes the choice easy. I have still come to no conclusion. And if Kuzugishi is to be believed, we did gain some noteworthy information regarding the Jigoku affair. That could very well prove the advantage we need when hostilities resume. Do not forget Jin is now privy to that tidbit as well. I am in no danger of becoming absent-minded regarding that man. Then watch your step. He's still out there somewhere as we speak, and Kenpeiga would not care over much now if one of you killed the other. Byakuya chose to take this advice to heart. As he sped over the lifeless desert, he kept his senses open for any indication of foul play on Ichimaru's part. That no such attempt materialized was small relief. At this stage, he might even have welcomed an opportunity to rid himself of at least one source of concern. But Kitsune were notoriously unreliable, and fate did not see fit to grant him that much this evening. His journey home held nothing more of interest. So this is the legendary Bibliotheca Corviniana, Ulrich mused. As Ulrich's turn pored over treatises and land grants, he found a cup of hot Madeira placed by his elbow. Careful, a playful voice warned. Don't knock it over, or I'll be the one cleaning it up. Very carefully he moved back in his seat and directed a moody scowl at his companion. The boy they all called Bernie stood there grinning in a smock whose sleeves were smudged with wood wax and ink. His short red hair remained unruly, combined with bright green eyes that were out of place in this part of the world. His face seemed all mouth by the way he grinned so wide. Ulrich felt certain there must be gypsy blood in him with features like that. It would explain his status as an orphan, and why he had found himself here as one of the library pages. Thank you, the doctor admitted reluctantly and accepted the hot drink. He took the smallest sip. Its warmth was most welcome on this cold night, but there was something just a bit disconcerting at the way the kid grinned at him. Bernie hopped up to sit on the tabletop. No problem. I just thought our most determined patron deserved a little appreciation. After all, and here his grin became wider, not like everyone loves a good story. While not ungrateful for the offered drink, Ulrich nonetheless bristled at this youth's company. Maybe it was the memory of another red-headed gypsy that served to make him so cross. Don't you have duties that call for your attention? Oh, I'm finished with all that. Bernie was clearly in no hurry to pick up on any subtle hints thrown his way. He kicked his heels lazily for a bit, then reached over and picked up one of the bound volumes Ulrich was reading. Opening the book carefully, an expression of boredom soon settled on his face. Ugh. More law junk. He slid the tome back and scooted a little closer. Hey. Want me to show you which ones have the raciest woodcuts? There's things in there that would make the devil blush. I believe our patron has more mundane matters to concern himself with. Bernie jumped off the table and stood up straight. Oddly enough, Ulrich found himself doing the same as they found themselves, joined by the venerable Theodoric. The master librarian shuffled into the light of the covered lamp wearing a friendly smile. His heavy beard and sagging eyebrows gave him the appearance of a hobgoblin, though one more disposed to friendliness judging by the smile he now wore. He waved an idle hand to indicate they shouldn't act so honorably in his presence. We will have a talk about this later, I think. The old man threw a pointed look at his pupil. I believe it is almost time for supper. You had best be on your way to rejoin the others. Yes, master, Bernie mumbled. With a last quick look at Ulrich he dashed off and vanished into the cavernous stacks. He wasn't bothering me, Ulrich lied as the boy went racing off. For all his faults, he didn't like the thought of Bernie being chewed out over this. I suppose not. The head of library acquisitions made a seat for himself in the seat opposite. The young ones tend to get distracted by our patrons. Not all of them have learned to appreciate the company of a good book. They seem to respect you a great deal, all the same, Ulrich swiftly pointed out. There is that. Canny brown eyes gleamed at him from within cavernous sockets. But in this case, I believe you are something more than a mere object of academic interest for young Bernadette. Berna. The implication hit fast, causing him to leap up in his seat and proclaim, he's a girl. A junior librarian stuck his head around a corner and whispered, SHHH. Abashed, Ulrich retook his seat while Theodoric merely chuckled good-naturedly. Yes. It's true. We accept anyone as a page now. It's my modest contribution to a more well-rounded and well-read society. Girls especially are in need of guidance at that age. And protection. Stern flushed at the implication. I didn't come here looking for. I know why you are here. This was delivered in a heavy note of finality which caused the Quincy to regard the old man more warily. Oh. No need for alarm, young man. Your choice of reading alerted me to your quest as surely as if you had written a letter and handed it to me. The aged scholar leaned over to tap several thick leather-bound books. The archives are not a common source of interest for laymen. Even an obviously educated one such as yourself. You have a broad scope of topics laid out here, matters both historical and social. But the common thread contained therein? They all center around the Transylvanian city of Targumirs roughly 100 years ago. A sense of peril saw Ulrich slip a hand into his pocket in search of the weapon hidden there. If you are implying that I am engaged in forbidden research. No. At this the old man shook his head. Merely futile research. You come late, young man. 100 years late, as it happens. Representatives of the church long since seized any and all records pertaining to that period and locale. They were quite thorough, one might almost say surgical. Regardless, you will not find a single mention of Radu Tathoolts anywhere within the Bibliotheca Corviniana. A certain bit of information did not fail to escape his detection. Then how do you even know the name, given it was expunged a century past? Theodoric blinked with toothless mouth hanging open. Then he smiled and shook his head self-deprecatingly. Ami. Truly those who think themselves clever are often the most foolish. He peered at the bespectacled doctor with a hint of challenge now. You're no agent of the church, else I would never have broached the topic to begin with. No, far too circumspect. They come flouncing in here whenever they want, and make no pretense at hiding their origins. Why, not 6 months past, we had a visit paid to us demanding access to certain restricted areas. Not that anything new was unearthed, I warrant. But, correct me if I am wrong, young traveler, but was this not about the same time that there came rumors of atrocities being committed in that part of the land? Villages sacked and burned, dark forces on the rise, terror abound once more? You hear of such things, even in a library. The old boy was still playing his cards close to the vest, hunting for information. Ulrich decided to cut straight to the heart of the matter. Graf Tathoolts has indeed left his dominion. His armies strike out across Wallachia and beyond. Theodoric nodded. Most intriguing. And what, pray tell, has roused that mythical figure at this late date? I am more concerned, Ulrich bit out, crossing his arms and frowning, with finding a way to stop him. I see, I see. And here the elderly scholar drew himself to his feet once more. Well, I am afraid you have made a wasted trip. As I said, there are no documents relating to that topic contained within these walls. You had best return home and look to your loved ones. There is nothing for you here. As he turned to go, Ulrich stood up swiftly. There are many people who might have cause for concern these days. If you expect this poison to remain in its borders, I'll wager you'd be disappointed. Even as far as Bucharest, it might find its way. So you say, Theodoric slowly hobbled off down the aisles. So you say. If so, we will look to the preservation of what we love. Librarians have experience with that, after all. Soon enough Stern found himself alone once more. His mood had soured from that conversation. If Theodoric spoke the truth, then his purpose in coming here was indeed wasted. Could Xiomara have been mistaken in sending him, or had he been deliberately misled? His suspicions regarding that woman might not have been misplaced no matter how Rania vouched for her. Then again, paranoia hardly ever yielded positive results. Case in point, Theodoric appeared to have marked him as some kind of agent, if not from the church, then possibly acting on behalf of a more sinister power. The Bibliotheca Corviniana was supposedly blessed so that no infernal creature could enter here. But the powers of darkness had many underlings at their beck and call, damned or not. Perhaps there was wisdom in such circumspection. The slightest hint of movement caught his eye. When he looked over, Ulrich spotted the page Bernadette watching from behind a pillar. For some reason he flushed at her perusal and sat down heavily in his seat, stubbornly determined not to yield to whatever forces ruled this archive. Had she been eavesdropping this whole time? It's not true. Ulrich paused in the act of opening a treatise on military uprisings. What? Bernadette scooted closer to the light. It was easy to see how so many mistook her for a boy. Her clear green eyes seemed doubtful now, flitting over to him and around the silent stacks as though checking to see if they were being watched. That name you both used? Totholtz? I've seen it before. Excitement and suspicion leapt equally within his heart. He tried to keep his voice even when he spoke. Where? Though able to pass for a boy, there was still something undoubtedly mature about the way she eyed him now. If I told you, what would you give me? Ulrich debated for half a breath, then turned back to his research with a frown. I'm not inclined to trade treats for tricks, girl. He heard her make a scornful sound. You'd never have figured it if old Theo hadn't made mention. That was probably true, so Ulrich said nothing, waiting to see what she might reveal. After just a few seconds, the girl scooted closer. Hey, is it true, then? Are people dying cause of something we've got here? Stern gave her a calm look then that was in no way condescending. Thousands have perished, it's true. But not because of anything kept hidden in these walls. Not directly, at any rate. However, I've been assured there is something you have here that might possibly help us in putting an end to the slaughter. This admission caused her to ponder for a while. Gently he asked, Bernadette, do you think you can tell me more? She looked at him, clearly debating. The devotion held by most of the staff for Theodoric and the library itself was something he had been quick to hit upon when he first arrived. They were equally protective of both. Perhaps generations of orphans and refugees had grown up in these walls under the old man's protection. Small wonder they would revere him and wish to protect him. Everybody here's got a secret stash of books they like to read. Hidden, so's that nobody can find them. It's always been that way. Even the old man. We all like to guess where he keeps his. When those priests came barging in a few months back, old Theo was real upset. Those lot were a real bunch of scabbies. After they left I trailed him cause it figures he'd want to cool down and read a good book after that mess. Thought I'd be able to show up some of the older boys. So I followed him, late at night, and he did go for a secret trove, just like I thought. Once he was gone I snuck in and had a peek. But, it wasn't books. What was it? Ulrich pressed. The girl laced her fingers together and lifted them high overhead, stretching from side to side as though to ease muscles that had gone sore. Letters, mostly. And documents. Some of them looked really old, like way back from before the library was built, even. Written in languages that didn't match with anything else we've got. But some of it I could read just fine, and one of them had that name on it. Totholtz. He frowned at her skeptically. Out of all of those documents, you remember that one name in particular. His accusation saw her place both hands on her hips and glower. To be honest, it made her look more like a girl than at any time before. Not on account of this stuff. It's 'cause I saw it came from the Trinity. Before Ulrich could even ask, she bowled on. That's just what we do for fun around here. We've got names for some of the people who wrote a lot of books and whatnot. As a joke, you know? There's the scribbler, and Drips, on account of he dripped ink all over every page he wrote, and Blue Balls who sent a lot of letters to women in blue ink talking about how he wanted to. I think I get the idea. Ulrich threw up a hasty hand to cut her off. She smirked in satisfaction at his obvious discomfort before continuing. Right. Anyway, last century there was this imperial counselor in the far eastern part of the empire who always made 3 copies of everything he wrote. He numbered them, see, and sent at least one here for safekeeping. It went on for decades: harvest reports, deeds of land ownership, taxes, local decrees. Everything. The bloke was obsessed. So they called him the Trinity. Anyway, I saw this one piece of paper, and it was written by him, see? Maybe one of the last things he ever wrote, 'cause about a year later he must have died since they all stopped after that. But I made sure to read it, 'cause it was the only one of its kind we ever got from him. That is, he must have overseen just about every form of official business that anyone's ever tried to do. We've got the papers to prove it. This one was different. It wasn't about wheat or land or any of that stuff. It was a marriage certificate. Well, isn't that interesting? Ulrich leapt up. Down the aisle there came sauntering the succubus. What was her name? Let me go back. Oh, right, Semele. A fit of coughing seized hold of Mikuru Ogawa that prevented her from further typing. The same cold had been dogging her for months, enough to cause Uriah to become anxious, but she insisted it wasn't that bad. Oh, Joe-chan. I said we're here. What? Oh, I'm sorry. She looked out the limousine's window. Sure enough, they had arrived at the site of the book signing. Judging by the number of girls in red scarves, this was going to be a long one. Against her will, Mikuru turned back to the laptop, and blanched at the page count. 20 pages. But I haven't covered half the things I wanted for this chapter. How could it have gotten this long without me noticing? Nonetheless, it was time to stop. After bidding the driver thanks, she waited for him to come around and open the door, resisting a strong urge to jot down just a few more ideas in those precious seconds. Mikuru wore a hooded cloak and white blouse with a leather vest tied together at the front. Her skirt was all ruffles and black silk, not exactly suitable for this season's weather, but Ogaisu had come up with the idea that she should dress in whatever outfit Rania was currently wearing at these public showings. It meant getting to model more of Ishida's creations, which she adored, so the matter was settled. The trademark red scarf was wound around her neck in its almost permanent place nowadays. As the door opened, a wave of screams hit her. The fans had caught sight of their hero. It was something she could never get used to, being an object of adoration. The driver held out a hand to assist her, and Mikuru took it without thinking. In doing so, the cuff of her sleeve slipped back, exposing the pink marks that dotted her skin. Quickly Ogawa tucked the fabric back in place before anyone could notice. She exited the vehicle smiling shyly, feeling even more embarrassed than ever. It hurt to move so much when she got up this morning. Could I be sleeping wrong? Shouldn't have taken that nap on the couch. The manager of the store had come out to greet her. He was all smiles and bows, but Mikuru hardly heard him. Her head was throbbing, probably from all the commotion, and she wanted nothing more than to climb back in the limo and lie down for a bit. Get some rest. Ogaisu would understand. Her agent was waiting inside. She'll probably take one look at me and insist we cancel this event. But we can't. It's the biggest bookstore in the district. I've got to press on. Adopting what she hoped was a brave face, the fledgling author excused herself and went over to speak to the fans pressed behind metal barricades. Most of them were teens, but several must have been in college or even joined the workforce. And quite a few were girls smaller than herself, middle schoolers and even elementary students unless she was mistaken. So many smiles. How did I ever wind up making this many people happy? Mikuru signed books and pads extended out to her. She fielded several shouted questions as well as she conceivably could. No, Rania's parents are not royalty. Lohengrin. He's been with the Graf since the beginning. I can't tell you that, but you'll find out in the next few chapters, I promise. What? Well, yes, some of the characters are based on people in my life, but I don't know about sharing proceeds. You'll have to talk to my manager. The owner looked anxious behind that big flashy grin, and so she was forced to cut it short. Her body felt hot as he led her inside, talking about traffic flow and how hard it was to get approval for big events these days. And there was Ogaisa waiting patiently by the table where she would be holding the event. Mikuru took a step towards her trusted confidant with relief. Next thing she knew there were people looming all around her. They were like trees, so tall. Wait, why am I lying on the ground? Did I fall down? Or slip? Not now, why now? My stomach hurts. I should just close my eyes. A warm hand touched her perspiring forehead. Faintly Mikuru Ogawa heard someone that sounded like Ogaisa, and yet not like her at all, say. Time's up. Jushiro Yukatake, lord of the Katetsu, was enjoying a late-night performance of string musicians under the full moon when a servant approached to a respectful distance and stopped, patiently but insistently waiting upon his pleasure. At a sign from their lord, the music stopped and the servant moved closer. Master, she said, her ladyship asks you accompany her to a meeting of the four great houses. Now. Jushiro could not hide his surprise. It's the dead of night. The messenger made no response. Hesitating only for a moment, the retired hero decided to puzzle over any implications on the way there. He dismissed the evening's entertainment with warm encouragement and set off to join Isane. The walk through the darkened halls of the Katetsu Manor gave him time to think. Jushiro had been under the impression that his wife would be spending the evening at the Heron Company barracks to complete some work that had piled up. This probably had nothing to do with Shinigami business, as the great houses did not bestir themselves on such matters. Could it be related to her sister? As luck would have it, when he came to the front courtyard it was to find Kian waiting there with a palanquin ready. Her subdued expression told him right away something was wrong. Kian still wore her Shinigami uniform. She must have come straight from the division grounds. His normally impish sister-in-law gave a nervous bow while wringing her hands. We should hurry, Nii-sama, she urged. No more motivation was needed. Yukatake quickly climbed into the waiting transport and Kian soon followed. In no time they were on their way. Trying to maintain an air of reserve but burning with curiosity, Jushiro waited for the normally effusive Kian to fill him in. Instead the sandy-haired gossip sat with legs crossed beneath her, clasping both ankles and staring at the floor between them. Kian? He asked gently. What's happened? She looked up in surprise, as though having forgotten he was even there. Seeing such uncertainty in her made him anxious. At last she said, I'm not sure. The meeting was called by the Arashi, that's all I've heard. No one's talking. Her eyes flickered nervously, and she swallowed. This could be bad. Katsura Arashi. The name gave him chills. Jushiro had thought, after the incident with the aborted marriage and Yurei duel, that there would be no further cause for alarm from that corner. Indeed, since then the Arashi had been much more willing to deal directly with the other great houses and the rest of Seoul society. They opened their archives, and Kian herself had gleefully reported there might be something going on between Katsura himself and Lady Kyokaku Shiba, an unlikely occurrence if he ever heard one. What could this mean? Their journey was made in silence. Soon enough they arrived at the ancient edifice which had housed dealings between the clan for millennia. Having never seen the building at night, Jushiro had to admit it was made significantly more unsettling by this late hour. They passed through corridors lit only by moonlight where not a sound was heard. Upon entering a meeting hall where the clans traditionally discussed business, the white-haired elder was further nonplussed to find only the royal families themselves in attendance. No vassals or heralds of any kind were present. Instead he spotted his wife Isane, whose relief at seeing them both arrive was as evident as the worry which so obviously gripped her. Byakuya Kukaki and his sister Rukia kept their own counsel, wearing that shroud of severe discipline which was the mark of their house. There too sat Yoriyuki Shihoin, her and Byakuya's son Noboru close by. The most preeminent members of their families, all gathered under one roof. So too was the man responsible, Katsura, High Lord of the Arashi. He alone had come without anyone to accompany him, standing silent and notably removed from the other parties. Arashi spared not even a glance at Jushiro. Not that it mattered. Like him, the younger members were mainly here for the sake of formalities. He was still unused to being asked to attend an actual meeting. Despite all the ceremony, his position in the household still felt ceremonial. Or perhaps even, decorational. Katsura continued studying a fire burning in a huge bronze brazier. He stood at the end of the room in front of those flames, arms behind his back and body outlined as a shadow. The anger he gave off was obvious even without being able to sense Ryotsu. There was danger here, and not for the first time Jushiro wished he still had access to his incredible Shinigami powers. As he was, he could do nothing to protect his new family from harm. Anohana's judgment still lay heavy upon him. Lord Arashi, Yoriyuki spoke up. She and her son were both dressed in simple black clothes derived from the stealth forces. Apparently this meeting had proven unexpected for a great many people. We are all here now. Will you tell us why? They all saw Katsura's shoulders tense. Then he spun away from the fire and strode swiftly over to glare at them, one after another. Even Isane was not spared his wrath, which left Jushiro more distressed than ever. What could possibly? Is Aizen Sosuke my nephew? The words were spoken in a harsh whisper. They made Jushiro's stomach sick with dread. Oh, no. The Lord of the Arashi looked between them, accusation in his very bearing. Though none moved to respond, their silence served to answer all the same. So it's true. Katsura spit. He leveled a look of pure outrage at Isane, who quailed back from his wrath. How could you keep this from me? Hurriedly Jushiro took Isane's hand to offer support. He could feel her fingers squeezing back, almost painfully. Yet she still took care not to hurt him. Her consideration actually served to grant him strength in turn. She did not know, Lord Arashi, he said in as calm and strong a tone as he could manage. Locking eyes with the outraged nobleman, the ancient soul managed to project that he would defend his wife against any form of attack. Didn't know. For once he sounded more amazed than furious. Byakuya took a step forward. Lady Kotetsu was under a spell that kept her bound and insensate when we learned of this. He looked to Yoriyuki, who nodded. We decided against telling her afterwards, so that she need not bear the burden of keeping a secret from you. Jushiro kept his face neutral. It was true, up to a point, Isane had been unconscious, held fast under Anohana's protective spell at the time Aizen revealed his true heritage to Byakuya and Ichigo. What he failed to mention was that Isane learned everything after the fact, and promptly forgot it all thanks to the memory spell she and several other lieutenants consented to receive. So you admit to purposefully leaving me in the dark that Manami's child was still alive, Katsura growled in bitter accusation. His eyes narrowed, voice going chillingly soft. And you have plotted his murder ever since. Beside him Isane closed her eyes, head dipping in sorrow. Seeing the pain this was causing her, Jushiro spoke up. Lord Arashi. No. Katsura turned his back on them and strode to the brazier. Once more he contemplated the flickering flames without a word. Then as swift as before he swung back around to them. I will not countenance any move made against Sosuke. Katsura raised a finger before them that was more intimidating for how it did not waver in the slightest, evidence of the iron control he now held over himself. He is the heir to a great house, and at this time, I declare him to be my heir as well. Should you attempt to make war on Sosuke Takiyaku, you will find yourself at odds with the House of Arashi on every level imaginable. You cannot dictate the policy of our world at the point of a knife. Byakuya leveled an icy glare in return. The Goti I-7 is beyond the purview of the great houses, and it is that which Aizen is seeking to assail. Do you deny he himself passed this information to you in the hopes of precipitating such a reaction? Do with Anohana as you will. I care not. My nephew is another matter. Make no mistake, I will go to war for his sake. Lord Arashi crossed back to them, examining each in turn. Bear that in mind whatever decisions you arrive at. Without waiting for a response, Katsura stormed from the room. Byakuya remained adamant, while his sister had gone pale at the revelation. That's right, she doesn't remember Anohana's betrayal either. Just like Isane, Rukia had her true memories clouded by magic. It was done for her sake. Young Noboru kept his own counsel. Rumors of him being brash and headstrong might not be quite up to date. Speaking of which, Kian sat stricken beside them. She too never knew Aizen Sosuke was born from the fallen house of Takiyaku. Yukatake looked at the Kukaki lord, silently sympathizing with him. The tenuous peace they had held together over the last 3 years was fast unraveling. There would be little rest in that house tonight. For now, though, Jushiro had other more personal matters to occupy his mind. Isane remained crestfallen. She hadn't spoken a word, making it clear to him there was much they had to discuss now. But not here. Not with everyone watching. As her husband, it was his responsibility to defend her. So with a brief apology, he helped her to her feet, Kian moving to her sister's other side, and together the three of them left that place to begin the journey home. Rukia had gone out in the middle of the night and not returned. Her note let him know it was Kukaki clan business and he shouldn't be worried, but all the same, Ichigo felt a touch of unease as he went about his daily routine. Dropping off Jaku at daycare, handling business at the Usagi Shoten until it came time to head to the dojo, he moved with the air of someone expecting an attack at any moment. Even Azuma called him out on it, offering to let him have the rest of the day off. He tried to explain it was nothing and he could finish up same as usual, but his effort to act convincing must have been even less impressive in terms of acting potential than Rukia's, because before he knew it she had shooed him out the door. The only option left was to cut his losses and head home. As he walked along the streets of Karakura, Ichigo strove to wrestle out of his funk. Why was he letting a little thing like this get to him? He knew Rukia had her duties in the afterlife. Asking her to stay here all the time, even with their child as an excuse, did him no credit and would have been a blatant insult. She was a Shinigami. It was her duty to attend the dead and shepherd their existences in the next world. And if that was all it was, he could probably have gotten over it. Except she didn't know what they were really facing. Only a year ago, a madwoman had been within inches of bringing harm to their son, and because of her own choices, Rukia hadn't even recognized it until it was almost too late. When she revealed the extent of the crisis in her own half-informed understanding, he'd been close to panic, very nearly blurting out everything right then and there. Anohana's a traitor. She tricked all of Seoul society, and orchestrated a war that nearly killed everyone you love. You can't let a little guilt and sentimental attachment keep you from acknowledging something that awful. This from a person who carried his guilt around like a cattle yoke for years, and almost let it turn him into a nihilistic monster. Yeah, he'd realized that in time, and kept his mouth shut accordingly. In the year since he hadn't seen any cause for concern. Things had gotten into a good pace. He went to work, he saved, visited with family and friends. Together he and Rukia looked out for one another. They watched Kyojaku grow, sharing in the frequent hassles, nuisances, and tiny joys of being young parents. What if this is all there is? Not in a bad way. I mean, could I live the rest of my life like this? Without having to dread some horrible attack bursting out of nowhere at any moment? It seems weird just to think it, but maybe my role in all this is over. They want this world. If I don't oppose them, who will? Someone has to when I've passed on. Maybe even my son. The thought of Kyojaku standing face to face with Aizen, blade drawn, that same studiously dismissive look on the rebel captain's face as their first encounter when he all but cut Ichigo in half, it made him tremble. I can't let that happen. It slowly dawned on him that he had reached Mrs. Nadshiko's neighborhood. Must have been on autopilot. He walked up the steps and rang the bell. After a few seconds, when no one answered, he started to feel jittery and was just ringing again when the door opened and its owner peered out. "Oh," Mrs. Nadeshiko beamed. "You're here early. Hope that's not a problem," he grinned apologetically as she made room for him to enter. "No, not at all." She sighed while leading the way. "But he's taking a nap right now. It might be a while till he awakes." "I appreciate that." The two of them stood in the doorframe of the play area. Sure enough, Kyojaku was snoozing peacefully on a cushion with a blanket draped tenderly over him. Another little boy was awake and turned to espy them before going back to staring at a ball atop a table. "Would you like a cup of tea, dear?" Mrs. Nadeshiko pottered over to the kitchen nook in conscientious host mode. "I'll whip it up in a jiffy, you can relax for a bit before leaving." "No, thank you. I should probably get home in case his mother needs to reach us." She apparently didn't hear him, busying herself getting a large brass samovar ready. Ichigo watched her light a fire in the base of the foreign apparatus and start pouring in water while humming contentedly. What an odd way for a Japanese woman to make tea. Maybe her husband was foreign? Did she ever tell me about him? I don't remember seeing any pictures. He shrugged and squatted down beside the slumbering infant. Should I wake him first or just put him in the stroller? The kid could be very fussy when he got up. Ichigo sometimes got the impression he had woken Jaku from a fantastic dream and his son didn't appreciate it. For a moment he just took in the sight of his boy stretched out quiet and neat. Completely at peace. But when you want something, that's when you break out the air raid siren, right, little guy? He then noticed the other baby reaching up in a fruitless attempt to get his ball, which was frustratingly out of reach. "You want that?" Ichigo snagged the rubber globe and held it out. The baby's face broke in a smile, and he grinned back. "Catch." He gave it a light toss, and the kid made a clumsy grab. The ball went straight between its fingers, through the baby's chest and rolled across the floor. Ichigo stared. Finding its plaything gone, the baby looked wildly around and began to scream, falling on its back and shaking tiny fists. It looked all around, spotted the ball, and flopped around to begin crawling towards it. Upon reaching the prize, the baby sought to pick it up. And just like before, its hands passed right through it, at which the baby started to wail once more. Kyojaku woke up, blinked, and began to cry as well. Somewhere off to one side the samovar hit the ground with a loud clang. Ichigo didn't register this. A ghost. That kid's a ghost. There. Mrs. Nadeshiko came rushing over to scoop up the howling infant. "Don't cry, my dear, you'll be fine. Nothing to worry about. All is well, let Granny take care of you, Give us a smile, my happy baby, shhh. She patted him on the back as the boy wailed into her shoulder. From over where the samovar had fallen behind the counter smoke rose. The oil in its overturned base had started a fire which was quickly spreading. The elderly retiree didn't pay any attention to the fact her house was in danger of going up in flames. There. What's going on here?" Mrs. Nadeshiko peered up at Ichigo where he now stood, blinking curiously behind her glasses. Did you say something, young man?" "He's a ghost." Kurosaki indicated towards the baby in her arms. "Oh." She held the sniffling, struggling toddler out at arm's length before her, cocking her white-haired head curiously to one side. It blubbered and gasped, going red in the face. Mrs. Nadeshiko looked back at him. "Are you certain? How can you tell? Don't screw with me." Ichigo dropped down and snatched up the crying Jaku, backing away a few steps as he did. His heart was racing with fear. Orange flames now climbing up the wall in the kitchen finally caught his attention. He threw a desperate look around the brightly colored playpen. For just a moment the whole room appeared dilapidated, worn, and dusty, faded with time and dereliction. Then it was all back to spotless perfection. What a strange statement to make, young man. Across from him, old Mrs. Nadeshiko once more held the crying babe to her breast, bouncing it gently up and down. "Why, how could you tell if a ghost were before you or not? It isn't as if the living can see the dead. And if they could, how might they know the difference? A ghostly tail, perhaps? A triangular headband? Mayhap because they cast no shadow. She moved over to a window and held the baby up, moving it back and forth. Sunlight shed her shadow on the ground, but the child had none. Ah, well, that settles it. Yes, dear boy, you are a ghost. It's true. But we still love you, yes we do. And she gave its tearful face a wrinkly kiss. The way she spoke turned his stomach. Ichigo took another step back, pulling the Jikangan dispenser from his pocket as he did. Who are you? He rasped. The bent old woman turned about, her stooped posture now undeniably threatening. She regarded him for a moment, then reached up and removed her glasses, rubbing the back of a hand against her eyes as though tired. I must say, children are exhausting. The cracked, wheedling voice held a measure of rancor never heard before. You give them all you can, and still they demand more. Of course, babies are at the stage of life where you must provide them with practically everything as a matter of course. But you, young man, well, I rather thought you were beyond that level of helplessness. From out of that shrunken face, deep blue eyes peered at him. Or have I given you too much credit, Ichigo Kurosaki? He knew her then, and in a flash Ichigo Kurosaki sprang forth in full Shinigami regalia, Zanjutsu bursting from its bindings. Behind him the Chappa piloting his earthly body had already raced down the hall and out the front door, bearing Kyujaka with it. This left Ichigo facing the ancient old woman he now understood was Anohana Retsu. Sheets of flame were traveling up the wall to engulf the ceiling and spread from there. The curtains caught fire. Once more the whole place wavered in the manner of heat haze, illuminating a rotted-out tenement which no one had lived in for years before slipping back beneath the witch's spell of a charming homestead. Why? The youth snarled, fingers clutching his Zanpakuto's hilt till it hurt. Rage and shame burned inside him so fiercely it was all he could do not to leap forward and cut that fiend down. I left him alone with her, 4 months. What did she do to my son? Why the hell do you keep doing this? He's just a baby. Why can't you just stay in your precious heaven and just leave us alone? Standing there, in the jigai of an old lady, Anohana lifted her chin with regal slowness. Because you have put me in a cage, boy, her voice snapped, low and harsh with anger. A strangled noise came from his throat that translated into words. If you ever come near my son again, I swear. Did you think my entrapment a permanent solution? She reached back and undid her hair bun, sending long white strands spilling down. Doing so finally dispelled any last trace of the woman he had known as Yurika Nadeshiko. Or simply an easy one. No, do not stand there all strident and self-righteous, when it is your own failings which led us to this confrontation. Anohana shuffled closer, bent and twisted. A wrinkled finger jabbed at his face hard enough to make him flinch in the face of her wrath. You had your chance to see this matter resolved years past. You could have opposed us, fought with all your might until one side was finished for good or ill. Instead, when Kisukura caged me, it met with your favor. Had you insisted he set us free to continue the fight, then the matter would have been settled. Am I wrong? Her plump face seemed to sag and stretch with every word, a mask in danger of falling off at any moment. One eye was vibrating erratically, almost appearing to glow as it did with a dark, fell light. The inferno had now claimed 3 walls of the room and was moving towards them in a burning, acrid tide. Even as a spirit, Ichigo felt fear at the sight of that approaching immolation. For her part, Anohana made no move to avoid the fire's approach. The infant in her grasp continued to screech. Do not preach on the sanctity of children to me. It is because of your failings that your babe will find himself immersed in this conflict. Had you fallen in battle it would have been one thing. Or even if we triumphed and let you all live, there would have been hope for them yet. Now you must continue in this fool's folly, knowing that any harm which befalls the children is due to your own inadequacies. If nothing else, boy, take this lesson to heart, always finish what you started. Burning droplets fell from the ceiling to land in her hair, setting it on fire as well. Anohana didn't move to put them out. She simply stood there glaring at him with vindictive accusation. Faced with this horrific sight, Ichigo leapt forward and placed a Kenso mark on the baby's forehead before he turned and fled. You are opposing heaven. Anohana shouted from back within the heart of the conflagration. And before this is over, you will realize what it means. He leapt straight through the flaming walls to land well past the yard beside his Jigai. To stand against God. With a roar, orange flames burst from the windows. The roof of the house had been engulfed entirely, sending dull black clouds churning straight into the sky. A butterfly drifted from the blaze and disappeared. No one else came out. Shaken, Ichigo watched the building eat itself and its insane occupant as sparks and bits of burning fabric flew past him. Eventually he picked up on Jaku's frightened cries, and with a jolt of recognition quickly rejoined spirit to flesh to hold his son tightly. He then ran from there and never looked back until he made it to the Usagi Shoten. Customers glanced around in surprise as the red-headed youngster tore through the storefront and into the restricted spaces in back, passing a surprised Ganju and emotionless Ururu as he did. The sound of a fire truck could be heard in the distance. Some people were standing around outside pointing at the column of smoke rising from another neighborhood. Kurosaka didn't acknowledge any of this. He went straight to the room he shared with Rukia, hoping to find her there already. Instead, nothing had changed since he left. The baby continued to cry, and he took to pacing back and forth, bouncing slightly to try and soothe him to sleep. He mumbled fragments of songs and commercial jingles. The phone in his pocket rang, and in a frantic rush he pulled it out and answered. Rukia. Kurosaki. He almost didn't recognize the voice. It took him a few seconds to finally make the connection. Ishida. There was a pause on the other end of the line. I didn't know who to call. Ichigo felt his throat go tight as a horrible presentiment came upon him. What's happened? Timofei Sonin, chief counselor for the city of Targum Urs, looked up from his desk and squinted through the candlelight. Had that been a knock at the door? About to call for one of his clerks, he realized the late hour and rose irritably to cross the room, muttering under his breath. Taking no chances at this time of night, he slid open a peephole and peered out. Yes. Are you the counselor? A man and a woman stood outside. Even in the dead of night, he could make out this much plainly. The fellow was tall and wrapped in a traveler's cloak, while his companion wore a shawl that covered her head. Having surmised this much, Timofei got right to the point. Whatever your business, it will have to wait till the morrow. Please, the girl spoke, and Timofei received a shock as her accent revealed her to be foreign-born. Being on the front lines of two feuding empires, the counselor of Targum Urs knew when he was faced with an Ottoman. We beg your indulgence. Peering out at this strange pair lit by the glow of his candle, Sonin asked, what is this about? At this the man stirred. We understand you can perform marriages in this region. We wish to be Wednesday. The peephole shut in their faces. Before they could even consider departing, there came the sound of a bar being drawn, and the door opened to envelop them in warm candlelight. Come in. They did so. Timofei shut the portal and drew abreast of his guests. This way, please. He led them back to the desk, drawing up 2 chairs for them to sit. May I offer you wine? He queried politely, trying not to appear overly excited. Both man and woman declined. Without further ado, the chief clerk went around his desk and went straight to a cabinet with numerous drawers, from which he unerringly drew the correct documents for the matter at hand before coming back and setting them out for the couple to peruse. As they read the statement of marriage, Timofei Sonin secretly exulted. He had been a clerk of the state in Targum Urs for the last 20 years. As a duly authorized representative of His Majesty the Holy Roman Empire and guardian of his laws, Timofei took great pride in the role he played. While never inclined to bear arms against their enemies or being much interested in political affairs, he liked to believe his own contributions went a long way towards endowing the blessings of civilization on the population of the empire. Having risen to the position of counselor, the highest rank a person lacking any claim to nobility could aspire to in the imperial bureaucracy, he considered himself to be a worthy and satisfied member of society. Yet there was one lapse in his career that left a sore spot. For 20 years he had overseen proper and legal documentation of all kinds, ranging from land grants, bills of attainder, travel papers, contracts between businessmen, and the registration of royalty in the bureau. According to a system he had developed, ready-made copies of all conceivable documentation were on hand for any clerk under his care to have available and thus make any business the townsfolk might have be swiftly ratified and made a matter of public record. In triplicate, of course. Timofey believed strongly in making sure any and all pertinent information relating to the running of the empire be preserved and logged 3 times over in case of any happenstance along the way. How much less of a loss to mankind would the destruction of the Library of Alexandria have been were a progressive-thinking individual like him in charge. But in all his long years of service, never once had he been asked to perform a marriage. Such a thing was quite uncommon in any part of the empire, really. For virtually the entire populace, the church controlled such ceremonies, and it was to them the people turned when it came time to be wed, from farmer to His Royal Majesty the Emperor himself. Owing to the region's long-standing transfer between the Ottoman and Holy Roman Empires, some lingering remnants of local law persisted from both governing bodies. One of which granted the chief clerk of Targumirs the legal right to oversee a civil ceremony that would bind 2 people together in the sight of the Holy Roman Empire, if not heaven. Timofey had overseen the use of every single form of documentation in his office the public might need. It was a point of personal pride that this be so. He had used them all. Except the marriage certificate. That alone lay untouched for 20 years. To his mild disaffection. But now, after all this time, when he had given up any hope of it ever really happening. Does the document meet to your approval? Both agreed that it did. Sign here, please. And you, my lady. They proceeded to do so. Thrice, at his insistence, which they accepted without complaint. Timofey was thrilled. With utmost reverence, he accepted back the clean carefully inked vellum and proceeded to affix his own signature where indicated. Then, feeling like a priest performing his order's holiest of rites, he took a beautiful red candle, lit its tip enough for soft red wax to drip upon the pages, and proceeded to reverentially affix his seal as an officer of the empire to each. By the grace of His Majesty, protector of the realms of God's faithful, and acting as his sworn representative and loyal subject, I do hereby decree you both to be joined in earthly wedlock. May you bask in his munificence and be happy all your days. That last bit was thrown in on the spur of the moment, but he doubted it mattered legally. The newlyweds, now husband and wife, thanked him for his services and bid him good night. They looked so young as they left his offices with their copy of the marriage certificate, sparkling and fresh. Timofey allowed himself to feel a touch of pride. I did this. And it feels grand. Sonnen returned to his desk where he indulged himself by admiring the freshly signed documents. The names of the applicants caught his eye. He had been too excited to notice at first. Susan. Strange spelling, but she was clearly of foreign stock, if of noble stock by his count. Still, not that it mattered. The man's name also held a note of royalty. Radu Totholtz. Smiling, he rummaged about and sought out 2 red leather envelopes which were usually reserved only for an official imperial edict. Timofey had always admired their superb craftsmanship, and it was here he deposited both the local copy of the marriage certificate along with the one destined for the biblioteca. 6 years passed. Tension between the 2 empires grew during that time. War loomed, and the church exhorted all its people to brace themselves for yet another conflict with the infidel hordes. During that time, Timofey Sonnen went about his work as usual, certain that all would be well. He enjoyed his status as an important man about town, although it sometimes irked him that people did not treat him with quite the level of deference owed a sanctioned officer of His Imperial Majesty. They behaved far more humbly to the local priests, especially the bishop, whom Timofey considered a pompous and venal figure. It grated on him when folks in the street went out of their way to praise and flatter even the lowest rank of the priesthood while hardly bothering to notice when he walked by. Whenever he felt himself becoming too worked up over these trivial social injustices, however, Timofey knew where to look for comfort. He would retire to his private office, and there, away from prying eyes, he removed the red leather envelope from its place of safekeeping and lovingly looked over every word. It always lifted his spirits, knowing that 2 people in this world could trace a bit of their happiness to him. He never bothered to wonder why they had been unable to seek a priest to perform their union. It didn't matter. He, Timofey Sonnen, had performed his duties well and faithfully. Never again did he lay eyes on them, and probably wouldn't recognize them if he did. That young couple had earned his eternal gratitude whether they knew it or not. It was well after sunset one day in spring, when the town lay under cover of darkness and even the diligent counselor had put down his pen and hied off to bed, when he was awoken by a disturbance outdoors. Lighting a candle, Timofey went out into the hall and peered out a window. Despite the time of night, he had no trouble seeing what was taking place. A mob was gathered in the street outside. They bore torches and crude weapons which they brandished while shouting and baying. There was a struggle in the midst of the rioting villagers, and over the cacophony, a woman's frightened screams rang out clear to his ears. Frightened at this display of barbarity, Timofey hid out of sight at the eaves of the window but continued to peer out, fascinated in spite of himself. "Heathen!" someone cried. "Heretic!" came another. "Burn her! Burn the Persian whore!" A hole appeared in the middle of the press of flesh, and even as a laughing rioter ripped the sleeve of her dress, a woman fell to her knees. Ringed around by fire and fear, she nonetheless looked up to heaven, face bloody and tear-stained. Timofey recognized the face of the newlywed bride. What came over him then was inexplicable. Before he knew it, he was tearing down the stairs, afire with a fury so intense it burned away any trace of fear or self-preservation. The raging man made it to ground level and wrenched open the front door of his office to rush outside. "Stop!" His roar tore through the tumult. All noise subsided, and every herd turned in astonishment to see the source of this cry. The sight of the unimpressive man in his nightgown clutching a guttering candle would have done nothing to dissuade them were it not for the look of wild-eyed frenzy he wore, enough to send those nearest him pressing back in haste. "I am a representative of His Holy Majesty the Emperor!" Timofey screamed at the top of his lungs, transported by outrage and explosive wrath. "In his exalted name, I command you to cease this madness at once. Leave that woman be." Without waiting for a response, he strode forward. The crowd parted before him, struck dumb, or perhaps returned to sanity. They looked to one another in confusion and chagrin. Yet no one spoke out. He made his way through the mob unmolested until he reached the girl. Crumpled to the cobblestones, she looked up disbelieving at his approach. "Hamsaram!" she gasped through bloodied lips, blinking and sobbing. Timofey bent and lifted her to her feet. He escorted the abused woman back the way he came. Both barefoot, dressed only in torn scraps in her case, nonetheless they projected an air of moral fortitude and authority that no living person watching could begin to challenge. They were nearly to the door, and heaven only knows what would have happened had they made it inside, when a brick sailed through the air and smashed into the side of Timofey's head. He staggered, collapsed, and with that the spell was broken. Venting a howl, the maddened villagers came surging forward. They attacked Timofey where he lay, pulling the girl away as they did. Fists and feet rained down upon him mercilessly, accompanied by curses. Pain erupted suddenly in his spine with such savage force he couldn't even scream. But when they rolled him on his back and brought the burning brand against his face, he did so, long and loud, until darkness claimed him with its empty mercy. The girl perished. They burned her at the stake, then vanished back to their homes as though nothing had happened. Assured that they were in the right and had nothing to fear. Not one of them who had been there ever spoke of it to another. The event passed from their memory in due time. Timofey Sonin did not forget. He could not. His reflection in a basin of water was all the reminder he needed. One side of his face was burnt into a horrific visage that held no resemblance to humanity. The injuries he suffered left him unable to walk, forced to rely on a servant to support him everywhere he might wish to go, even to and from the privy. The humiliation of it all went beyond words. A letter to the imperial capital demanding justice met with no response. The church made sure of that. They were behind the foreign woman's death, he learned. A blow to the heathen, they called it. After this Timofey no longer left his offices for anything. The thought of being out among the rabble who had defamed him was more than he could bear. In spite of this, he did not give up his position as counselor for Targum Urs, though he no longer worked with the public directly. From his bedroom-turned office he commanded the clerks who worked under him to uphold the laws of the principality in which they lived. Though obedient to his wishes, Timofey could see the loathing they all tried to hide at being forced to work under a disfigured freak such as himself. He heard them muttering in the corridors as they passed, and knew it was about him. No doubt they all fervently prayed that he would die soon and allow one of them to take the reins. Had any of them been in the crowd when he was attacked? Timofey would have given anything to know. Vile creatures, the lot of them. Murderous scum. How he hated them. Yet he held his tongue, and never let on that he knew about their ill intentions. He would defy them all, and live. They stole from him. He was certain of it. Silverware and items of value gone missing. But one thing Timofey made certain they would not take. One night, when he was alone, he dragging himself inch by agonizing inch down the stairs until he reached the hiding place of his greatest treasure. The red velvet envelope, which contained his greatest accomplishment. Nothing could take that away from him, be it born of heaven or hell. Counselor Sonin made his way back to his sick chamber, where he feverishly pried up a floorboard and hid his precious gift beneath it. Sometimes, when the pain became too great to sleep, he would take it out and gaze upon the beautiful lettering, done in the hand of 3 people, only one of which he knew to still be alive. Exactly 1 year after the night that ruined his life, Sonin lay in bed attempting in vain to sleep, when once more he heard a commotion from the street without. A rumbling at first. Like a storm approaching. Then great bursts of sound that reminded him of cannon fire, only much greater. Had the Ottoman Empire launched an attack? Well and good. Let this pestilential city burn. I welcome it. They should all die, and roast in the hottest depths of hell forever. Come. Bring the fires of retribution down upon us all. He had thought nothing could be louder than those explosions from before. But when the screaming started, it drowned out even that. Timofey sat up in bed as best he was able. Sweating and in pain, he listened carefully. It sounded as though every voice in Targomir's was raised in terror. As though hell itself had opened up so the voices of the damned could be heard. It made him think of that poor girl screaming for mercy in the street. His eyes burned at the memory. A scratching noise came from out in the hall. Timofey stiffened, feeling dizzy and feverish. Someone was creeping towards his room. The servants. Damnation, they must intend to take advantage of the attack by stealing his only remaining wealth. They shan't have it. No one will take it from me. He collapsed to the floor and reached under the bed to pry loose the floorboard. Behind him there came the slow creak of a door opening even as he grasped the leather sleeve and a dagger he had hidden there as well. Firelight filled the reeking chamber. 3 huge hairy shapes padded silently inside as Timofey lurched around and brought up his dagger while clutching the envelope possessively to his chest. You won't have it. He spit, brandishing the blade. In response the first beast gave a growl and sprang forward. Sonin's eyes were completely met as he stabbed forward directly into its eye. The slavering monster jerked back with a howl, dragging Sonin across the floor with it. One of its fellows slipped around and sank its sharp teeth into his arm, only to give a shocked squeal when the man twisted his head around and bit into its muzzle, tearing its nose off with a snap of the neck. The third beast joined in, making a lunge for his throat that wound up ripping into the maddened clerk's shoulder due to all the thrashing. In doing so, the envelope went flying. The realization of its loss caused Timofey to scream in fury, and he attacked the intruders with every bit of strength and fury he possessed even as they ripped into him. Another 4-legged shape emerged at the door and looked inside, as though questioning what might be taking so long. This one's fur was dark red, and while it wrinkled its nose at the smell of the sick chamber, at the same time, its ears twitched. Noting the red leather case, the beast drew closer and gave it a curious sniff. It then reared back, uttering a startled bark, and at this all 3 of the werewolves let go of their prey and returned to their pack leader's side. Timofey lay where they left him, bloodied and dying. The wounds he had inflicted upon them closed or regrew, and all 3 werewolves waited as the premier among them continued to inspect the contents of the red rectangle. The werewolf leader threw back its head and emitted a bone-rattling howl. All 4 proceeded to sit back on their haunches and wait. Light from the fires outside created shadow plays upon the wall. They flickered and swam, melting into forms that teased the mind with their similarity to reality, until one of the shadows became a man wrapped in a black cloak who stepped into the room to glance briefly around. An interrogative look at the red werewolf brought a whine in answer. It carefully picked up the leather envelope and held it out for its master's inspection. He withdrew the contents to inspect them. Dark eyes drifted over the words contained therein without a flicker of emotion passing over his face. Gi, back, Timi. The Lord of Shadows turned his attention to the man on the floor. Despite bleeding profusely, Timofey-san clung to life. He glared at that towering figure in reproach. Mine. The wretched figure gasped. Mine. I made it. Damn, thieves, won't take it from me. Timofey reached out a quivering arm only to collapse immediately and lie panting. He shuddered in agony, weeping at his own disgrace. They take even this from me. The greatest thing I did with my life, and now that too is stolen away. Monsters. Fiends. I hate you all. All of you, I hate you forever. Of a sudden a strong hand seized hold of his throat and lifted him to hang helplessly in midair. The looming figure locked eyes with Timofey, who found himself paralyzed by what lay in their depths. He could neither move nor speak as that cold, abysmal gaze peeled back his face and raked over his mind and soul, examining him with a cold detachment. Only when they found the night which left him broken did a semblance of feeling pass over those statuesque features only to subside soon after. After a time, the Dark Lord spoke. So, this is what they did, to you. Timofey could only gurgle incomprehensibly. His hands twitched, while his useless legs simply waved back and forth. His eyes rolled up in their sockets as he fought to breathe. Death crept up his spine with painstaking slowness. Do you hate them? His heart, on the brink of stopping, began to pound at these words. Yes, he whispered, licking his gory lips. Had you the power, the ghostly voice continued, would you kill them all? Timofey's jaws clamped shut, and a snarl of wickedest hatred emerged from between them. Yes. The hatred you feel for all mankind, let it burn bright within your heart, let it consume your memory, your humanity, your past and future, all naught but kindling for the fires of vengeance. The words were more than sound. They were a spell, a contract. A deed of ownership that formed between them, and upon realizing this, Timofey-san wasted no time in signing his name to it. The words caught fire, burning away even as he finished. His heart roared a crackling bonfire of unending wrath against every soul in creation. Through the streets of Targum Urs, townsfolk fled from the Stygian horde of demons and damned souls which descended upon them. A woman clutching her 2 children's hands pulled them into an alleyway as a winged nightmare bore past their position with a cage full of struggling victims clutched in its talons. About to venture out once more, she cringed back as 4 gigantic wolves came bursting out of the building opposite and went tearing down the street, throwing panicked looks over their shoulders. Moments later a figure stepped through the same door. It resembled a man, but burned black from head to foot. There were no eyes, and its mouth was an empty hole. But all the same, that horrible head looked towards the family hiding in the shadows across the street as though sensing their presence. Without warning it burst into flame. One fiery arm swept out, and the mother and her 2 innocent children were engulfed in a conflagration that incinerated flesh and bone to leave only ash dwindling through the smoky air. The burning man turned without a word and began to make his way up the street. The people of Targum Urs were incinerated at his approach. At his master's command, a wall of flame 100 feet high encircled the whole doomed town, preventing anyone from escaping whether by land or water. When dawn arrived, not a living soul could be found in that once bustling burg. Targum Urs and its entire population had been erased. Rania came back to herself with a start. She looked all around at Engelbert, Ulrich, and Xiomara crouched around watching her closely. The little scholar urchin Bernadette had wrested the marriage certificate copy out of her hands and now held it to her chest, as though she suspected Rania of having done something unseemly to the ancient missive. Did you see something? Xiomara asked. Rania shuddered with cold, touching the crimson scarf around her throat. The 2 wounds beneath it throbbed horribly. I saw Totholtz, as he was, briefly, until all this happened. And the one who wrote this, him too. Before he became. She lifted her head, dark eyes shining with purpose. I know how to stop the burning man. The words were written in a notepad resting on a nightstand. Rukia couldn't help but leaf through the hastily scrawled content. It kept her from thinking too much about what was taking place here. She and Ichigo stood together against the wall, watching the 2 of them talk in hushed voices. They had left Jaku in the care of his grandfather. Upon returning from Soul Society, Rukia found the note he left for her and wasted no time joining him in Tokyo via high-speed train. A taxi ride later found her at the hospital, where she was shown, at Dr. Ishida's request, to a hospital suite. Mikuru Ogawa had always been small. Now, in a white gown with tubes in her arms and hooked up to all sorts of equipment, she reminded Rukia of a premature infant, one fighting to stay alive. She was so pale, flesh dotted with tiny red spots. Her limbs shook every now and then. Urayu had explained this was a result of the 4 bags being lower than a human's normal body temperature, and then started shaking himself, teeth grinding and eyes shut tight. Mikuru sat up in bed and hugged him, careful not to dislodge any of the needles. Rukia looked around. The last time she had been in a hospital room was for Jaku's birth. Everything had seemed fresh and warm then. This was different. The lights were bright, almost harsh, and the accompanying ambient sounds coming from outside carried only a sense of urgency and despair. How could this be happening? She's only a child. When Urayu's crying had stopped, and that had been a disturbing sight enough, seeing that stoic soul weep, he and Mikuru started talking once again. He told her about his classwork, a trip to a fashion show the group was planning, even the public debate over a new flavor of Kit Kat set to be decided soon. She laughed at this last, and it made him smile. Ishida held her hand the whole time, until she clearly was growing spent, and he offered to leave so she could rest. "Thank you," was all Mikuru said, and closed her eyes as they turned off the lights. The couple followed Urayu out of the room and to a waiting area. He had a furtive, restless air about him, like a nicotine addict forced to go cold turkey. This impression became even stronger when he pulled a red pen out of his pocket and began to chew on the base in a nervous fashion. "Chronic myelogenous leukemia," he said abruptly, and then looked at them as though in search of confirmation. "That's what they're thinking. Radiation is a contributing factor to this type of leukemia, so we in Japan might be considered more susceptible having been exposed to fallout from 2 nuclear strikes in the last century." He turned his eyes away, gnawing on the pen. "I'm not a doctor, so I don't know what to say about that." "Ishida," Ichigo said carefully, "your father." I yelled at him. The Quincy left off chewing. He blinked as though in a daze at the recollection. I said, "Why didn't you notice?" And he said, "I'm not a doctor, but even I could have." The symptoms were all there: tiredness, sweating at night, she seemed so frail. I haven't been there for her. I should have seen it. Ishida paused. His features began to twist into something frightful. Why didn't I see it in time? He began to quake from head to toe. Rukia and Ichigo took an arm apiece and led their friend over to a couch where they all sat. Ichigo went first. "Ishida, my dad told me even trained physicians can't be expected to look at someone and know right away there's something wrong with them. He said doctors are human too. They don't treat everything like a symptom. Sometimes, humans just can't see the signs, especially when it's someone they care about. Your father also reassured me when I came in, Ishida-san," Rukia added in turn. "He said a woman of her age has a good chance of responding well to treatment. Believe me, I work with the ill every day, and what I can tell you is illness." Ishida jerked away from them and stood up. "Illness," he repeated as he began pacing the floor. "Illness. Why didn't I think about that? What are the long-term effects of being near someone actively involved with maladies of the spirit? Abnormal elements, like hollows, Shinigami." "Hey," Ichigo said warningly, casting a protective look at Rukia. "Or Quincy." Urayu came to a halt and looked at them as though not having heard. He wore an expression equal parts shock and amazement. "The supernatural, it's real. Not made up. So it's a part of our world as surely as animals, plants, and air. Nuclear synthesis, photosynthesis, psychosynthesis, it all comes together, to play a part in our daily lives without us even being aware of it. Maladies of the spirit, what if they really are affecting us? And they manifest in ways that we have come to term diseases. While attributing the majority of influences to external factors like radiation, pathogens, and the like, why have we never considered that the spirit realm has a hand in our health as surely as what we eat, breathe, and inherit from our parents? DNA of the soul, the spirit, fate written into our genes. I'm babbling, am I not making any sense? At all? Can somebody please explain? All of a sudden he came back and sat down between them as though that outburst hadn't happened. He then looked straight at Rukia with desperate eyes. Can you tell me why this is happening? Please. Rukia could only stare, momentarily unsure what or how much to say. She's 19 years old, Uriah continued. He took off his glasses and wiped frantically at half-formed tears. Can you believe something like this happening to her? She's not even stopped being a teenager by society's definition. And look what she's done already. Isn't it amazing? So many people love her work, and she didn't even consider once it might take off like this. She thought maybe we could find somebody to make a homemade doujinshi out of it and that would be all. But then the agency called, and the offers started coming in, and we were swamped after a while, so I let her handle that, all on her own, without trying to really help, not really. Why didn't I stay with her? I might have seen, if I'd given her more of my time, we might not be facing this. He shook his head, and said in a soft wispy voice, she's too young to die. Ishida slumped down and put his head between his knees. Ichigo reached out to rest a hand on his shoulder in comforting fashion. He looked over at Rukia. Understanding, she stood and left to give them some space. Wandering around the hospital on her own seemed intrusive for some reason, so she went back to be with Mikuru. It was a private room, allowing for no need to share with anyone. Dr. Ishida at work again, no doubt. She left the lights off as she came in. Rukia went over to sit beside the bed to keep her friend company. Am I dying? With a start she looked up to find Mikuru awake and watching her. Ogawa-san. Rukia moved closer to the bed. Can't you sleep? Those tired eyes closed, and the girl gave a small shake of her head. I feel too sick. Her eyes opened again to look around. Is Uriah here? He's outside discussing matters with Ichigo. Do you want me to go get him? No. She lifted a hand. Talk to me. Hesitantly Rukia reached over to entwine her fingers with the sick child's. They felt so weak. It made her anxious. To cover this she asked, about what? Heaven. The afterlife. Soul Society. What's it like? I don't think there's any need for you to worry about that right now. As troubling as this line of conversation may be, still she tried to make the best of it. Things have changed in the past few years. Before, everyone who died went to the Rokanga, where they lived in one of 80 rings, with the Shinigami residing in the center. Now we have heavenly relocation oases where souls take up temporary residence until we can find them a home in one of several paradises fashioned out of the ether. They're based on earthly representations of mythical planes such as Shangri-La, Atlantis, and El Dorado. That sounds nice. Mikuru's voice was distant. Her unfocused gaze rested on their hands. It is, Rukia sought to reassure her. There's no hunger there, unless you're a Shinigami. And we take care of everyone we can. Which means that. She stopped when it became apparent the girl was crying. I'm sorry, Mikuru wept. Please, it's not your fault. I just didn't think this was all I would get. Her face held a multitude of questions when she looked at Rukia next. It was heartbreaking. Even when I didn't think my life would amount to much, I still thought there would be more of it than this. I never thought I might die so young. What was even the point of it, anyway? What, I just graduate high school, and write a few cell phone novels, and that's it. I thought. Here she pulled Rukia's hand to her chest, tears slipping down to fall upon them both. I wanted to get married. I want to start a family. I want more than this. But you won't die. The anxious Shinigami protested. You're in a house of healing, there is medicine that will save you. What if it doesn't? Mikuru gasped. What if I die and that's it? She gazed at Rukia in a panic. The machines attached to her were beginning to beep more wildly. Will you be here for me? Will you make sure I don't get lost as a spirit, or turn into a hollow, or anything scary like that? Will you be my Shinigami, if I die? Rukia didn't know what to say, except. Of course. Trying to affect a confidence she didn't feel, Rukia managed a soft smile like she was encouraging a rookie Shinigami out in the field. I will be by your side in the worst-case scenario. You have nothing to fear, Ogawa-san. Whatever happens, your friends and family will take good care of you. This served to calm her down, such that the instruments went back to their normal sedate droning. Mikuru shut her eyes and breathed a shaky sigh as though this conversation had drained what little strength she had. Thank you. They stayed in this position for a while. After about a minute Mikuru declared weakly, I think I can get some sleep now. Will you stay with me until then? Of course. When I wake up I want to do some writing. Not much. Uri's worried about me overworking again, but I just want to jot down some story ideas I've had. So that, we can read them later. Mikuru let go of her hand then, and pulled the blankets up around her mouth. Hey, Rukia-chan, she mumbled from beneath the sheets. Can I tell you a secret? Certainly. If it helps you to share it. It's about my story. She delved further beneath the blankets, speaking so low Rukia had to lean in to hear her. The thing is I sorta, love Rania. I mean, her character. A little, like, if she was real, I'd almost want to kiss her. Mikuru sounded embarrassed at this admission. Do you think that's weird? Rukia smiled at the memory of a long-lost friend. I think it's beautiful. The young writer grew quiet then, and after a bit Rukia realized she had fallen asleep. True to her word, she stayed there to make sure everything was all right. It felt strange, watching someone who might be about to die. Why did she feel so helpless? And why did death frighten her so much? Never before had Rukia seen a living human she was acquainted with die. What made that prospect so horrifying? She knew for a fact Soul Society and all its wonders awaited Mikuru should she succumb to this disease. What was the problem, then? Would you say that the living are better off dead? The thought made her shiver. It didn't sound like the sort of thing she would usually allow herself to think. Feeling frustrated and upset by this situation, Rukia stood up to leave. She turned, and saw a Shinigami walk down the hall. The cut of his uniform identified him as being from Leopard Company. Rukia noticed this about him, along with the stern set of his jaw as he flowed past the door's small window. And she realized, somewhere in the building, a human must be dying. This death god was going to that person in order to facilitate the soul's passage to the great beyond. He didn't even notice her as he swept by, standing there next to another sick girl's bed. Children shouldn't die, she thought suddenly. Mikuru made a small noise. Rukia turned around in response, and froze when she recognized Anohana Retsu sitting across the bed from her. The legendary Shinigami was dressed like an office worker. Businesslike, with a clasp holding up all that long dark hair. A pearl necklace encircled her throat, visible from the open collar of her starched white dress shirt. Anohana wore glasses connected with a chain, and she had on lipstick of a pale pink shade, her eyes. Why are you here? Rukia found herself wrestling with disbelief. Anohana shrugged. It's my job. The tiny Shinigami shook her head in confusion. Are you? For a moment Rukia found herself wondering if she had been mistaken and this was some other person altogether. The attire was strange enough. But combined with that was a sense of familiarity with the apparel. Like she belonged in this world in a way Rukia never could, and she had to accept that. They stared at one another. Then the older woman tilted her head, and a slight smile came forth. Well, she sighed, at least I didn't have to spell it out like I did for your husband, Rukia-chan. So saying, Anohana turned her attention to the sleeping Mikuru. She reached out and brushed her fingers tenderly through that short bob-cut hair. There was such an aura of maternal affection in the gesture. It served to dispel any doubt Rukia might have had as to this eerie figure's true identity. She could have been wearing a theme park costume and Rukia would have known it was her. I'm honestly surprised she got this far, Anohana said while running silky brown strands between thumb and forefinger, smiling all the while. What a delightful child. The stories she told, could you ever imagine yourself being turned into a comic book character, Rukia-chan? Such a brave little heart, to toy with her betters in such a fashion. Quite the revolutionary, wouldn't you say? The smile took on a trace of pity. It's tragic the world might never know how her story ends. But then, not every author can bring themselves to finish their tale. Better this than dragging the narrative on without cease or reason, I say. I prefer my manga to have a solid finale. She then leaned over and kissed the sleeping girl on the cheek. Rest easy, little one. It will all be over soon. Still unsure what this might be about, Rukia felt a sudden flash of inspiration. Save her. Anohana turned to regard her strangely. Anohana-sama, please. You are the greatest healer of all time. You must know how we can save this girl. I beg you, whatever might have passed between us, can you not see your way to helping a soul in need? The ancient spirit turned back to the teen resting peacefully between them. Would that it were so easy. It was maddening to just be standing here having this conversation when a life might go out right in front of their eyes. Striving to get a hold of her emotions, Rukia sought to learn more. Is there something you need? Or can you tell the physicians here what they must do to cure her? I am certain Ishida-sensei would put great stock in your diagnosis once he learned who you are. It's not too late, surely you of all people. I cannot help her. Rukia's tongue cleaved to the roof of her mouth upon hearing this. For several seconds she staring speechless at the strangely garbed sorceress. Magic is severely limited to me in this form. Retsu leaned back with a sigh, hands crossed in her lap. Even were that not the case, I am no longer in any position to be of aid in such matters. My current state. She touched the skin around her right eye, is not disposed towards healing. Can you not try? Rukia asked desperately. Two forbidding blue eyes rose to train on her. They appeared thoughtful, as though measuring the sincerity of this request. You are not above asking for aid. When my strength proved insufficient, I sought the help of another. And I can do so again. It gives me no shame to admit my own failure. After a time spent in silent deliberation, Anohana leaned forward to pin Rukia with her gaze. I can do nothing, Rukia-chan. But the same is not true for you. Me. She stared back in perplexity. Retsu nodded. For a soul in flux like Mikuru Ogawa, or any faced with death, our arts can be of some aid. As a Shinigami you have the power to heal as well as harm. Indeed, I know of a way to see that she is completely cured of the affliction currently dooming her. But... Rukia looked at the sleeping patient with new concern. It's a malady. Not a wound. And she is mortal. I've never once heard of Shinigami being able to address that. I did so often in the distant past, with great success. A scornful smile twisted that beautiful face. Of course, nowadays it is forbidden for a Shinigami to use their abilities in such a manner, just as it is forbidden to share death god powers with a human. The laws of soul society prevent it. This is done in order to keep us from behaving in a manner too reminiscent of the gods we were once recognized as being. The Heron lieutenant swallowed. Could it be true? She had healed damage Ichigo received while in mortal form, of a certain. But those were caused by malevolent spirits. This was something else entirely. Ishida's words resurfaced in her mind. Might a Shinigami truly have this kind of power? Was there a greater link between mortal and spectral kin than she ever thought possible? What if I fail, and Ogawa dies? Will you defy the dictates of Siridi again, Rukia Kukaki? Anohana spoke softly, like a gentle teacher. She held out her hand. Will you take my place in this world, and become a god of healing to those in need? The challenge in those words seemed aimed at the source of both her convictions and insecurities. Overwhelmed and, if she was completely honest, terrified, Rukia protested, but I am not a captain class like you. It's impossible for me. The goddess tilted her head to one side. Say that after you've failed. Wide-eyed, Rukia swallowed down a lump of fear. What am I afraid of? Breaking the law once again? Failure? Or learning that I really do have this power? One that could have changed the world if we only let it. Go on. She reached out and grasped that offered hand before the nagging fears could stop her. With a dip of her lashes that held a measure of approval, Retsu placed their palms upon Mikuru's chest. Rukia could feel it rising and falling in a slow but reassuring fashion. She gazed upon that tiny, ravaged body fighting a war against itself. What am I doing? Repeat after me. Anohana took a deep breath, adopting a hushed tone that conveyed the sense of imminent spell casting. Crooked course of a narrow stream. Rukia did so. The two stars, Vega and Altair, dipped their lines on opposite banks. As she spoke, healing magic began to unspool from Rukia's soul and flow down her arm. Travel between the twain. Finding your way, recovering the course, departing the strain. Beneath her touch, it entered Mikaru's body, and began to spread. That which is lost, Vega catches. That which remains, Altair ensnares. It was more than she had thought. Almost like a song. Anohana's student could feel the spell's purpose, wrapping up her energy and using it to call out to the part of Mikuru which was making her ill, inviting it to die, while at the same time coaxing the healthy aspect to remain and grow. Round the rocks, empty into the plains. A crop nourished, the stalks rise high, and wither in due time. Anything that could harm her patient fell asleep at the death god's power and drifted into the arms of death. What was left held no trace of sickness. Life and death were a part of the instrument she played. Across the river forms a bridge. Walk from one star to the other without missing your step. Almost hypnotized by the beautiful medley of this arcane weaving, Rukia heard and recited the final stanza. The glow of magic faded as the room fell back into shadow. Still dazed at what she had experienced, it took Rukia a while to notice Anohana no longer held her hand. Upon looking up she found herself alone in the room with Mikuru. The enchantress had vanished without a trace. She then noticed Mikuru, and her heart lurched at the sight. The girl lay abed, eyes shut. There was no sign she had even registered what just took place. But when Rukia looked closer, it was readily apparent how much healthier she seemed. Her pallor was greatly improved along with the absence of any skin discoloration. No longer did she tremble, and each breath came easily as the one before. Rukia touched Ogawa's face, feeling the warmth of life that now ran uncontested through her veins. I did this. I saved her. It worked. I have to tell Ishida. Throbbing with excitement, Rukia tore out of the room. Upon noting Ichigo and Uriah were no longer in the waiting room, she raced to find a nurse who might tell her where they had gone. Light spilled in from the hallway as the door shut. And where it passed, darkness returned, revealing Retsu Anohana once more. She stood up to lean over Mikuru, touching the girl's forehead and throat as though to assure herself all was well. It had worked. Rukia was able to perform the spell properly, something she had not been certain of at the time. The evidence lay before her, dreaming away. The sight brought a smile to her lips. How willingly children trust their elders. Anohana selected a pillow tucked against the bedside. She fluffed it out of habit before bringing the cloth down towards Mikuru's face. Such guilt from one small act. Such loss, to save a friend only for them to perish soon after. Worse still the hope Rukia would foolishly engender in the Quincy. How much greater his grief and outrage towards her once the truth was revealed. They would part ways forever under a cloud of bitterness, reproach, and self-recrimination. And all it took was the death of one negligible child. A little girl who liked to write stories about things she barely understood. A spring flower cut before her time. A baby suffocated in the crib. The pillow halted a breath away from its target. Just a baby. Anohana fought to push down and smother the life out as she had intended. To no avail. Lips twisting into a snarl, she struggled to master her own inner torment long enough to see this wicked deed done. Her right eye was now black as pitch. Red tears ran from their fount while clear droplets fell from the other. Dead. A baby lost. Helpless. Slain by me. Just a baby, just a baby, just a baby. Just a baby. She sobbed. All of a sudden Anohana whipped around and flung the pillow away. Without hesitation she dashed across the room, one fist pressed hard against her bleeding eye as she leapt, propelling herself forward, into the window, the glass shattering entirely from the force of her impact. Wind rushed by her with a hollow wail. A minute later Ishida Uriah came racing in to kneel by Mikuru's bedside. He gazed at her sleeping form in shock, then at the diagnostic devices, hardly believing what they were telling him. His father Ryukin Ishida followed soon after, accompanied by Rukia and Ichigo. They clustered around the hospital bed in search of confirmation for what they had just heard. Miraculous, Ryukin whispered after completing his examination. Uriah scrambled around the bed and hugged Rukia with all his might. She hugged him back, elated by everything that had just taken place. Ichigo stood to one side watching their joy with a small grin, committing to memory his intention to tease the valiant Quincy later over his uncharacteristic emotional outburst. As he did, a breeze tickled the back of his neck. He looked behind him. For a moment nothing seemed off. Then he finally noticed the curtains moving ever so slightly, and realized there was no glass in the frame. Ichigo slipped over while everyone else was occupied and looked out. He could discern little below. Street lamps in the parking lot shed some light, but not enough to see clearly. Something glittered faintly on the concrete. As he watched, a homeless man pushing a grocery cart came along. He stopped suddenly and bent down, picking up something that looked to be a woman's shoe. The hobo went rummaging around an empty parking space, finally collecting what might have been a white shirt and coat that had been left there for some reason before trundling off with his new goods. Quietly Ichigo drew the curtains and went back to be with his friends. When they arrived home, Jushiro took Isane straight to bed. He bid the servants depart so he could attend to her himself. His wife had not spoken since they left the council chambers. Even Kian could not get a word out of her. The two of them had shared worried glances while the Katetsu matriarch huddled silently in their midst. Without asking, he helped his wife out of her captain's robe. At his gentle coaxing, she sat on the bed, allowing him to remove her shoes and socks. He massaged her instep, knowing that Isane often suffered from foot pain, a side effect of being so tall. We should have told him. The white-haired lord looked up in surprise. Isane gazed downward with stricken eyes, barely even noticing him. How could I? She whispered, sucking in an unsteady breath as tears began to fall. How could I have done that to him? He lost so much, and when I learned who Aizen really was, I should have. Isane. Yukatake touched his beloved beneath her chin in an intimate gesture. We all made that decision. It wasn't just you. There was so much to take into consideration at that time, you can't blame yourself for not thinking of Katsura. But I knew. Her breast heaved in half-sob, half-gasp. I knew how much his family meant to him. Whatever else, I should have made a greater effort to argue on his behalf. She gave a forlorn shake of her head. Now look at how things turned out. We'll find a way to make it work. You won't lose Katsura, my dear. Jushiro returned his attention to massaging her calf. He became absorbed in his business, concentrating on the little sounds and tells which let him know he was pleasing her, at least physically. Hold on. Warm flesh yielded to his ministrations. And while they did, Yukatake pondered. We did debate Aizen's connection to the Arashi. Right after the war, when everything still seemed so uncertain, some of us feared Lord Arashi might have been involved based on his relationship to Sosuke. Everyone consented not to broach the matter until new evidence arose. Isane agreed in the end, though it took some convincing. That was shortly before the traitor lieutenants were put on trial. I remember because a representative of my family came to check up on me the day prior, and Lord Arashi sent his regards. I made it a point to go speak with him while the trial was taking place so I didn't have to be there in the event they decided on execution for them. So how did she? Jushiro grew still. A few moments passed where neither moved. Then gradually Yukatake rose upright. He contemplated Isane with silver head bowed before him. Like she was awaiting judgment. And that was what made him certain. You knew. He exclaimed softly, brown eyes wide with confusion. His wife said nothing. He knelt before her once more, striving to master his shock at this epiphany. The decision to hide Aizen's ancestry, we made it before you cast cloud over moon on yourself and the others. Yes. The room seemed to spin all around him, and he closed his eyes quickly for fear of collapsing. But how? He demanded. The spell should keep you from remembering what transpired prior to its casting. It worked on all the others, didn't it? It did. Isane finally looked up at him. The despair he saw there cut through him like a knife, so sharp it rooted out any budding fear he might have about her trustworthiness. It told him this woman, whom he had known for millennia and loved for only a handful of years, was suffering. Jushiro sat carefully on the bed, drawing an arm around Isane's shoulder to bring her closer. What happened? He made his voice as gentle as possible so as not to cause alarm. The spell worked, she spoke in a hushed voice. For them. Not me. When I awoke, I still remembered everything. What does that mean? There was only one reasonable explanation. Isane buried her face in the crook of his shoulder, clutching at his robe for fear of causing him injury in a momentary loss of control. Cloud over Moon cannot have multiple castings on the same target. Which means I already had the spell placed on me beforehand and had forgotten it. Yuka-take felt sickened at the implications. By whom? I was almost too afraid to learn the answer. But I had to. So I gave myself a complete checkup. Down to the core. I found out the spell, and learned who cast it. A shudder went through her large frame. It was me. Something happened in my past, Jushiro. Isane's breath ghosted against the skin of his neck, making his flesh tingle. Something I wanted to forget so badly that I resorted to extreme measures upon myself. I don't know when or what it was, but I do know that whenever I think about it, the only thing I feel is dread. And I know, somehow, that should I ever remember it, the knowledge will destroy me. There was nothing more said between them that night. They lay together on the bed for a while, just gazing at one another, exchanging soft caresses and tender looks. And they made love, eventually. When it was over, Jushiro Yuka-take clasped her in his arms while she slept, knowing that he could never reveal her secret. If the others knew, so iPhone, and especially Byakuya, it would turn their suspicions against Isane for certain. And he would never countenance that. His duty was to stand by her side, defend and support her, for the rest of his days. Whatever burden she labored under was also his to bear. He hoped that would be enough. The small dome of flame now encased her completely. Rania gazed forward in desperation. Before her, the burning man watched the Romanie's every move. The glowing lamps that served as his eyes did not flicker. The building they found themselves in was now transformed into a fiery labyrinth, and somewhere even now her friends might be dying. Rania began to feel lightheaded from wrath. She felt the curse responding in kind, and in desperation strove to suppress it. But the memory of what this foul creature had done just to reach them caused her canines to lengthen into spikes, eyes glowing a wild scarlet. Her heart pounded at the thought of leaping across the way and sinking her fangs into that charred neck. Oddly enough, the dizziness began to get worse. All of a sudden she found it hard to breathe. Rania's vision swam. She stumbled and fell to her knees, panting in and out in what she recognized was an unnatural effort. Her eyes roamed around the flaming prison. There's no air in here. Is this his doing? What? Before a solution could present itself she had already passed out, crumpling spent to the ground. The burning man considered her lying there. He created an opening at the top of the dome, and air rushed back in with a whoosh. Unconscious, Rania began to breathe freely once more. Having satisfied his master's primary order, he allowed the flaming walls to rise, forming a column of destruction through which no mortal could safely pass. Once this was accomplished, that disfigured soul stepped beyond the perimeter of the cage and turned his attention to the remaining humans. Xiomara sprang back at his reappearance. Rania! She screamed. Can you hear me? No response. She cursed wildly. The gigantic guild hall was in flames around them. If they didn't get out soon, there would be no escape. Even as she thought this, the burning man sought her out with his merciless orbs of searing judgment. A silver flash shot across the room. The moment it touched the aura of immolation surrounding the Graf's minion, however, Ulrich's desperate shot melted, spattering in beautiful but harmless drops of liquid metal against him. Their enemy gave no sign he had even felt anything as he turned to focus on the archer in his position on the upper balcony. Then the burning man noticed Bernadette on her knees digging frantically through collapsed debris. Bastard! Xiomara screamed as the beast started towards the girl. In an instant she had transformed into a stag with huge antlers and dove at the flaming fiend's back, hoping her enchanted horns were capable of penetrating his armor of fire. Before she could even reach him, however, floorboards weakened by the blaze gave way with a snap, sending Xiomara tumbling helplessly into the basement. The Burning Man came on without even noticing her plight. More of Ulrich's desperate shots aimed at his back only to be rendered useless. In a panic, the burnt archer began to hobble down the curving staircase. "Run, Bernie!" he howled. Down on her knees, the little redhead struggled mightily to heave a blackened beam off to one side. As she did, a shout of triumph burst from her lips as she saw the red leather envelope unharmed. Bernie snatched it up and spun around. In doing so, she found the Burning Man standing right behind her. "Oh," the girl whispered, red-rimmed green eyes growing huge. She saw one flickering orange hand rise in preparation to reduce her to ashes. Transfixed, Bernie dipped a hand into the protective case and drew out the copy of the Graf's marriage certificate. The moment she did, the Burning Man grew still. Those shining eye pits shrank down to embers. For the first time ever, a sound came from the area of his mouth. A moan, high and needy. The sight of that paper had halted what no force of man or God had been able to stop in 100 years. Bernie scarcely dared to breathe as the monster stood harmlessly in front of her. They were right. Holy shit, it really is him. The Trinity. The man whose name was signed at the bottom of this very document. Timofey Sonin, another one of the Bibliotheca's orphans, just like me. Flaming hands suddenly reached for the certificate, and with a start of comprehension she jerked it back. "No. You'll burn it." For a moment she feared he might kill her anyway, and in desperation she shouted one of the library page's strictest rules: no open flames. The Burning Man hesitated. He looked down at his hands enveloped in cursed fire. Then before their eyes, the blaze around his fingers began to shrink. In mere moments scarred black skin beneath was laid bare. He flexed those ruined hands, now capable of doing no harm, and held them out again with an imploring whine. Awestruck, Bernie proffered the precious parchment, and he took it. With palpable reverence the Burning Man gazed at the words written there one by one. The Guildhall was collapsing around their ears, but neither he nor Bernadette seemed to notice. A shudder went through his flaming frame. The twin burning suns of eyes began to dwindle. At the same time, his suit of flames shrank as well, until at last there crouched before the library orphan a burnt wreck of a human being. Bernie had never seen anything more ghastly. She nearly threw up at the sight. The glow in his eyes was gone. Tears dripped down the burn-slick flesh of his face. In that moment, Timofey Sonin looked over the top of the page straight at Bernadette, and said, "Mine." Before she could respond, blood spattered Bernie's cheeks. She blinked in surprise as the Burning Man emitted a croak, the point of a silver arrow sticking from his mouth. Blood dripped down it and more sprayed from his lips, gushing all over the marriage certificate. Bernadette gave a scream of pained outrage, just as another arrow exploded through the fire-scarred chest, and the Burning Man toppled forward. She dove to catch him. Crying without being sure why, the girl helped that said creature come to rest on the floor. He was still alive, his fingers wiping vainly at the surface of the paper, trying to clean off the blood. But it was too late. The page was ruined, its contents besmirched beyond repair. Any competent librarian could see that. When this became apparent, the Burning Man uttered a horribly human sob, and died. Bernie leapt up and threw herself at Ulrich as he finally managed to reach them. "You damn liar!" she screamed, flailing wild punches at the shocked archer. "You said you'd protect the library's property. Now it's ruined, and he's gone. He wasn't gonna hurt me, he was coming back. I could see it, he was almost there, he was one of US library kids, and you killed him." The outraged girl was then lifted off her feet and tucked under a strong arm. Xiomara, having recovered from the fall, now looked around the burning building. Several fires which had been sustained largely by the Burning Man's power were dying down, but they were still at the center of a holocaust. One which by now had no doubt spread to the surrounding neighborhood. "Go," she ordered the archer. "Before the roof comes down." "What about?" "I'll get Rania." The shapeshifter watched him limp towards the great doors leading outside. When Bernie started to wriggle, she laid a charm on the girl that put her to sleep. Xiomara took note that the gigantic tower of fire in which the Burning Man had sealed Rania was almost completely gone now. It might be possible to jump over the top, but the possibility of taking another dive through weakened floorboards made that tactic undesirable. Just wait. In a few seconds it'll be safe to retrieve her. She stood before the flickering cage, estimating how much time she had before the building collapsed under its own weight. Come on, die down, will you? At last the column disappeared entirely. Relieved, Xiomara stepped forward, only to halt in disbelief. The floor before her lay empty. Rania was gone. Well, wasn't that an unexpected turn of events? Yasukika Imura placed the readout in a drawer and got back to work. He had been on duty since well before dawn, so a brief break was not out of order. As third seat of Heron Squad, he felt it was his responsibility to emulate good behavior for those he generously thought of as underlings. Since the Autumn War's conclusion, he no longer felt an innate sense of inferiority in regards to other squads, and it was his greatest desire to ensure his crew never gave the others cause to reconsider their newfound respectability. So that no one else looked down on Captain Anohana's command again. He often imagined how impressed his old captain would be, should she actually return one day, at how high the former 4th Division had risen. Yasukika-san! Anohana exclaimed, bringing a lovely hand to her cheek in astonishment. I'm impressed. Never did it occur to me that anyone could achieve such a perfect blend of cold command and efficient mercy. Truly, you have fashioned Heron into the paramount company of Shinigami in my absence. Even Zero Squad could not compare. I am honored that you find it so. Taeko, the steely-eyed master healer and military genius grunted, one foot planted on the unconscious body of Captain Zaraki, a bloodied Zanpakuto resting on his bare shoulder. Perhaps in the future the Kenpaku will not be so quick to throw shade at our division, when he regains his senses, that is. Oh, but you are wounded. Anohana rushed to his side, soft fingers rising to hover hesitantly over the slight cut on his cheek. Her matchless eyes sparkled, as though eager to aid in his recovery but unnerved at the prospect of doing so without his express permission. It is nothing, Retsu-sama. Square spectacles flashed as he turned an appraising eye upon her fair form, noting the subtle signs of smoldering attraction which only his godlike perceptiveness could uncover. Although, and here he spotted how her pulse quickened eagerly, it would not do for me to let such a minor blemish linger unnecessarily. Then please, dear Yasukika, she uttered breathlessly. Come to my room, and permit me to tend your wounds. A satisfied smirk let her know this was exactly what he wanted. Affecting no great haste, Imura proceeded to follow the healer goddess back to her quarters, while a humiliated Captain Commander Kukaki watched them depart under a storm cloud of mingled inadequacy and burning envy. His sexy wife, on the other hand, was slyly considering how best to insinuate herself into the mix and thereby. Yasukika jumped with a squeak as a dark form appeared in front of his desk. It's so iPhone, she heard me again. Third seat Imura. I have come to deliver a message from the Captain Commander. He relaxed. Just a messenger. Nothing to be worried about. Of course. Imura sat up straight and strove to present an image of cool composure. Since they had sent an actual person instead of relying on hell butterflies, it must be something of great import. Unfortunately, neither Captain Katetsu nor Lieutenant Kukaki are in right now, so if you wish to. The message is for you. The masked courier took a step closer. By order of Captain Commander Byakuya Kukaki, the lieutenant of Heron Company Rukia Kukaki is hereby stripped of her title and placed on indefinite suspension from Shinigami duties. Captain Katetsu will name her replacement. Until then, you are the acting lieutenant of Heron. Having fulfilled his function, the messenger vanished as silently as he came, leaving one very shocked second seat Shinigami behind. Well, that was really unexpected. Arc 5, Finn. Chapter 22, Cure-All, Ill Intent. The sky was a beautiful pink rose, with clouds bumping into one another like people about to start chatting. A light breeze made the grass and flowers bob back and forth, tossing up petals and dandelion fluff that went drifting around for him to chase. Shotoka loved dreams. The boy bent down and started walking on his hands. He could do it no problem. At home he always fell over, but here, that never happened. It's what made dreams the best. A knocking sound started. Without question the eager child started up and raced to find out where it might be coming from. He passed more beautiful flowers in this wide open field, and as he ran, Shotoku noticed something odd. It hadn't dawned on him in the beginning, but now that he looked more carefully, the flowers weren't real. They were like drawings in one of his books, flat, with fat black edges and only color inside. Actually, everything here looked that way. Was this a storybook? The noise caught his attention once more. It reminded him of Shishio-dashi, that hollow talk sound that let you know it was full and about to empty itself. But it happened so quick. Talk talk talk, there must be lots of them. He ran faster, in a hurry to see this. All of a sudden the boy found he was running up a hill. When he got to the top, there was no water fountain. Just a little white rabbit. Talk. What are you doing? In response the rabbit stood back on its hind legs and looked at him. Making mochi, it replied. Then it went back to work. Talk. Shotoku saw that was indeed what the tiny creature was up to. It had a wooden mallet with which it pounded the sweet rice paste in a large mortar. Talk. With every hit the bowl swiveled and the rabbit pulled its sticky mallet back for another strike. Talk and repeat. Like a clock going round and round, counting time. Kyojaku sat and watched, hypnotized. Talk. Can I try? At this the bunny once more propped the hammer on its small shoulder and turned to regard him, setting its free paw on its waist and adopting a very proud stance, for a rabbit, at least. It's not ready, the critter told him. Long ears then cocked to one side, pink nose twitching. Or did you mean you want to swing my mallet? The boy nodded. The rabbit seemed to consider this. At last it gave a shake of its head. Nope. And it went right back to work. Talk. About this time, Shotoku realized that night had fallen. The stars were out. Everything had become very soft looking. But still drawn. The bunny's white fur gleamed under the moonlight. He spotted a large patch of black on its hind leg, and for just a moment, Shotoku felt afraid that it was looking at him. Like it was an eye. A big black hole of an eye that wanted to gobble him up as if he were mochi. To get away from it, he looked up at the moon. And that was when he spotted another important sight. The moon. It was big and full, but it didn't have anything on it. There was no picture. Could that mean? Are you the rabbit in the moon? Shotoku demanded eagerly. Talk. Once more the long-eared critter cocked its head to one side. It mused thoughtfully without ever ceasing to strike the mochi. You know? I believe I am. The mythical creature cast an approving look towards him. How very clever of you to figure that out. You must be something special indeed. The little boy beamed at being so praised. My name is Shotoku Kurosaki. What's yours? Talk. You may call me Yu. Talk. Yosagi Yu. He thought about this. Moon Rabbit. But that's what I called you. Don't you have a real name? Asterisk 2. Whatever do you mean? Shotoku looked up, to find the moon had gone dark. As black as the mark in the rabbit's side. He knew right away it was an eye, glaring down angrily. It reminded him of howling, a horrid shrieking clamor all around. Talk. No. It's all right. Talk. No cause for concern. Talk. But I should return to work. Okay. Shotoku turned to go. It felt as though he had done something wrong. Bye. Next time. The boy stopped and turned around. Back at the hilltop, the rabbit winked one shiny red eye at him. Maybe you can take a turn, eh? It twirled the mallet in midair and caught it in those tiny paws to bring it down with a resounding talk. This made him grin. Okay. With that the dreaming child raced away waving excitedly. Bye, you. And goodbye to you. Talk. Kyojaku Kukaki. The name made him turn, but when he looked back all he saw was his own reflection rippling in the surface of a pond in which the moon could be seen. Yet even that was just a drawing, and in the pool, or behind it, he could see a sword. If he listened closely, he could hear it whispering. Flower, in the hand, moon, on the water. Darkness fell, and he forgot it all upon waking. Come on. The goalie bellowed with arms spread and feet planted firmly in the turf. Bring it. I'll show you the burning spirit of the great Hida. Join Sam. The shot plowed into his stomach so hard it blew his shoes and socks off. Straightening up, Karen Kurosaki glanced around the field and casually called out, "Goal." "Very funny, Kurosaki-chan." Their soccer coach came strolling over while casting a disapproving look at her other students, laughing without reserve at this display. "If you're just going to clown around, then how about you give me 10 laps around the track?" "Yes, sensei." While some of her teammates helped Hida back to his feet, the ace of the Karakura High girls soccer team jogged past, giving him a reassuring pat on the head as she did. Her childhood friend shook off all efforts at support before resolutely resuming his spot behind the goal line with grim determination. The sight made her smirk as she began her self-inflicted punishment. Good to have someone she could rely on, at least on the field. Running gave her time to think, which was just the way she liked it. Karen's freshman year in high school was proving tumultuous, one might say. Several of her friends from middle school had gone to different districts, and while having Yuzu in the same class was always a source of relief, their social orbits were seemingly drifting further and further apart. Navigating the high school dynamic could be surprisingly daunting. Then there was the classwork, and the attention she got from word of mouth about her sports skills, ranging from friendly to awkward to creepy, in the case of certain boys. So when practice ended and everyone made their goodbyes before drifting home, it did not escape Karen's notice that she was being tailed. A few stops to casually adjust her shoelaces or check out her phone confirmed this to be the case. Karen wasn't overly concerned. Self-defense classes from both her dad, brother, and sister-in-law meant she could handle herself far more capably than the average high school girl. Of course, most people had the luxury of not knowing about hollows. Still, unlike all the times before, for some reason she didn't feel the slightest bit of danger. And that got Karen thinking. The teen continued along her usual route home only to suddenly turn a corner near the canal. Doing so cut off view of her, and the pursuer quickened their pace to catch up. Upon reaching the intersection they paused to peer around the corner just in case. The sense of the girl remained far ahead, but it hadn't escaped his notice that this stretch of road went on for a ways with no side streets to duck down if she happened to glance back. Which might be exactly what she had in mind. All was well, however. Karen continued walking without turning around. Edging gingerly into the open, ready to bolt if it came to that, the pursuer proceeded forward a few careful steps. Nobody knows who I really am, He froze in mid-step. I've never felt this empty before, Looking down revealed a cell phone propped against the wall right at the corner. He had walked by without noticing it at all. Only then did he realize what it meant. Sure enough, when he came back around, Karen stood down the lane looking right at him. Khan. The way she said his name and the expression she wore made the Modsole flinch and duck his head in chagrin. Karen made no move towards him, only stood there holding a cell phone. After a few moments he turned to retrieve the one that had been used as a trap. With what could be considered understandable reluctance, Khan Pakushiba crossed the remaining distance to stand before his adopted sister. 2 phones is kind of excessive, don't ya think? He joked half-heartedly while holding it out to her. That one's for emergencies. She took the item and opened her bag to stuff it back in. This seemed like it might be the case. Karen zipped up the tote bag, slipped the other phone into the pocket of her dress shirt, then hauled off and belted Khan right in the gut. He doubled over with a wheeze. Thought for sure you'd aim for the balls, he gasped from this bent position. I've gotten stronger lately. I was afraid they might explode. And with that she threw her arms around his neck in the fiercest of hugs. God damn it, Khan. The girl swore in a voice hoarse from restrained emotion. She said nothing more, only held on tight as though to make sure he couldn't run away and leave her again. He patted her head gently in response, not even bothering to hide the dopey grin this moment brought out in him. After a few seconds in which her hold grew so tight he began to wonder if she might be aiming to hurt him again, Karen finally let go and drew a step back. You're looking good. Her eyes were dry, which was both reassuring and somewhat worrying. Still not letting the tears show, little sister. It made him chuckle. The scowl that creased her brow served to warn of further bodily harm to his person, and hurriedly he sought to make amends. And you've grown up, Khan said in an effort to hide his previous disparaging thoughts. That's what happens when you've been gone for as long as you have. It's only been a year. He protested. It's been 3 years, she declared in a flat voice. Who's counting? The mod soul grumbled, stuffing both hands in his pockets and glancing off to one side with guilt written all over his face. Karen just crossed her arms with a sigh to stand in a more relaxed stance. She smiled, to his great surprise and even greater relief. Doing so allowed him to get a better look at her. The preteen he had once known was well on her way to becoming a woman. She had grown at least a foot in his absence, with long hair held up in a ponytail. The Karakura high uniform looked good on her. Clearly Karen remained devoted to soccer, legs like that didn't happen by accident. No tattoos or earrings that he could see, and she didn't smell like cigarettes, so his concern that Karen might have become a juvenile delinquent in his absence proved unfounded. A practiced eye detected the telltale signs of a sports bra, which meant C cup, Karen stated assuredly. Khan looked up, blinking out of his daze. What? I usually tape them down for practice. She inhaled long enough to push up her chest, then let it out with a sigh. You wanna feel to make sure I'm not lying. He just stared, face going a sickly shade of pale. Karen turned away. Kidding. Let's go. Wouldn't want to be late for the big event. She lobbed her gym bag at him, which Khan clumsily managed to catch despite being thrown for such a loop. He hurried to follow. The young woman looked over one shoulder as if to assure herself of his progress, and a smile came to her face that Khan had never seen on Karen before. It made him wonder just how much of that had been a joke. Come on, Nii-san, she called back, and he jerked to obey. They walked together beside the canal without speaking for a while. How's the family? Khan finally asked when he felt it safe to speak. She glanced at him curiously. You mean you don't know? I thought for sure you'd stop by to see Rukia before anyone else. When he shook his head, the teen studied him for a moment before shrugging the matter off. Whatever. We're all good. Ichieni's really taking off in kendo training. He might have his own dojo before long. Dad and Nanao are dating. Khan actually stumbled at this and she waited for him to catch up. Yeah, me too. Everybody pretends like it isn't happening, but they're only fooling themselves. Yuzo took a while to accept it. We all did, really, but I think they might be serious, so what do I care? After a brief consideration, Karen decided to dodge the topic of Rukia and instead switch to a safer subject. We watched you in the Olympics, by the way. Khan puffed up with pride at this point. Were you all suitably amazed? Tatsuki was more impressive. His shoulders sagged, which secretly filled Karen with fiendish delight. She had almost forgotten how nice it was to have a big brother worth teasing again. Did you guys meet up? There's no way you could have missed one another. Why yeah, we did, Khan mumbled, looking painfully embarrassed again. She, didn't mention me? No. He sighed. Figures. Karen noticed his gloom and decided to try and perk him up. It was actually pretty cool of you not to break the world record by much. Only a few milliseconds gives regular people something to shoot for. She then added with a touch of curiosity, why did you decide to run for Lesotho anyway? Khan rubbed his shorn head abstractedly. I looked at a list of all the countries that have never won a single medal, and picked one I never heard of before. Figured it would do the people some good to have the world's attention turned towards them for a little bit. And I was able to disappear pretty easily after making a tidy sum of cash. That's kinda decent of you, Khan. She placed a hand on his shoulder and gave a playful shake. Khan grinned in return, noting a certain energy animating Karen that had been noticeably absent since he first started following her. I might have come back at just the right time. Lost in his musings, it took Khan a while to realize they weren't heading in the right direction. Karen? Your house is that way. I know. She soldiered on without looking at him, a sly smile on her lips. I'm taking you to meet the kids. Kids. No further clarification proved forthcoming. He therefore was forced to trail along in moderate confusion, being peppered by the occasional query and wondering just what the future really had in store for him. After a while, though, It became painfully obvious where the little terror was taking him. Still, Khan went along without making a fuss. This was bound to happen eventually. Soon enough, they were standing in front of the Usagi Shoten. Khan looked up at the sign and swallowed. "Be brave," she told him. The anxious mod gave an abstract nod as they stepped into the open shop. A few ladies from the neighborhood left off chatting over their purchases to study the two of them. A few offered greetings to Karen by name, indicating she was a regular fixture by now. None of them stuck out in Khan's head from his time serving here. As he remembered days long past, the curtain leading to the back of the shop parted, and out stepped. For a second he thought for sure it must be Rukia, then another part of his brain objected to that being impossible on its face, and before he had come up with a reasonable explanation, the dark-haired young woman before him inclined her head in a humble nod. "Karen-sama. Khan-san. Welcome back." The truth was as obvious as that solemn voice and doleful eyes in a teenage stranger's face. "Yururu-chan?" he demanded incredulously. Was that really her? Khan. Before he knew it, a ballistic missile took him square in the midriff to launch Khan into the yard. For a moment he stared in a dreamy haze at a beautiful blue sky as the pain started to build. Then this was blocked out by the sight of a tremendous white smile in a brown-skinned face. "Welcome home, Campion." Noboru Shihoin crowed. "Hey, kiddo," Khan grinned as he sat up. The messy-haired nobleman collapsed back with a laugh, wearing the most radiant smile Khan could ever recall being directed his way. "Good to see you haven't changed." "Oh, man." Noboru hopped to his feet and began bouncing around the yard while exclaiming in a jumble of different languages. By the way the customers were regarding his performance with either fondness or stern disapproval, he must be a fixture around the shop too. That regular mortals could see him also meant he must be in a custom jigai, one of those that masked your spiritual presence. Otherwise I would have felt him coming. Well, that makes two of us. You're back. I don't believe it. This is incredible, what a great birthday gift. Karen had come up by this point, and Noboru hiked his thumb at her. Hey, did you notice how this one grew some nice soft tetas? Watch it. And they both smacked him upside the head, which the prince made no attempt to avoid. Karen and Khan exchanged looks of mingled exasperation and embarrassment. But by then Noboru had grabbed both their arms and proceeded to lead them inside. "Kman," he insisted. "No waiting, you're just in time, amigo. Let's get this party started. Oh, look who's here." This mild statement brought Khan's attention back to the shop, where he got his third surprise of the day. For there, tentatively clambering down the step to join them in the yard, was a little boy who couldn't be more than 3 years old. He had short, straight black hair combed off to one side and wore a little paper crown on his head. Dark eyes narrowed in studious deliberation as he examined Khan for some hint as to what this tall adult might add to his world. Doing so gave Khan no trouble picking out the resemblance to his mother. "You must be the prince," he breathed, a faint twitching smile doing its best to hide the growing ache in his heart. "Actually, it's Shotoku," Karen corrected him, moving forward to pick up her nephew when he made no move to approach. As they came closer, the boy swiftly turned away to bury his face in his aunt's shoulder. "Shoto, can you say hello to your mommy and daddy's friend Khan? He's kind of my big brother, so that makes him your Uncle Khan." "Hi," a soft voice breathed towards the storefront before falling quiet. "Nice to finally meet you, kid." Unable to resist the urge, Khan reached out and pinched a tiny foot, causing the boy to swiftly jerk it away. He laughed, marveling at this little miracle. "And happy birthday, to boot." "It's not my birthday," little Shoto whipped around and then returned to the protection of his aunt just as fast. Then, somewhat louder, he called, "Mama." A small commotion back inside indicated someone, probably Yururu, had notified the owner already. Khan had thought himself prepared for seeing her again. What he hadn't counted on was what she happened to be holding upon coming out into the sunlight. Khan. Rukia Kukaki looked exactly as he remembered her. The smile she wore made Khan feel safe and at peace for the first time in ages. His name on her tongue sent shivers up his spine. That, or it had something to do with the fact Rukia held a baby against her breast. His birthday. Shoto declared triumphantly, wriggling around until Karen put him down, at which point he raced over to hug his mother around the leg and rest his head against her knee. Being so encumbered, it fell to Khan to stumble awkwardly forward until he stood in front of the smiling maiden. The others held back to give them some space. He gaped down at the infant swaddled in its bundle, then back to Rukia in amazement. "You had another one?" he mumbled. She nodded, smiling at his reaction. Rukia stole a tender glance at the sleeping child. "Her name is Hirako. She was born a few weeks ago." Then when a look of confusion dawned on his face she quickly added, "Shoto still doesn't have his pronouns quite straight." The petite Shinigami reached down to pat her older child's head. He also thinks his sister was just born because she's been in the hospital up until yesterday. "Nothing to worry about," Noboru supplied as he sauntered over to join them with hands clasped lazily behind his head. "Our little princess just had heart issues when she first came out. They kept her until it was all cleared up, so she's fine now and ready to meet the fam." He gave Khan a playful kick in the shins. "Lucky you came back when you did." "Yeah. Lucky." Khan could barely get even that much out, agog at the implications. "Come inside, everyone." The lady of the house took her son by the hand and guided him back indoors. "The party won't start until Ichigo and his father get off work, but we can certainly keep you all entertained until then. So, Khan, got any kids of your own yet?" Noboru exclaimed from out of the blue. "How many lovely ladies across the globe made you their baby daddy?" "Baby daddy," Shoto repeated with remarkable alacrity. "Kids say the cutest things," the rebel prince declared, ignoring the dire glare his aunt shot him or the way all the blood had drained from Khan's face. This topic and more came under discussion as they headed towards the family's living quarters. Behind them, Yururu offered celebratory treats and notifications of a one-day discount to any new customers as the extended tribe of Kurosaki and Kukaki convened under one roof. A blank sheet of paper. Pristine, serene, ready to be infused with death. The sorceress returned her extremely long brush to the inkstand and continued to write. Hate. Despair. Another infusion of ink allowed her to continue. Grief. Isolation. Panic. Dread. More followed. Confusion. Remorse. Lust. Hopelessness. Someone approached. She waited for them. Suspicion. A knock came at the door. "Retsu? I am coming in." Resignation. The sorceress did not stop as the paneled door slid open, allowing her adopted son and recognized sovereign to enter. He took a seat gracefully beside her, observing the work she languorously sought to complete. Bitterness. "I've made contact." Or perhaps, he made contact with me. Jealousy. A small sound that might have been a sigh came in response. Her visitor watched as she restocked the ink before beginning anew. Revenge. The sight of that word disturbed him for some reason. "You were correct. It will take time, but I believe a stronger connection will be to our benefit." Then, more gently, "How are you feeling?" The pen paused in its work. After a while it slowly began the journey across the huge paper spread out before them once more. Nightmare. Afraid, she responded back in a voice faint as if it came from a great distance. That final word sealed the spell. The black marks began to crawl across the page as though alive, until they reached the captive held at the center of the great paper carpet. Bound hand and foot by cloth and spell, Kiryu Hakaifuan, once a captain of the Godi I-13 and proud member of Zero Squad, thrashed helplessly as the enchanted ink crawled off the page and onto her body. She stiffened, clenched fists squeezing hard enough to draw blood. A gurgling sound came from her chest and she thrashed anew with each successive symbol. At last the victim went limp. Her eyes stared blankly while feeble tortured breaths continued unabated. "This one won't last much longer," the man thought to himself. Beside him the witch began to clean off her implements. "I will visit them soon," she told him. He nodded. Try as he might, he could discern nothing from her voice or face to reassure himself. Few could hide from him totally. But she was blank. It made him worry. For both of them. He was just considering voicing his concerns when her next words drew him up short. "We are growing a garden, Sosuke. Not all of them will survive. Her mask turned to face him, and he could not help but grieve a little at the sight. If only I had been sooner. But you will see them bloom. Of course. He smiled at her to show everything was all right. I shall compose a poem when that happens. Until then, and here his dark brown eyes shone with pleasure, would you take tea with me? Certainly, my lord. He clapped his hands lightly. Tisson? Pray fetch today's blend. Yes, your majesty, a quiet voice spoke behind the door frame. Soon enough the victim was removed, and two gods sipped tea together while observing a limitless view of heaven. Ichigo Kurosaka smiled. Hey, Khan. Hi, the mod soul managed back, fumbling a smile and lapsing into a sort of awkward pose with forearm braced on the wall and hand in his pocket. Apparently this was not enough for Ichigo, who proceeded to march forward and embrace his old ally without reservation. Perhaps realizing how ridiculous he would look if he didn't return it, Khan did so. After a few seconds Ichigo stepped back to give him a friendly pat on the shoulder. So you're an Olympic champion now? Yeah. Khan shuffled his feet and gave a hapless grin. And you're a dad twice over. Well, not like it's a competition. Here the red-haired young man paused. But I'm definitely winning. A scoffing laugh escaped Khan's throat. You punk. And now he really smiled before giving Ichigo a hug of his own. Finally, Karen smiled to herself from her place against a wall. Dad and Yuzu had arrived at the party earlier. Her sister made almost as much of a big deal about Khan as she did their new niece. Not that Karen could blame her. There was a warm, safe aura about the whole house. Maybe it was just having so many people she cared for under one roof. It made her feel invincible, hopeful, happy. Every good thing in life rolled up and served straight into her soul. Some people call this joy. I just call it family. The boys stood out in the hall trading stories for a bit before coming back into the den. Their Rukia drew them both over to have another look at little Hiriko, who had woken up and was starting to become fussy by the look of it. Sure enough, when Ichigo tried to take her out of the crib she started crying, that earth-shattering wail that only babies can make. He handed her to Khan, who realized much to his horror that her diaper needed changing, which meant passing her off to Rukia, who seemed to appreciate it about as much as Karen would in her situation. As much as she loved her brother and sister-in-law, Karen had privately resolved never to change a dirty diaper in their family. If the smell wasn't bad enough, the amount of howling her nephew and niece engaged in during this arrangement was enough to destroy her appreciation of childbirth. It was with a certain measure of shame she acknowledged that Yuzu contributed more to the household than she did, often cooking meals which she brought over for the young couple to share and paying regular visits. Still, she was Aunt Karen. Baa-san. The one who was always ready to chase Shoto around or push him in his little car. The one who could be counted on to read to him and listen to the stories he made up, some of them were downright bizarre, when his parents needed to be alone. The one who nodded along and understood what it signified when the little boy pointed and said, "Spook." It meant he had seen a ghost. In the 3 years since the fall of the Wild Hunt, there had been no major incidents regarding ghosts that she was aware of. Hollows remained virtually unnoticed. Every now and then she saw the odd plus floating around, but those were harmless for the most part. Still, Karen knew for a fact the land of the dead was never very far off. You only had to check the news to hear about another miracle, after all. Ichigo headed away from Khan, about time, and she quickly moved to take his place. He had taken up post by the doorway, as if preparing to bolt at the first opportunity. Karen resolved not to let him get away so easily this time. So what else were you up to? Khan sipped from a canned coffee drink courtesy of the store while he appeared to ponder her question. Let's see. I had a job as a courier in Mongolia. Delivering packages. That lasted until I started to make a name for myself. Left before people could ask too many questions. Got to be a fitness trainer in Hawaii. You can buy my workout DVD for only $9.95 plus shipping and handling. Bet you were popular at that, she supplied. He only gave a shrug in response. For about 3 months I was a Sherpa in the Himalayas. Never once lost a single climber. But a lot of them were pretty bossy, especially the amateurs. The view was amazing. Even that couldn't compare to the Serengeti, though. I helped patrol the park. Anti-poaching, herd tracking, head counts, that sort of thing. Almost got eaten by a lion once. She gave up after about a minute and we got to be friends later on, from a distance. Okay. Karen had to admit she was impressed. Sure, Khan was older than her, but listening to him really hit home how little she had done in her life. Never even been outside the country. Then again, this was the reason he had left. Which begs the question. So why'd you come back? What? For a moment he seemed taken off guard by the question, like he wasn't sure why she would ask. Well, you know, I promised to, right? Before you graduated high school. I'm just a freshman, she felt the need to point out. You still had plenty of time. Could have taken a trip to outer space with all the money you saved up. That would have made a great story. Guess you're right. He swished the contents of his can and took a long pull. Still, Karen felt inordinately pleased that she would be the first excuse he came up with. There's other stuff, too, he added. Grumblings in the spirit world. I ran across a few Shinigami. None of them were what I'd classify as open, but I got the impression things were starting to happen. Rukia lost her job, you know, Karen quickly pointed out. This seemed to surprise him. How did that happen? A fight with her brother. It was pretty bad. What's he got to be mad about? Khan declared scornfully. He's married to the Aztec goddess of lust herself and money bushes sprout wherever he walks. That guy should have no complaints. This made her laugh. It happened about a year ago. One of Ichieni's friends from school, Mikiro, remember her? Well, she got sick and nearly died, so Rukia healed her, but apparently they're not supposed to do that, so Byakuya took away her status as a death god. Huh. His face had grown thoughtful. How'd Ichigo handle it? Pretty well, actually. It meant he got to spend more time with her. And she got pregnant with Hirako not long after that, so. Karen hesitated upon noticing how clearly uncomfortable this topic made him. She kicked herself mentally. Stupid. Don't shove it in his face like that. But hey, that reminds me of something I wanted to ask you. At this Karen drew in a little closer, lowering her voice. Did you see anybody other than Shinigami around the world? He threw her a sharp look. You mean like the masked guys? Yes. A surge of triumph passed through her at this. It is them, isn't it? The ones behind the miracle effect. Subdued, Khan chugged the rest of his coffee drink and leaned against the wall with a moody frown. They're called Arashi. They work for one of the bigwigs in the afterlife, the guy that tried to marry Rukia right before I left. Bringing them up was a surefire way to shut down any conversation I had with a Shinigami lately. Are they bad? From what she remembered, the Arashi had protected Rukia when the Wild Hunt attacked. And their presence in the world today certainly couldn't be considered malevolent. In fact, a lot of people considered it a good thing. No. He rubbed the back of his head restlessly. At least, not that you'd know it. I'll ask my big sis in Soul Society. She's sure to have an answer, considering what she's got going on. Satisfied, Karen left it at that. She could get more out of him later. Doctor. Ryukin Ishida looked up from the prospectus before him to find the head nurse waiting by his office door. The look on her face combined with the document's contents served to sour his already frosty mood. Yes. Sir, it happened again. Without another word he rose and indicated for her to lead on. They soon found themselves in the hospice section standing before a particular room. There an elderly man sat at the bedside of a white-haired woman. His wife, if Ryukin was not mistaken. He was talking softly to her, touching her hair with the tenderest of affection. It was a familiar sight by this point. Only now, for the first time in his experience, the wife was responding back. Smiling as though nothing was wrong, there were tears in both their eyes. The patient began to cry as her husband kissed her hand. It must have happened early this morning, the nurse explained in a hushed voice. We noticed when he came in to see her. The difference, everyone knew right away. It was miraculous, He finished for her with a slight twist of his lips. Yes, sir. Creutzfeldt, Jacob disease. Later stages. She didn't have much time. Ryakin found himself clenching a fist that existed only in his memory. That would no longer seem to be the case. He knew it should be a good thing, the return of a loved one whom everyone said was beyond saving. They should be celebrating. Yet he couldn't bring himself to do so. Shortly after the first such high-profile incident occurred on these premises a year ago, there had been a noticeable migration. Apparently his hospital held the highest occurrence rate for the miracle cure anywhere. Rumor traveled quickly, especially when other cases began to happen across the globe. Misato, that is, Mayor Oka, was the one to clue him in on it. Patients from all over Japan, and in some cases other hemispheres, made the trip to be accepted into his care. All for the slim chance that it might happen for them, driven by diagnoses that promised either certain death or a lifetime of pain with no chance of improvement. It wasn't common. But every time this miracle happened, it only fueled the belief that some supernatural force watched over them. Explanations ranged from divine providence to a previously unrecorded radiation as a result of Japan's exposure to nuclear weapons. But Ryakin knew the truth. As they stood there, watching the old couple basking in each other's company, he alone took notice of the three masked figures standing quietly in a corner. When they saw him watching, the trio of Arashi mages bowed in courteous fashion before slipping unnoticed through a wall. The doctor observed their departure with a frown. This would not go unremarked, both here and in the afterlife. Whether he liked it or not, his life had been thrust back into the world of the spirits once again. Quincy no more, he still found himself on the outskirts of a battle unlike anything human society ever knew. A war of hope. Did you hear? The nurse murmured as they stood side by side watching this touching scene. They have an actual name for it now. Someone started calling this the King's Touch. Against his own best interests, he found himself asking, why? The idea is that heaven grants healing through royalty. Doesn't make much sense to me. Not as if the emperor laid hands on any of the afflicted. They discussed treatment for a while, after which he turned and walked away. There was a meeting scheduled soon, and this information might prove valuable. Back in his office, Ryakin busied himself with the routine duties of running a hospital. In less than 15 minutes, though, he felt a presence approaching. After informing the staff that he would be in a private conference call for the next half hour, he settled in and waited, gazing out the window and brooding on everything that had occurred. Movement flickered on the edge of his vision as a black-robed figure emerged through the wall and looked around. We good. No one will disturb us for anything short of an emergency. The Quincy doctor stood and pulled out a chair for her, even though there was hardly any need. I've received some disturbing news. Really? The Shinigami Kian Katetsu leapt soundlessly over to land in the offered seat, folding her legs beneath her to lean forward with voracious interest. The wooden badge on her arm spoke of seniority. He found that hard to believe. Her large eyes shone, and the gammon grin she wore made her look like some type of mischievous woodland imp. Even more so than usual. Lay it on me, Quincy-san. Another case happened today. That makes 8 in the last 3 months. Her festive mood diminished in a flash. Are they still here? The Arashi mages left after completing their work. Ryakin found himself reaching for a report with a hand he no longer had. Irked at this behavior even after 3 years, he contrived to do so with his right arm, conscious of how awkward this felt. He opened the folder and spread it out for her inspection. You could bar them from entering, Kian spoke somewhat accusingly as she perused the documents. At this, the white-haired medic lifted his chin to give her a reproachful look. Shinigami are always welcome here, no matter what. They're not technically Shinigami, you know. She shifted in her seat, glancing around the sparingly decorated office and its hidden testimony to the Quincy legacy. Irrelevant. They are healing the sick, with no ill effects that I have been able to detect. He adjusted his glasses with a frown. Unless you have come to contradict that statement. When Kian just made a face, he settled back in his seat. I see. Well, whatever repercussions there might be, I trust you to uncover and handle them. Still, there is something I only recently learned about. Office gossip, though it may interest you. The girl glanced up, a gleam returning to her eye at the word gossip. Oh. Despite assuredly being centuries old, Kiin Kotetsu demonstrated traits which Ryukin only attributed to the very young and very immature. He couldn't help but feel like the elder whenever they spoke, although he had been assured that this young chatterbox was actually a high-ranking member of afterlife nobility. One of my nurses mentioned that a new title is catching on for the supposed miracle. According to her, some have taken to calling it the King's Touch. Kiin's eyes narrowed. King. She repeated, clearly not liking the implications. Yes. Ryukin picked up a pen and began tapping it against his desk, an outward sign of agitation he permitted himself. And since I do believe the source of our miracle derives from a would-be usurper to the throne, it strikes me there might be an agency at work. The Shinigami's face fell, her whole body taking on a subdued aura which appeared wholly alien to her normal firebrand personality. We have to be careful whom we discuss this with. The rest of the Siriti still believes Anohana is on our side, my sister included. It would break her heart to learn the truth. White-gloved fingers ran up and down the arms of her chair. Kiin made no pretense of hiding her anxiety as he did. Keeping things from her isn't exactly comfortable for me either. Yuka-take-sama. Here she stopped and seemed to collect herself. I mean, Nii-sama has it hard as well. So this is relevant. Bet your eye teeth it is. I know targeted gossip when I hear it. Somebody's easing folks into the idea of divine royalty. And that's Max of Eisen. She hopped to her feet. Let me get back to you on this. If it really is Nirvana, I've got a few acquaintances in the mortal realm who might be able to help. She bit her thumb and regarded him coyly. So, any headway on getting married, sensei? Ryukin scowled. It would seem he must now suffer the intrusions of yet another woman who simply could not take no for an answer. The party was over. Both kids were sleeping soundly. Rukia had to practically be ordered to turn in after everybody else had left, with Ichigo resolving to handle anything with Hirako short of breastfeeding. They offered to let Kon spend the night, and while he had a place already set up, it wasn't in him to turn this generous offer down. He sat on the front steps of the Usagi Shoten looking up at the stars. Ichigo was currently busy making up an extra room for him. It was a fine night, the sort that always made him long to go for a run. Since the last Summer Olympics, that had necessitated dodging the odd sharp-eyed fan. Other than that, his life had been fairly untroubled. Now everything had changed, and he found himself balancing on a razor's edge. Rukia, Ichigo, their children, Soul Society. Everything's converging. The sound of someone tromping down the stairs alerted him, but before he could stand up a certain red-haired 20-something flopped down on the step beside him. Man, Ichigo breathed. I thought I was going to be up till midnight, but she dropped right off almost as soon as I put her in the crib. Thank heaven for small miracles, Kon supplied. You don't know the half of it, his old friend said with a groan, rubbing sore neck muscles. Her brother used to sleep terribly. Woke up every few hours. Bad dreams, or something. It drove us batty, me especially, worrying that there might be something wrong with him. Besides that, how have things been going for you guys? Kon asked cautiously. It had not escaped his notice neither Ichigo nor Rukia wore a wedding band. Did that mean? We're good, Ichigo supplied, in a voice so even and casual it made the mod automatically fear for his safety. Continuing, however, all the younger man said was, we had a few scares here and there, but nothing that we couldn't handle. Best play it cautiously here. Remember who you're dealing with. Karen mentioned that Rukia isn't a Shinigami anymore. For the first time since arriving, that old familiar expression of surly anger settled on Ichigo's face. Byakuya. He spit the name as though wishing its bearer were roasting in hell. I thought he had mellowed, but ever since becoming Captain Commander, I guess he feels he has to reassert that nobody's above the law, even his own family. Rukia paid the price for it. Trust me, if she had to do it all over again, nothing would change. It was definitely the right call. Our world's a better place for it. Yeah. Kon crossed long legs at the ankle and reclined back on his hands. I was hoping to pop in on Soul Society while I'm here. See how the Shiba are doing, that sort of thing. Mind if I use the gate in your basement? Not at all. Then, once more in that eerily calm tone, you plan on staying long. Bearding the lion in his den. Long enough to get caught up with everybody. I'd like to spend some time with the girls. Let Karen and Yuzu know I never forgot them. Maybe look up a few of the old gang, if any are still around. Ichigo shrugged. Not many. Chad's pretty much vanished. We only hear from him now and then. Everyone else is at university. Except for Mikuru. She and Yurei are getting married, did you hear? No. Of course, he had known about their relationship long before Ichigo. Still hard to believe anybody could really be interested in Ishida. But maybe opposites did attract? Not like there had ever been someone else who the Quincy had his eye on. And this did lead neatly into another question. So, you and Rukia? Yeah. You never got married. To his amazement, the redhead just shrugged. I asked if she wanted to after Kyojaku was born. Who? Kon blinked. Shoto. That's his unofficial name, Ichigo explained. The one that we use for spirit business. I guess it's a code name now, like Noboru's, Masahiko, Kon supplied. Thanks. Anyway, like I was saying, I asked, and she said no. Totally fine by me. Not exactly common in Japan, but we make it work. Again, a faint undercurrent of challenge, as though daring anyone to question the unusual family dynamic he had worked out with Rukia. I'm glad you're both doing well. This admission brought Kurosaki up short, and he leveled a look of surprise on Kon. Thanks. Some time passed with no words exchanged. Perhaps they were both letting things simmer down. Finally Ichigo said in a more friendly vein, Hey, you know, I help train the kendo clubs at both Karakura High and Karakura First. The trials for the All-Japan High School Championship are taking place soon, and we've got a tough fight ahead. A pause, then he asked, Do you want to come watch? My students would love to meet a real champion athlete. Sure. Okay, pleasantries are over. Time to hit the nail on the head. Anything new about Aizen? Ichigo bent over to lace both hands beneath his chin and glare at the wall across from them, as though imagining the man in question were standing right there mocking him. He's been quiet for years now. Which isn't fooling anybody, of course. When Captain Commander Kukaki can find the time to grace us with a visit, he likes to give a status report. There's been no sign of Grimjo, the Wild Hunt, or Rose for 3 years. Ichimaru pops up on their radar from time to time, and also. Here he turned his head away, swallowing on what in a lesser man might be fear. Well, anyway, I can't complain much. The Shinigami seem to be doing their job. Hollows hardly ever show up, and we're on top of things in the mundane world. Like I said, no complaints. It's just. And here Ichigo's shoulders drooped with a tired sigh. I'm scared. Whoa. Did he just admit that out loud? Kurosaki went on without further prodding. I'm scared of this being taken away. Scared that the war will start up again and I'll lose all of it. My kids are in the mix now. My kids, Kon. Somebody once told me. He threw a look filled with pain at his old friend, that I'd let them down. Shotoku and Hirako. They both should have been born into a world where they could live in peace. We were supposed to make it that way for them. Instead I get more and more certain as time goes by that we dropped the ball back then. Like what we thought was a great victory actually foisted the responsibility off of us and onto the next generation. He turned away again. I wish we could just finish this before my children have to find out it ever even happened. Kon could only stare. After a while he put his thoughts in order sufficiently to say, You've really grown up a lot in the past few years, Ki. I mean, Ichigo. It's like you're an adult, or more like, a father. Can you believe it, considering the role model I had to work with? That made him laugh. I'm actually glad to see your dad hasn't changed. Yeah, he and Naneo take care of things around the house and the clinic. Speaking of grown-ups, remember Oka-sensei? Oh, the man-eater? Sure, how could I forget? She ever get her hooks into Ishida's dad? No. She's the mayor now. What? Get out of Karakura town. I kid you not. She ran on a campaign emphasizing education, and was just too crazy in debates to even come close to defeating. She treated her opponent like he was an unruly student in class, which he couldn't fire back on apparently. Now word is she's trying to use her political power to force Ishida-sensei to the altar. He's fighting tooth and nail. I do not envy him that fight. Aizen might be easier. Khan finally stood up, having gotten everything he dared to off his chest. That being said, think I'll turn in for the night. Let me show you the way. Ichigo rose to accompany him inside. While you're here, I also wanted to talk to you about something. You've heard of the miracle effect, right? Of course. It's worldwide from what I understand. Well, about that. Ichigo scratched his head uncomfortably. It kind of started with us. A sense of unease stole over Khan. Say what? With His Highness compliments, your ladyship. The courier knelt and held up the item in question, while behind him the rest of the entourage bowed in humble deference to the sublime personage. Standing in front of them, Kyokaku Shiba clenched her teeth in an ugly grimace, one eye twitching in sync with a vein in her temple. It was nothing special on its face. Just a piece of paper. But by accepting it, she would immediately become owner of some of the richest and most valuable tea fields in all of Siraidai. To either side of her Shiraga Nihiko and Kuroga Nihiko stood with arms crossed, trying to hide the disbelief from their faces. Ganja was doing a much less successful job at that, for which she firmly intended to chastise him later. But first things first. I refuse, she spit. Take it back. Of course, your ladyship. The messenger stood and rewrapped the proffered land contract. However, as they are tailor-made, I have been ordered to leave the raiment to use as you see fit. He indicated back behind him where 3 racks held row upon row of garments fit for a queen. A one-armed queen, at that. As I see fit. The timbre of her voice caused her brother and servants to shy away. A psychotic grin transformed the Lady of Shiba's face into something worthy of an ogre straight from hell. Then tell him I plan to use them as cannon wadding. I shall do so. His calm, polite response nearly cost her what measure of self-control she had left. Before any violence could ensue, Kyokaku spun about and stomped back into the family home, leaving her retainers to deal with this latest show of interest. 3 years. 3 goddamned years of this. The man did not know when to quit. Oh, will you just marry him, already? Shut it. I will not be bullied into getting hitched. That is not what's going on here. The guy likes you. Trust me, it's a good match. When I want advice on blowing stuff up, I'll come to you. Not about starting a family. This is the best thing to happen to your family since Ganju's testicles dropped. Own it. Amatsumura, I swear, so help me Buddha. Fine. I'll clam up for now. Just don't expect this to be the last you hear from him. The furious heiress strode into the lower reaches of her home. The Zanpakuto was right about one thing. Katsura Arashi would never give up. He had made his intentions quite clear from the beginning. You are of marriageable age. We are both the scions of great houses. The differences in our past should not preclude consideration of an advantageous match. You complete and utter lunatic, I am not interested in you. That is hardly the matter under discussion at this point. To continue. He was so infuriatingly calm about it. If Katsura had been some lovesick hornball only interested in her for one thing, and there have been plenty of those in the past, to be sure, she would have had no qualms about kicking his butt all the way back to Arashi Manor. Instead she found herself being repeatedly proposed to by one of the wealthiest, most powerful, don't forget handsome, and important people in all the afterlife. Had the King of Soul Society himself descended from heaven and asked for her hand in marriage, she could not have been more hard-pressed to refuse. Which raised another thorny issue. You're Aizen Sosuke's uncle, aren't you? What of it? Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but your current feud with the Kukaki and Shihoin stems from their withholding that information from you. Am I right? Indeed. I hate to burst your bubble, pal, but I knew he was your nephew too. All the way back before I helped lock that maniac up in Nirvana. Lady Shiba. Yeah. If you can forgive me for murdering your father and ransacking your future, then I can certainly forgive you for this. The look on his face when he said that had made Kyokaku uncertain about this deal for the first time ever. Before, she always convinced herself he would give up eventually in the face of her persistence. Stubbornness, you mean? This was just some sort of messed up noble business, the type she had not been forced to deal with and had no inclination to start now. But maybe, just maybe, Katsura had something else in mind when he offered to take her as his wife. I never should have hit him in the head that first night. He was looking at me funny all through dinner. I thought it was because he had a concussion. But maybe it started then. Love does spring up in the unlikeliest ways. Will you give it a rest? Oops, sorry. Don't mind me, I was just leaving. Kyokaku marched on until she reached her private quarters, whereupon she flung open the door and slammed it shut hard enough to shake the foundations. Her previously interrupted efforts at developing a reusable fireworks mixture proved unable to hold her interest for long, and eventually she collapsed back onto a futon with a groan. Why is this happening? The man is old enough to be my father. He's not trustworthy. His family is basically at civilized war with my best friend and her husband. And lest we forget, he's related to a monster who wants to rule over us all. Where exactly is the part I'm supposed to get excited about? Alright, admittedly he's the only person to express this sort of interest in me. Ever, if I'm being brutally honest. He wants me to be his wife. It would automatically bring the Shiba back into ascendancy. We could reclaim everything we lost. Those tea fields he sent over today used to belong to us, if I'm not mistaken. Which is exactly the sort of thinking that got my father into so much trouble. Is it? Or was it being too proud to recognize what was staring him in the face? Nothing is ever simple with these people. You know that. If he says he loves me, what is he not saying, huh? Your brother married for love. Look what it got him. Happiness? An early grave. You loved her like a sister. She was my sister. I knew that just by the way Kyan looked at her. And just like that she could almost hear her brother scolding her. Honestly, Keiku, he would say. Can't you at least make an effort here? My little sister can take care of herself. Since when has a proud Shiba been afraid to accept a challenge, huh? I've never wanted to get married, she muttered to the empty room, almost expecting a response. If only Kyan were here. Or her mother, or even father. How do you know when someone truly loves you or when they're just looking to further their own interests? When it makes absolutely no sense for them to do so, maybe? Please. Just because I'm not rich and powerful doesn't mean his attention doesn't come with strings. I'm still connected to the Grand Lady of the Shihoin, and my little brother defeated Katsura in a duel that would have given him almost total control of the Siraitai. Those right there are more than enough reason to be suspicious. Didn't you yourself tell him to stop dwelling on the past and put to rest all that ancient history? This isn't ancient. It's fresh. What am I supposed to do, just blithely snap at some stranger's bait? I don't need wealth and fancy things. What's the incentive for me to even consider this? How about being happy? I am happy. Not being unhappy and being happy are not the same thing. Don't get cute with me. Kyokaku. What? Aren't you lonely? I don't get lonely. You know that. Yeah. And you're proud of it. What's that supposed to mean? Pride. It's your family's downfall. Everybody needs a character flaw. Kyokaku, I think Katsura might be looking to have a future with you. One that doesn't involve conniving or plotting to seize power. Think about everything he must be going through right now. Do you honestly think his clan is fully behind him marrying a woman in your situation? I mean, what do I care? He's willing to face the opposition of his own house, not to mention the perceived disgrace this would earn him from other members of noble society. Men of his stature aren't supposed to lessen themselves. Ever. Look at Byakuya Kukaki. His first marriage nearly killed his standing amongst the nobles. He did it anyway, and beat them all back. It was the bravest damn thing I ever heard of. I know, it surprised me too. But this can't be the same thing. Why not? I'm not cut out. I mean, fit for that sort of thing. Oh, my dear girl. Kyokaku Shiba looked down to where the stump of her left arm protruded from her robe. Why would any man want me, when he could obviously do better? You were always told to be proud of your sacrifice. By those who knew of it, at least. And they were right. You faced an evil god for the sake of people you would never even meet. Still, I know, growing up, it wasn't easy. Seeing the way some of those people looked at you. Especially the boys. Girls could be even more cruel. Don't you think Katsura knows what that feels like? Him? No. He'd execute anyone who looked at him that way. Wow. Sounds like quite a catch. You two would probably have a lot in common to talk about. Very funny. It wasn't a joke. Will you please give this some consideration? For all our sakes. I don't know how many more priceless works of art I can take seeing shot out of a cannon. Now that was a joke. Not bad. Her Zanpakuto faded away with a last rush of warm support. Kyokaku turned over and laid her head on the pillow. She reached up to touch her stump reflexively, realized what she was doing, and angrily flopped over on her back to stare at the ceiling. I'm not being childish. Just careful. That being said, what's the harm in learning a little more? Genju! She bellowed. There came a scrambling down the hall. Moments later her door slid open to show the younger Shiba seated respectfully before it. Yes, Nei-chan. Kyokaku took a deep breath. I want you to arrange an omiye for me. Kon entered the building only to come to a surprised halt. Karen. Hey. The high schooler leaned against a wall with arms crossed over her chest. As she stood her eyes flickered over him, and Karen pulled a face. Ugh. You're wearing that. He glanced down at himself in confusion. What's wrong with it? You helped me buy these 3 years ago. It looks like you got dressed in the dark, she said with a snort. Then before he could retort she hopped over and took him by the hand. Come on, the competition starts soon. Kon hurried to keep up as she pulled him along. The sports center where they were holding this event was only a few towns over, so it hadn't taken him long to get here. It was a bright sunny Saturday which made the run over even more pleasant. He had been looking forward to this for days. So you didn't have any plans this weekend? He asked. Karen threw him a measuring look. Didn't I tell you? I go to all his matches. It's a little too violent for Yuzu's tastes, so she has me text her the details. She's still his biggest fan. But he's not even competing. He's just a trainer for the team, right? He still brings his gear to every match, can you believe it? Really went all in since graduating. The school would hire him officially if they could. An amused laugh escaped her throat. Can you picture it? Ichinii is a teacher. Stranger things have happened, he felt the need to point out. Karen just grinned and skipped down the hall, requiring he do the same. The gym proved to be much larger than that of Karakura High. Kon peered around, trying to make sense of the unfamiliar scenery. There were lots of people, students in kendo armor warming up or relaxing before their matches, officials talking with team coaches, even photographers. A few spectators lined the balcony which ringed the arena. It was here that Karen led him, until they stood one story up where they could see the whole field laid out below them. Ichinii wants you to meet the team afterwards, Karen explained. That way they won't feel nervous with an Olympian watching. If they win, it'll be a nice surprise, and if not, well, do your best to cheer them up. Can do. Kon watched the proceedings, feeling a bit lost. You want a quick intro to the sport? Before he could respond, the longtime athlete was off. Okay, first off, swords, armor. Hit your opponent in one of 4 spots to score a point. And you gotta announce it so the judges know it wasn't an accident. There's men for head, do for midsection. Kon strove to digest as much of this as possible. He never did have a complete grasp of kendo, but the basics made sense. Generally teams of 5 competed in one-on-one matches for points. Men and women formed separate groups. The fighting positions were ranked Senpo, Jiho, Chikin, Fukusho, and Teisho. First, Senpo, and last, Teisho, places generally belonged to the most talented teammates. Best 3 out of 5 matches wins. Most tournaments held individual matches as well. Ichigo had been his squad's Taisho back when their school got second place in the national championships. This right here was a local preliminary, with teams competing to advance to the next round. We can watch the individual matches first. The ban on low-ranked Kendoko was lifted back in the 90s, so Ichinii could compete in the All Japan Kendo Championships, Karen went on. I think he might even win, but right now, he says he's sticking to teaching. Track was simpler, Khan grunted, eyes scanning the crowd. By now the warm-ups were over and the first competitors were being brought forward, bowing to one another with the officials observing. Whatever. You looking for Ichinii? There they are, over by the west entrance. No, don't shout, you might get them in trouble. Just wave, okay? Wave. She demonstrated, so Khan followed suit. Down on the floor her brother and the sensei were giving the team of girls and boys some last-minute encouragement, but he still noticed and waved back with a nod of recognition before returning to his students. A few seconds later they were marching up to the lists. Satisfied, Karen launched back into her explanation. So anyway, there are 8 teams competing today. It goes prelims, state finals, regionals, and then finals. Our first match is with that girls group over there, see them? I hear they aren't that good, but their Taisho is pretty tough. The boys are a lot better, which means... Khan. Bow, the head referee commanded. Both teams did so. Let's have a good match. Ichigo observed his girls as they returned to the sidelines, ready to cheer on their first contestant. The official kendo instructor from Karakura was his old coach, and at his suggestion, Ichigo would handle the girls' team while he took charge of the boys. It was an arrangement that suited him fine. Their Taisho, Aoi Mitsubashi, was a senior well on her way towards continuing the school's reputation for athletic excellence. She possessed sound judgment while competing in excellent footwork, making her both quick and precise. He himself had lost more than 1 point to her in practice sessions. This was the result of many students wanting the chance to cross swords with him, regardless of whether they be girls or boys. Just the chance to spar with a semi-legendary figure came with bonuses, it would seem. Before team events, though, there were the individual matches. First up on their side was Aoi. Tall for her age, the girl adjusted the strings of her armor and gripped Ashina tightly. She was the only member of their team trying out in the individual matches this time around, which meant a lot was riding on her shoulders. Her opponent was reputed to be low-key but fierce. Pace yourself, he warned. Don't go full throttle all at once. Got it, sensei, she nodded before walking up to the mat. The familiar throb of fear ran through Ichigo's arms as the opponents crouched on their respective lines. It was strange to admit, having faced real-life demons and fighters that made yokai of legend seem like mere boogeymen, but he always felt this way before competition. Whether it was himself or someone he coached, Ichigo Kurosaka tended to worry, had he trained hard enough, and conversely, trained his students. You could never tell until the match began, and then it was too late to do anything about it. So instead you concentrated on the moment. In doing so the dread became nothing more than a memory. A flag dropped. Begin. Both girls rose, and Ichigo clenched a fist as eager exhortations exploded from both teams. 3 minutes for a kendo match necessitated getting a read on the mood fast. He watched Aoi move with approval, then took note of her opponent. A solid defensive stance, yet when she made the first strike, her accompanying cry left much to be desired. There was no force behind it at all. By contrast, Aoi's answering shout sounded magnitudes of volume bigger. It made his pulse race, dispelling the lingering miasma from before. Men, Ari. The first point scored as groans came from the girls of Karakura High, and Ichigo's heart sank. Karen grabbed him by the shoulder with an urgent whisper. Khan. The tall mod did not respond. She was starting to get worried. The way he just stood there, face blank, hardly even seeming to breathe, was this some kind of afterlife magic? Could a hollow be nearby, and this was his instinctive response? No, she had seen him go up against hollows before without freezing up. Now she had no explanation for his behavior. Men, Ari. Out of the blue Khan appeared to regain his composure. He blinked a few times and gave his head a small shake. Karen didn't miss the sweat dripping down his neck. "Hey, are you all right?" she demanded. "Do you want to sit down?" He looked at her as though having no idea what she might have said. Pale blue eyes searched her face distractedly before a flash of recognition came. "Ka." He coughed. "Karen." "Yeah." Her heart was pounding, and she was just prepared to go looking for help when Khan turned back to the arena floor and said in a distant voice, "I think that's my mom." Kota. Two white flags went up, and with a wild cry of joy, the Karakura team leapt to cheer their captain. Ichigo let out his breath with a sigh of relief. It had been a close thing, but at the last second a momentary hesitation on her adversary's part had been capitalized on in beautiful fashion by Aoi, allowing her to take the point and the match. An excellent start. Both competitors rejoined their fellows, to mingled responses. Mitsubashi accepted her teammates' congratulations with a proud grin. Across the way, the defeated opponent got a round of commiseration and a pat on the shoulder from their coach. "Nice job, Aoi," Ichigo spoke as she looked to him, clearly hoping for an assessment of her performance. He adopted a sterner expression. "But you got lucky. That last point should never have happened. An adversary almost never drops their guard to such an extent." He then smiled. "That said, fortune favors the prepared, and you proved yourself to be such out there." "Thank you, sensei." The girl took off her helmet to smile back. "Pardon me." The Karakura team turned as two people approached. One was the girl who had just lost to Aoi, still in her gear. The other was her coach, a stout woman who seemed to put little stock in her appearance judging by the simple ponytail and unremarkable garb she wore. "Kurosaka-sensei?" the older woman asked. "Yes." "Congratulations." She bowed. "I hope you'll forgive the interruption. My student expressed a desire to speak with you specifically." Mystified, he looked between the two as the instructor stepped back and her protégé came forward. Somewhat short, she fidgeted nervously with head downcast, voice a soft mumble in the confines of her stifling helmet. "Pleased to meet you, name is Yuri Konishi. Hoping to, not too much trouble, be so kind." All of a sudden the girl took a deep breath and looked at him squarely. "I am a huge fan. May I ask for a chance to spar with you before the next match?" "You see," her coach explained when Ichigo just stared, "Konishi has to return home immediately after the final results in order to join her family on a trip. She won't have a chance to interact with anyone, and she was very much looking forward to meeting you. I know this counts as an imposition which you have no obligation to honor." Here both she and the teen Kendaka bowed. "But may we ask you to grant our selfish request, Kurosaka-sensei?" His students all looked at him. Having won their first match, they seemed none too concerned at this unexpected entreaty from a vanquished foe. Point of fact, the kendo students of Karakura High had a tendency to talk up their young coach to an embarrassing extent. Being only a part-time instructor, he was loath to make too much of a spectacle of himself. But he also recognized how important it was for teenagers to feel encouraged. Especially by their heroes. "Konishi-san." The girl jumped a bit when he said her name, causing him to smile just in case his usual unapproachable scowl had resumed its place on his face. "I would be glad to spar with you. Let me put on my armor and I'll be right back." "Thank you, Ichigo Kurosaki," the other coach stated. "We all look forward to seeing your performance." Taking Konishi by the shoulder, she then went over to speak with the judge, who directed her towards one of the empty areas beyond the bounds of the designated event space. "You're so nice, sensei," one of his girls informed him with a smug grin. "How come you won't show off when we ask you to, huh?" Another inquired in joking fashion. "Focus on your upcoming match," he shot back. "And Aoi, take this chance to rest up before the next round." "I will." Their Taisho grinned as she hoisted off her chest protector. Apparently she was as eager to see him in action as her companions. Ichigo reflected on how this might not have been such a good idea after all. Still, until the qualifying matches were finished there was nothing for him to do. The boys' team had not yet started on their own end, so there was nobody to cheer. Might as well do whatever good I can. He looked to the balcony where his family waited, and frowned. What's going on up there? Say what? Her. Khan indicated listlessly with one hand. That one. He gave Karen a confused look that she felt certain must be inferior to the one she herself was sporting. Isn't that weird? Weird hardly did it justice. This was downright spooky. Khan hardly ever talked about his past. The topic of his parentage was something he strictly avoided discussing in her experience. Either he was ashamed of them, or himself for some reason. Karen looked down at the person he referred to as his mother. That's not possible. It's gotta be a case of mistaken identity. Yes, that was the normal solution. But since when did anything in her experience qualify as normal? A sense of profound unease stole over her. From up here she couldn't tell if Ichii had sensed anything out of the ordinary. Then again, he wasn't the best at predicting trouble. Which was funny, how fond Trouble was of seeking him out in particular. Whatever the case, this was not something she felt should go unaddressed. As they watched, Ichigo broke away from the person in question and went to pick up his gear. He started to put it on while the students flocked around him. Karen felt a chill. No way, is he going to fight? Did that mean her brother had actually recognized something is off? But then why would he choose his kendo gear to answer it? I don't like this. Don't be scared. Startled, she glanced up at Khan. He looked transfixed again. Blank, listless eyes watched the proceedings below. At the same time, however, he was covered in sweat. Don't be scared, he repeated like a chant. You'll be fine. Don't be scared. Everything's fine. I'm here. I'm here. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. His words provoked the exact opposite response in Karen, and she turned her attention to the events below in a kind of anguish. The sounds of further competition filled the gymnasium. Ichigo Kurosaka stood across from Yuri Konishi. Both wore full armor, swords held in a two-handed pose of intense concentration. He had already resolved not to go all out. For starters, this was a girl, hard enough to challenge someone of the opposite gender as it might be. He didn't want to risk her getting injured when they still had the team matches ahead of them. She probably wanted to hear his assessment of her form. He could have told her as much just from watching her previous performance, but perhaps Konishi wanted a chance to gain his judgment firsthand. Take your positions, Konishi's coach called. He could not remember getting her name. Still, both complied. Ichigo drew his shina from one hand to the other and raised it in readiness as he crouched across from the tiny high schooler. To his surprise, Yuri did not reciprocate. She stood there still holding the bamboo blade just below the guard, gripping the weapon as though it's being held in a scabbard. She mused aloud as those around them began to whisper. Yes, I know this. But it comes naturally to me. My true style, well. She then took the hilt in her right hand and raised the weapon horizontally before her in backwards fashion. You could say that I'm underhanded. Was that supposed to be a pun? Ichigo frowned at this breach of etiquette. He wanted to speak out against it, but felt the girl's own coach should do so. Sure enough. Konishi, the older woman warned sternly, I gave you an instruction. This is no time for games. Kurosaka-sensei is waiting. My apologies. I know how trying it is, to wait. Now the teen returned her weapon to its proper stance, tip raised towards her adversary. Shall we begin? It was only when she sat across from him did something that had been nagging at Ichigo from earlier become clear. Though hidden behind the mesh and wire helmet, he could still tell that Yuri Konishi's eyes possessed an unusual color. They were certainly not brown. If anything, they reminded him of Rukia's, deep blue, to the point of being lavender. Those watching saw Ichigo Kurosaka suddenly flinch and spring to his feet, while across from him, the girl glided smoothly upright. Hello, Kurosaka Bozu, Anohana said, and closed with him before he knew it. Something's wrong. Karen had watched her brother practice kendo for the past 4 years. His style was a familiar thing to her. The very rules of the sport initially made it rather boring to watch, since each match looked and sounded a great deal like the last. It was only with prolonged observation did she detect the qualities which eventually made her realize this could be as enjoyable a pastime as soccer. What she was witnessing now held nothing of the sport's benefits. It more closely resembled a death match. Ichigo moved as though he was battling for his life. Every swooping slice and jab from the girl's blunt weapon, he turned aside as though desperate to keep away from his body. Yet for whatever reason he chose not to fight back. She could actually see him check himself when the compulsion to retaliate was so strong. And the way his opponent fought, she gave no quarter, no rest. Neither of them even made those brazen shouts that initially reminded her of modern-day tennis players, grunting and bellowing with every strike. To her consternation, the girl feinted suddenly to the left, then when Ichigo responded she skipped back to circle around him so lightly it almost looked like she was floating. Foul. You can't do that in kendo. Her brother swung about in time to block a slash at his head, and now they were facing each other from the opposite sides as when they started. The girls from Karakura High were shouting furiously at such behavior. Even one of the actual referees overseeing a match took notice and motioned for a tournament official to come over, pointing at where the two fighters still engaged each other and speaking forcefully. That was enough. Karen spared a glance at Kon, who remained shell-shocked in a way that almost made her just as afraid for him. But Ichigo was the one in the most obvious trouble. Without another second of hesitation the angry teen dashed toward the stairs, slipping on her Shinigami glove as she did. Bamboo swords clashed, and Ichigo found himself driven back. Heart laboring from fear and anger, he sought to drive forward, only to meet a barrage of blows that seemed to fall from all sides. No killing intent, I see, Anohana murmured calmly as she pressed her attack. The spectators had now grown concerned or livid in some cases. Neither challenger was behaving in the manner customary for a display of kendo. For starters, they did not shout, the resolute battle cries meant to intimidate a foe while displaying one's spirit being conspicuously absent. In fact, Ichigo didn't make a sound. He did not strike at his adversary even once. Almost like he wasn't trying to score at all. And he wasn't. Instead Ichigo Kurosaka cursed himself for a fool. She had planned this. His armor and greaves prevented him from reaching the Jikengan dispenser stashed in his pocket. If he dropped his guard even for a moment to try and reach it, who knows what she might do. Everyone around them was in range of an attack. Without warning he sprang forward, sword held toward his body, and the bamboo blades clashed with a harsh clack. Man and woman strained against one another now in a test of strength. Being so close, he had no trouble seeing her smile. "Are you pleased to see me, boy?" She spoke below her breath. "Go to hell." Ichigo grunted. When he tried to put his superior height and weight to use in forcing her back, he found himself unable to budge this tiny woman by so much as a millimeter. Some type of magic? And I can't use Kido at all like this. You've done well so far, the teenage version of Anohana mused without so much as a hitch in breathing to indicate strain. Shall we abandon the pretense? With that she spun gracefully to one side, causing Ichigo to stumble forward. He caught himself from falling. A deathly quiet fell on the spectators, and when he turned, Ichigo immediately saw why. Anohana had shifted her sword into an underhand grip once again, now angled before her body like a long knife. In doing so, she had abandoned the last remaining vestige of this being a kendo match. Did you know Yamamoto advocated kendo, as a way to boost morale? She asked lightly, no longer bothering to keep her voice low. A sinister chuckle emerged from behind the mask. Just so you know, this whole experience has been torture for me. Several onlookers gasped when Ichigo straightened up to hold his sword in a stance that in no way derived from athletics. He glared at the youthful-seeming witch across from him. You got my back, old man. As much as I can, Ichigo. He leapt with sword raised high overhead and brought it down in a diagonal slash. Anohana placed a hand against the back of the blade to block, then twisted her dominant wrist to send both weapons arcing briefly to one side. As she did, her foot lashed out and kicked Ichigo in the kneecap. He uttered a grunt of pained surprise before lurching over to collapse on the floor. Sprawled flat, he stared wrathfully up at the woman who had brought him low with a single hit. You favor your left knee, Kurosaka Bozu, the chilling creature spoke as she stood triumphant over him. I conjecture you received a very destructive injury to it at some point. Probably still gives you trouble in poor weather. Whoever healed you did a mediocre job, in my professional opinion. Anohana bent down low, wearing a look of concern behind her mask. Was it your father? Or Rukia-chan, perhaps? A tournament official barged into the battleground bellowing that they both halt, only to stumble back and go sprawling from one jab of Anohana's blade. The look on his face as he sat there panting was apparently enough to prevent anyone else from attempting to do the same. From his fallen position, Ichigo took advantage of this momentary distraction to deliver a backhand swing that caused Retsu to spring away. By the time he raised himself to one knee, she had already renewed her attack, raining blow after blow upon him such that he could no longer counter. Only now a newfound sense of playfulness imbued the onslaught. Atsuki took him in the throat. A men rapped against his skull, even as a perfectly executed kote nearly made him drop his sword. She was hitting him with kendo strikes. Good. The moment Adu aimed towards his lower body came swooping in, Kurosaki dropped his sword and clapped an arm down, pinning the bamboo shaft against his ribs even as it sent a shock through his body. Before Anohana could attempt to drag it loose, he sent his free palm into the shaft, snapping the bamboo halfway along its length. When she pulled the splintered mess back, he surged up and sent a karate punch into her armored midsection. Ah, she breathed, a hint of outrage laden in that single utterance. Ichigo did not give her time to consider how best to counter this sudden shift in martial arts. Instead he performed a leg sweep which sent the medwitch leaping away. By then he was back on his feet. Encumbered by heavy kendo equipment, he sought to ignore this handicap and muster the training which he had received in childhood. He sent a whirlwind kick at Anohana's head, causing her to duck. He had intended to pair that up with an improvised drop kick to catch her by surprise. Only when a sudden blaze of pain shot through his leg did Ichigo realize his instincts had failed him. He had performed that move using his left foot to support himself, and the old injury to his knee, combined with the more recent assault, caused him to lose his balance. As he stumbled, Anohana snatched up the shattered haft of her sword. Crouching down, she placed her free hand against the broken end for support and drove the rubber tip into his wounded knee with savage precision. The sound of snapping bone carried over the screams of the spectators, along with Ichigo's own. By the time she reached the arena floor, Karen had to fight through a frightened, confused crowd of high school students in armor, flustered teachers, and kendo enthusiasts, all of whom found themselves thrust into the middle of a war. She could hear people screaming at the two fighters up ahead, so why didn't anybody step in and put a stop to it? Then again, if this enemy proved to be who she thought it was, they might need more than numbers to put her down. She clutched her spectral glove tightly. All of a sudden a scream carried over the din that sent a knife through her heart. Move! Karen shouted, clawing and elbowing her way deep into the press of bodies. When she finally burst through to stand in a cleared space, it was to find her elder brother sprawled on his side clutching at the ground in agony. From his left leg there protruded bloodied bone. 3 of the kendo girls from his team were down on the floor beside him attempting to remove the remainder of his kendo armor while shouting for medical attention. Ichigo's face was white. He took small gasps of air that had a wheezing aspect to them. Karen remembered a similar scene 4 years ago when he and Kon had tried to kill one another. The same horror she had experienced watching that happen returned unbidden. This devastating emotion lasted only until she caught sight of the person responsible for all this. Yuri Konishi, or whatever her real name might be, had removed the helmet and now stood regarding her victim with aloof dispassion. As Karen watched, she gave a small shake of her head, picking up Ichigo's Shina before turning to walk into the crowd, who parted as though afraid to get too close. Members of her own team attempted to accost her, only to freeze on approach, allowing Konishi to walk right on by. With a peaceful air, the monster girl returned to her school's area where she began to strip off her armor and pack away her belongings. You bitch! Konishi spared a glance at the trembling girl confronting her a few paces off. Ah! Karen-chan. This is our first time meeting. What a shame it should happen under such unforgiving circumstances. Standing with feet planted, Karen Kurosaki emanated a fury which caused any nearby to shy away even further. If you think I'm going to let you just waltz out of here. What, then? You'll stop me. A fond smile only served to make that lovely face even more grotesque by comparison. Konishi bent to strip off her hakama trousers, seemingly unconcerned with what anyone might see. By now you must have guessed who I am, Karen-chan. My advice is to call someone in your circle of acquaintances who possesses the requisite skills which would be useful in this confrontation. Specifically, those you sorely lack. Like your father, or Nanao-san. She clipped on a skirt before returning to stowing her gear. Not Rukia-chan, though. She remains unaware of me, after all. The cold-hearted monster slipped on some shoes and stood up, hoisting her bag and claimed Sheena like a spoil of war onto one shoulder. Please don't let me keep you any longer. I'm sure your brother could benefit from some first aid right now. Be a good girl and see to that for me, won't you? With that Yuri slipped quietly by, demure and proper as though nothing untoward had transpired. She passed within a handspan of Karen. The teen's fists clenched, aching to lash out with Shinigami glove and drive this thing from her shell into the light of day. She did not. Instead, when only a few steps separated them, Karen drew in a deep breath and turned around. You still think you're in the right, don't you? Kanishi tilted her head to one side but did not stop walking. You keep hurting us like you don't even have to wonder why anymore. Face white, teeth gritted and eyes filled with unshed tears, Karen called out, stupid hag. You still can't see that you're worse than Yamamoto ever was. Yuri Kanishi froze. Her bag fell to the floor, and as it did she flew backwards, the smooth shaft of bamboo lashing out and smashing into Karen's jaw. The girl spun and hit the ground hard with Kanishi raining unforgiving blows upon her. Karen instinctively curled into a defensive ball even as the pain hit full force. She caught sight of Ichigo roaring in pure rage as he tried to stand only for his twisted leg to send him sprawling once more. Even then, he strove to crawl towards her. The rest of the crowd did nothing to oppose this explosion of violent anger. They seemed almost paralyzed, unable to intervene owing to the sheer inexplicable brutality of the attack. Or perhaps something more was at work. Miserable child. Kanishi swore with every breath. Insouciant little brat. No idea what I endured, for millennia, and you dare to question me. Think your innocence can save you. Shall I show you what it feels like when nobody comes to your rescue? Karen tasted blood in her mouth, and this combined with the pain nearly made her throw up. It was then she realized the beating had stopped. Only the sound of flesh being struck still continued. When she cracked a swelling eye around, Karen saw Khan had flung himself atop her. His eyes were shut tight, lips pressed together as though attempting not to scream. Above them Kanishi snarled guttural sounds that no human should be capable of producing as she heedlessly battered the unresisting Maud, striking his back and shoulders with her sword as though disciplining a misbehaving child. Karen couldn't understand why he didn't fight back. At the next strike, a whimper came from Khan's throat, and it was then she knew. He's scared. Dazed from the assault, Karen still felt grief at the realization that Khan was being beaten by the one person he had thought loved him unconditionally. As Kanishi raised her weapon for another vicious blow, he sucked in a breath and screamed, "Mother, please stop." In an instant the attack halted. Did somebody finally grab her? Karen peered past her protector's tear-streaked face. Yuri Kanishi stood with arm raised for a strike that did not fall. Her lovely face, twisted by blackest hate only moments before, had gone white. Deep blue eyes flung wide, and her lips moved soundlessly as she stared at Khan. The sword dropped from her nerveless grip. Kanishi flung both hands to cover her mouth, trembling from head to foot. The witch stumbled while she backed away, never taking her eyes off Khan, as though horrified at what she had done. Tears fell that stained her white dress shirt a gruesome red. As Karen watched, Kanishi's right eye turned solid black, only to bubble away into a noxious substance that spewed out of its eye socket like pus from rotten flesh. That maimed creature suddenly turned and fled. No attempt was made to impede her flight. Even Ichigo, bleeding on the ground with a Jikangan dispenser halfway to his mouth, was too amazed at what he saw to mount an offensive. "Call a doctor!" Someone shouted once Kanishi was gone. "Inform the authorities!" Came another frantic protest. Whatever spell might have held them prisoner was gone. Physical therapists and medical professionals on hand to deal with sports-related injuries came bustling forward with the tools of their trade. Khan managed to totter upright while mumbling that he was all right to anyone that asked. They soon enough found themselves surrounded by anxious students and concerned officials. When Karen made an attempt to stand, she swayed and sat down heavily. Her ears were ringing, one eye had swollen shut, and her throbbing jaw could barely manage out, "Call Dad," before darkness claimed her. Anohana Retsu finally stopped running in an alley. Surrounded by the smell of garbage from a nearby takeout restaurant, she doubled over and vomited. Blood came out, along with other things too foul to name. For a time she simply stood there, heart and mind a whirl. Noise ahead alerted her. When she looked up, it was to find three hard-looking men now stood blocking off the end of the alley. They made no move to approach. Still, it was clear their presence portended trouble. The sorceress regained enough composure to stand tall once more. "May I help you, gentlemen?" None of the trio responded. The attack from behind came so swift and silent another person would surely have fallen prey to it. Instead, Anohana whirled and drove out her arm palm first, catching the man on the chin as his knife thrust went harmlessly by her. He collapsed, whether unconscious or dead, it made no difference. Calmly she bent to pick up the dagger and regard her would-be attackers. "I take it you are the ones who have been giving me trouble of late." There came a shifting at the end of the alley. Between the toughs slipped a tall fair woman with long black hair and an unforgiving expression. She wore a simple short skirt with white dress shirt untucked and open at the collar. In her hand was a sheathed katana. Anohana cocked her head, empty eye drawing over this person. "An assassin, is it?" she asked carelessly. "Think of this as a test," Kunieda Ryo declared coldly. Without taking her attention from the one-eyed woman for a moment, she passed off the sword and, to Retsu's surprise, began to unbutton her shirt. Once done, she handed the garment off, revealing what looked like a leotard or one-piece swimsuit beneath. Unfazed, the witch continued to watch as that tall beauty accepted her weapon back and drew the razor-sharp blade free. The sheath clattered to the filthy ground, and she raised the katana to shoulder height. A smirk twisted Anohana's lips. "Come, then, brave soul." Kunieda charged. Her assistants did not seek to help. Anohana hefted the dagger underhand at her approach. A long blade like that would be more of a hindrance than an advantage in these confined quarters. Even if the girl tried to keep her distance to capitalize on a superior reach, the terrain would soon prove its worth. Only a few feet away, Ryo dropped down and skidded forward, twisting around as she did. Unusual, Anohana thought as she dodged, lifting her knife in preparation to. She then spotted the girl's bare back. Etched onto every inch of skin was a magnificent tattoo of a black dragon, its golden claws gripping snow-capped mountains as it twisted through the heavens. Before the witch could react, the divine beast's eyes sought out her own. They flashed white. Anohana then stood blinking in the middle of an alleyway, wondering why she was holding a dagger to strike when there was no one even near her. As she pondered this mystery, there came a slight swishing sound, followed by a breath of warm air. Strands of long black hair fluttered to the ground, followed soon after by Retsu's head. The decapitated body crumpled. Kunieda stood up, trembling slightly from exhilaration. "That settles that. Looks like she actually had to see it to be affected. Clearly not a coward. Wonder what she would have seen if she was?" Ajausama, one of her family members, spoke as they came closer. "Are you all right?" "Fine," she assured them, accepting her scabbard to sheath the ancestral sword. "My gamble paid off." With a flick of her head she indicated towards the already crumbling Jigai. Her servitors moved obediently to clean up any lingering remnants of that foul spirit's presence. Something black, like a great spider's shadow, wriggled briefly out from under the body before scuttling away to vanish in a patch of sunlight. Seeing this, Kunieda frowned. It would seem their work was not yet done. 4 down, however many to go, she thought before walking away. Members of the Kido Corps did not idly pry into one another's affairs. To call their enclave secretive would perhaps imply a negative connotation. But it would not be stretching the truth very far to say that rumor, gossip, and innuendo tended to have a very short shelf life when it came to that crew. Perhaps for this reason, Kian Katetsu felt decidedly out of place as their lieutenant. For starters, hardly anybody here seemed to recognize her. Being a noblewoman meant she already boasted a reputation that employed its own entourage and cheerleading team. And then, of course, Kian enjoyed a lofty position as preeminent newshound of Siritii, being afforded the somewhat unflattering title of Mistress of Whispers. And as a Shinigami officer of the Four Great Houses, well, you'd have to flip over some pretty big rocks to find someone who hadn't heard of her. Or so she'd thought. Turns out most members of her new division weren't even aware Commander General Yamamoto was dead. How could any large group of people be so disinterested in what was going on in the world today? While friendly and courteous overall, they tended to get lost in their own research. It reminded her of the R&D Bureau. Except that bunch practically survived on gossip and were some of her most vociferous clients, aficionados, accomplices. Well, let's just say I have a wide circle of friends. Which just means I have to work 10 times as hard to get whatever information I can out of these magic bookworms. I don't trust them. Not one bit. Any particular reason today? Aside from the fact that half of them are secretly in league with Aizen? No, none at all. Love to hear what trusted source confided that particular bit of information with you. Been chatting with Junichi Maru behind my back, have you? Don't kid. They're all out to get you for your job. The last lieutenant in this place was murdered. By a hollow. I'm not falling for that ingeniously arranged setup. The whole Sokioka theft was just a cover to hide the murder, not the other way around. It was a brilliant bit of subterfuge, I'll grant you, but nobody's pulling the wool over my eyes. Look at what isn't there, then you'll see. You know, you'd really get along well with Hanataro Yamada's Zanpakuto. Pfft. That foaming-mouthed hypochondriac? He's totally off base, jumping to bizarre conclusions based on zero evidence. What could we possibly have in common? You're a real team player, Umasea. When they come creeping up to stab you in the back, I'll be the only thing stopping them. Keep that in mind. 10-4, good buddy. Now cool it. We've got work to do. Onii-san, don't step there, she warned. It's a cold spot. Someone's doing research inside. Thank you, Kian-chan. Yukitake Jushiro obeyed his sister-in-law and took a wide detour around the nondescript patch of corridor down which they walked. His wife Isane Katetsu took his arm protectively, which earned her a self-deprecating smile that still made Kian's heart flutter a little. Grr. Down, down. Don't lose focus. The Kido Corps headquarters was mainly underground, or upside down in another dimension. Kian had gotten dizzy when they tried to explain it to her. The architecture of this division seemed designed to mislead and confuse. Hallways tended to double back and lead to flights of stairs that served no purpose. It was only when you stopped to consider what might be there, you're welcome, that you had a chance to spot the one slightly discolored tile in a wall fresco which, when pressed, caused the hidden trapdoor in the steps to lift up and allow you into a subterranean domicile belonging to whatever long-ago sorcerer had been so insistent on solitude that he didn't even want a room assigned to him. Or the golden statue of a Bize-Luck deity in the corner of a room that, when circled 3 times counterclockwise as indicated by the intricate stonework at its feet, caused a compartment to open on the other side of the room for exactly 5 seconds before soundlessly shutting again. The people might not be much to talk to, but at least the building has plenty of secrets for me to plunder. Here's to sticking my nose where it doesn't belong in the name of the common good. Kian led her party into a room which turned out to be comprised of a large war galley with numerous oars floating in a small rectangular lake. No lights were visible, and only the faint glow of fireflies drifting about provided minimal illumination. The ship took up most of the space, which might lead one to believe its hold was where anything of interest might be found, when in fact it was the water below that held the real secrets. Everything on the galley was either a trap or a false lead. Right this way. The sprightly lieutenant turned a crank which caused the sail to fold up. She then gave the mechanism a quick quarter turn back in the opposite direction, and back around again thrice. Doing so caused the lamps along the bow and stern of the vessel to light, bathing the area in blue flames. It's safe now, she told them. Isane and Jushiro peered around with interest. In the added blue radiance, those watery depths below had sprung to life. Now clearly visible were all manner of creatures drifting along for an unfathomable distance down. Titans of the deep brushed past schools of small unnamed fish without comment. Whether aquarium or ocean, one could hardly find a greater diversity of species anywhere. Captain Katetsu. Lord Jushiro. Welcome. When they looked up, it was to find the head of the Kido Corps had joined them. Tessai Tsukabishi was seated at the bow of the ship under a large umbrella, cloaked in his robes of office with staff laid to one side. His glasses reflected the blue radiance to leave his eyes hidden. Yet there was no sense of menace coming off him, even in such a strange and confusing place. The muscular sorcerer waved them closer, and the trio complied. Soon they were seated together. Kian claimed a spot beside her superior to sit at rigid attention. It might have resembled a picnic were the carpet on which they sat not littered with scrolls and tablets containing arcane readouts. Tessai lifted an electronic pad for Isane's benefit. Here, Katetsu Teiku. Please give me your unbiased opinion of this data. The medical professional did so, scanning through several screens before giving a tired nod and handing it off to Yukatake, who followed suit. So it seems after extensive research, we have no reason to differ with the conclusion reached by the Arashi following their own examinations. There do not appear to be any adverse effects. Nothing to indicate the miracle spell is harming patients in any way. Tessai gave a grunt. The result was gained from examining the source rouse structure underlying it. While undoubtedly a work of sheer art in terms of complexity and function, this magic seems intended solely to heal a dying mortal whose soul has sufficient spirit power to respond to it. Quietly Kian absorbed this information. The so-called miracle spell being employed in the material world had drawn interest from a number of quarters. Naturally, word got back to her about it lickety-split. The spell came courtesy of Anoha Naretsu herself, legendary hero and secret traitor. She had bestowed it on Rukia Kukaki, princess of that auspicious house, who was stripped of her position as a Shinigami for putting the spell into use on a human girl who happened to be a friend of hers. This order came courtesy of her own brother Captain Commander Byakuya Kukaki. Rather than be cowed by this overwhelming, and some said overreacting, edict from her sibling, little Rukia then hied her rebellious tushy over to her former fiancé Lord Katsura Arashi, whom she shared the spell with in order to, some were wont to mutter, go behind her brother's back and get the miracle magic out there where it could do the most good. Or harm, depending on one's perspective. Unfortunately, whatever your opinion, the end result was still the same. The Arashi were not Shinigami under the authority of the Godi I-7. As such they were not bound by any rules concerning treatment of mortals by death gods. On top of that, as one of the four great houses, they and their designated members were largely immune to outside interference. Meaning they had a far greater degree of discretion applied to them. Not even the Captain Commander could simply order the Arashi to stop what they were doing without risk of offending Lord Arashi and losing his support. Nobody wanted to see that happen. Well, nobody in this dimension, at any rate. As far as I can tell, Isane delved more deeply into this topic. The spell is designed to induce preemptive necrosis. Basically, unhealthy cells or pathogens simply eat themselves alive, leaving only the healthy aspects of the target. The body's soul current encourages this until the patient recovers. Afterwards, what's dead is flushed out through natural methods. Yukatake finished reading the readout and moved to enter the conversation, looking unbelievably handsome as he did. The volunteers we tried it on here in Soul Society report no adverse effects. While primarily designed for the living, whether maladies of the spirit or flesh, it seems quite benign. Perhaps that may have been its original intent, Tsukabishi intoned with fist pressed to his chin in thought. But Aizen could have added something on, an ancillary function which piggybacks the obvious. Something subtle, like a whisper. Or a rumor, Kian thought to herself. Couldn't it? They looked to Isane, who hesitated before continuing. I mean, couldn't it be that we are overthinking this? Anohana-sama. Her face took on a pained, desperate expression that made Kian's heart go out to her poor suffering sister, all unknowing and uninformed, just the way she wanted. Jushiro gripped her hand in support, causing Kian to flinch and Captain Katetsu to inhale deeply. This is her work, without a doubt. And no matter what might have been done to Anohana-sama, I cannot comprehend that she would ever allow anything malicious to be done to a person in need of healing. It is simply not in her nature. Kian shifted uncomfortably. As usual, the meeting was handicapped by not being able to discuss Anohana's true motivations in front of her sister without risk of complicating the magical boon she had received. Then again, Who knows if lifting cloud over moon might not cause her to have a completely different reaction to this development, one which could lead to previously unforeseen revelations? See, people? This is why we don't need so many secrets. Free flow of information. I understand your reservations, Tessai intoned compassionately. Still, this cannot constitute anything but interference in the mortal world, to an unheard of extent. Not just the Arashi are behind this. By utilizing sorcery which derives from nirvana, they do far more than heal the sick and dying. They are promoting a strategy that runs counter to that currently espoused by Soul Society. Lieutenant, if you would. He looked expectantly to Kian, who straightened her shoulders and put on a brave face to report on her own findings. I've been getting whispers from all corners. Not every Shinigami sees the point in limiting our interaction with the living to just protecting them from hollows. And those already dead are joining in as well. The ones who had spirit power of any stripe who might have benefited from the spell while still alive are pretty testy at finding we could have given them more time to live but didn't. It's a sore spot. And misinformation is out there as well. Some people insist the miracle spell, Kian absolutely refused to call it King's Touch, can cure anyone of anything, regardless of soul power. Tessai picked up a scroll and unrolled it for all to see. Which brings us to another issue. Word of this phenomenon has spread throughout the mortal realm. It is gaining attention, and while they have no explanation for it, that does not prevent them from guessing. Whether we like it or not, some of them are turning towards the divine as a reason. Which could be precisely what Aizen wants, preparing the living to accept heavenly intrusion into their lives. I believe this was mentioned as being his intent prior to Nirvana being sealed. Still, Jushiro cut in smoothly, thousands of people have been restored to full health as a result of the miracle. Clan Arashi is doing more than just magical healing. They're disseminating an alternative, a counter to the established practices of the Godi I-7 and its guardians. When you come right down to it, though, the possibility remains that this is just an unintentional byproduct for what on its face is an act of mercy. And truthfully, as one who was tortured by illness for centuries, I am hard-pressed to find fault with their actions. This admission threw a pall over the conversation. Kian studied her cohorts surreptitiously from the corner of one eye. Aizen Nisan was obviously troubled by her husband's statement, but she herself must see the validity of it, as a lifelong proponent of medicine. Her own captain kept his features composed in a neutral mask. Still, she had learned to recognize signs of tension, such as the way he adjusted his glasses in a seemingly absent manner. Yuka-Take-sama bore himself like a god. And he was right. Spread of the miracle spell might prove to be largely altruistic. That is, if you didn't know Katsura was Aizen's maternal uncle. Even if Lord Arashi isn't actively intending to support him by this, you can bet that bastard will capitalize on it as a sign of how much better things would be with him in charge. If we don't get behind the swell and throw in our support, it'll only make us seem like hidebound traditionalists unwilling to allow anything we don't approve of first, no matter how many people benefit from it. That smacks of a cover-up. They'd assume we were just hoarding the spell for our own benefit. We'd be shooting ourselves in the foot. This is how you start to overthrow an empire. With words. And hope. Not like we'll just lie down and let those jokers walk all over us, though. We can't just let them control the narrative. Kian abruptly objected, cringing at the thought of disagreeing with anything her old captain and hero might think. But a Katetsu can handle a little humiliation. Whatever side we finally come down on, it's because we did the hard work and decided on what we felt was best for souls. And one thing we can all agree on is Aizen and his allies can't be allowed to influence the running of either world. This assertion earned her approval, judging by the way the mood lifted. Aizen settled back on her seat with a sigh. The other captains will need to be informed of our findings. It will then be decided how to publicly broach this topic with both Shinigami and pluses. Until then, we shall continue seeking to determine the full extent of the spell's purpose. Tessai retrieved his staff and stood upright. With one sweep of the arm, a bridge of water emerged from the darkness surrounding them which led to a door fashioned of light. The galley began to flow with the current towards this exit. Upon passing through they found themselves drifting upon a river which ran through Katetsu family grounds. Tessai willed the ship to shore and ran out a gangplank which Aizen and Jushiro walked down. I will call on you again soon, Tessai-san, the white-haired war veteran promised as he and his wife disembarked. Once I can rouse Kiraku to full consciousness, that is. We would both appreciate a chance to catch up. I look forward to it, came his reply. I've already got contacts in the mortal realm working on a counter-information campaign. The younger Katetsu sister hastened to add before they could disperse. If Aizen thinks he can just slink into a commanding position with the odd bit of rumor-mongering, he'll find us far from wanting. Yukatake flashed a dazzling smile at Kian, who felt her face flush as she clamped her jaws shut to prevent any squealing. We can always count on you, Emuto-chan. Try not to be late for dinner. Yes, Nii-sama. She managed to squeak. Then, once she felt certain of having gotten herself under control, and I enjoyed collaborating with you once again. You too, Nei-san, she added as an afterthought. Keep us all informed, sister, the lady of the Katetsu supplied with an affectionate smile. The sight of it made Kian feel both relieved and guilty. Relief that their bond remained strong after all these centuries, and guilt at how easy it would be to break it. The ruling pair made their way inland. As the boat reversed course to pass into the magic portal, Tessai glanced down at his tiny subordinate. Does the subterfuge trouble you? He inquired not unkindly. Lieutenant Katetsu squared her shoulders to gaze straight ahead. Nei-san wanted this. We'll find a way to come out on top without having to disturb her rest. On my life as a Katetsu. The elder mage observed, turning back to guiding the craft home. Say, did you see the way Yukatake behaved when Aizen brought up Anohana? What about it? It was obvious. He's hiding something. And Aizen's in on it. They're conspiring together. Watch it, Buster. I'll take a lot of flack from you, but my family never keeps anything from me. I would know. Who's the mistress of whispers here, huh? You hear whispers, but I hear shouts. They've got a secret. Unless you want to be blindsided later on, you'll sniff it out before it's too late. Oh, go wrap your head in aluminum foil. There's stuff demanding my attention in the mortal realm, and it's high time I looked in on our little dynamic duo. Probably lots of juicy material popped up lately. I can't wait. Shotoku Kurosaka found himself in a forest. Pine trees spread out in every direction, the tops so high they were lost to view. Fallen needles formed a dry brown carpet that crunched with every step he took. The sky was a soft pale orange. Nothing moved. He was looking for someone. Mama. The boy called, but knew right away it was wrong. That wasn't who he was supposed to find. When he pictured his father and other family, they too did not fit. Who do I know? Maybe it's someone I don't know? That struck him as right. Only then did he hear crying. Hey yeah. He began to walk quickly, stumbling along in search of whoever was making that sound. It grew fainter sometimes. Excited now, the child began to hurry. I want to find them. Trees went by, their trunks so huge he couldn't see around. All of a sudden the forest ended. Shoto now found himself at the end of the world. A cliff. And beyond that, the soft orange sky went on forever. He realized the crying came from behind him, back in the forest. I missed it. When he turned to retrace his steps, he noticed something at the edge of the cliff. It stood there, facing the endless sky, its back to him. An animal. Dog? Bigger, with long legs. He had seen something like this, in the park at the big city his parents took him to before. They let me feed it, I remember it licked my hand. A deer. It's a deer. Does it know who was crying? He took a step towards it. As he did, the animal turned, and Shoto froze. The deer had no face. In its place, beneath antlers branching like the limbs of a dead tree, there was only a white skull with black holes for eyes. When it saw him, the monster lifted its fleshless head and howled. That sound. Shotoku screamed. Terror seized hold. He turned and raced back the way he came, trying to escape. When he looked behind him, the deer monster was in hot pursuit, leaping along. He ran pell-mell through the forest. Mama! The boy shrieked. Toes. For just a bit he could have sworn he saw his father right there, looking at him as if surprised, but then he was racing past. Shoto could hear the monster crashing along behind, and he began to weep, wailing in utmost fright. As he did, the cries he had heard earlier resumed. They were close. In a moment the little boy changed direction, forgetting the sounds of pursuit as he reoriented to follow. Who's crying? It's not me. Someone else. Are you? He shouted. Where are you? All of a sudden the boy fell, but when he lifted his head there was a baby on the ground in front of him. Wrapped in a blanket of white feathers, it screamed and shook its stubby fists. A horrific scream from behind made him whirl about. The monster. It's coming back. Shotoku picked up the baby and looked everywhere for a place to hide. But there was nothing. Just the trees, going up and up forever. Climb. Climb. He knew how to climb trees. With the baby now in a sling against his back he jumped to grab a low-hanging branch. Shoto began to scale the heights, going higher all the while. He looked down once and decided not to do that again. They were already up so far. With renewed vigor the determined youth set off again. The whole tree shook. Uttering a frightened cry, Shotoku stopped and flung his arms around the trunk, holding on as hard as he could. When things quieted down he started climbing once more. After only a few branches, though, the shaking happened again, more violently than before. And it did not stop. Clutching the trembling spire for dear life, he looked down and saw the monster deer standing at the base of the tree. Unable to follow, it had taken to ramming its horned head into the trunk over and over again. Shoto screamed. The baby did too. All of a sudden he knew this was his brother, no, his sister, that's what Mama said. The monster was trying to hurt them both. What did I do? He screamed down at it. I'm sorry. Don't get mad. Again the tree shook, and he could only sob. Looking up, Shotoku saw how far it was to the top. The sight filled him with despair. There was no way he could climb that high. And down below, the thing waited for them to fall. Call for help. That's what your mother told you. If you're ever alone, call for help. Help. The little boy whispered. Wham. The branches shook and rattled from another impact, and he tried again, louder this time. Help. Mama. Toes. Bassin. Help. No one came. The frantic child stared up at the sky, its colors quaking at every impact. He was about to fall. He reached out. Help. Below them the monster roared once more, that awful familiar noise, the first sound he ever heard. Shotoku reached further. Down below the beast waited. It was going to eat him. His sister too. He hugged the baby tight. The tree gave another alarming jolt, causing him to slip. Shotoku Kurosaka fell. And as he did, Kyojaku Kukaki reached out, hard as he could. Help. Someone caught him. When Jaku saw who it was, he almost laughed. Dog man. Fear not. The man with the head of a dog lifted them both onto his back. Kyojaku grabbed hold of his brown fur with both hands. This was someone he had seen before. Without knowing how, he realized that they were safe. But now the dog man was a real dog, balanced atop one of the tree's branches on all fours. Swaying up and down, Dog Man glared down at the monster watching them from below and growled. His golden eyes now held a spot of red. The deer took an uncertain step back. Jaku was so happy. Somebody heard. We're saved. He. This time. Hellllpppppp. Everything shook. The voice was so loud, causing the entire whole world to quake, including Jaku's skull and his heart and his bones. This roaring was completely unlike the one he knew from before. It made every part of him scream. Like it was lightning coursing through him. When Kyojaku looked up, the sky had turned to dark thunder clouds. And staring out of it was a huge orange eye. Who's THHERERE said that? I'm feeling you now know you're somewhere over there. See moving out. Come out. The eye seemed to focus on them, even the monster, which stood as though transfixed. Oh. You. Dogman was already leaping down from one limb to another. Run! The stag beast flinched. Flee, flee. Then it turned and fled. Flee! Flee! That terrible voice from the sky laughed now, cackling in wild mirth. As it did, the storm clouds began to whip back and forth, then descend, shattering the treetops and flinging them aloft as though torn apart by a hurricane. Flee! Flee, flee! Dogman had reached the forest floor and was now scattering pine needles in the wake of his headlong flight. The sound of his panting breaths filled the boy's ears as they bounded along. Kyojaku was much too scared to cry now. Instead he clutched his sister and their furry steed's pelt. That voice in the sky, it heard me call. Don't let it get us. As their rescuer bore on, Kyojaku looked behind them. The storm had reached the ground and was now a wall of clouds that ate the world, ripping shattered trees straight from the earth before sucking them into its roiling depths. Wild laughter tore from the heart of the maelstrom, and as the boy watched, a pair of giant orange eyes now opened inside. Uarrre, Blue OD. The tide of devastation continued to chase them, grinding up the whole forest as it did, a massive set of jaws consuming all that stood in its path. Without warning they came bursting out past the tree line. Dogman continued to race forward until he had reached the cliffside. He peered over the edge, but all that presented itself was a yawning void. Kyojaku looked frantically about, and uttered a small cry. Further, not too far off, the stag was dancing back and forth at the edge, clearly afraid to go forward but unwilling to turn back. At length the beast appeared to notice them. It hesitated, staring unmoving at its fellow refugees with one leg lifted off the ground as though in preparation for flight. Kyojaku regarded it with a sort of odd dread. Even this monster was afraid of that thing. Abruptly the stag lowered its antlers and charged straight at them. Dogman stood his ground with a furious growl. Before it could reach them, however, the ghastly storm had caught up. The last line of trees burst into splinters to be swallowed. A wall of solid nightmare bore down upon their last stand. Hold strong, children! Dogman called. And so saying, he turned and leapt straight out into the empty abyss. But to Kyojaku's amazement, instead of falling, they began to rise. No. Not me. He looked back at the cliff, where the stag remained watching their ascent. He could sense its despair and knew the creature could not bear to jump. Another burst of gibbering laughter saw it swing wildly around to face the living storm. Take them and not me. Take them and. As the monster turned, its hind leg slipped. With an awful shriek it fell off to plummet, kicking and flailing into the abyss. Not me. Not me. Not me. Rukia came racing into the room where she found her son Shotoku sitting up in bed screaming at the top of his lungs. When she grabbed him by the shoulders, the boy didn't even look at her. What's wrong? Beside her Yuzukuro Saki entered and knelt quickly to regard her previously napping nephew with distress. Is he dreaming? Shotoku? A Jikangan dispenser was in her hand, but before Rukia could even pop the top, Shoto sagged, only to begin squirming wildly in her grip. As she struggled to hold him, Yuzu reached up and took the boy's face in both hands. Shotoku, his aunt said firmly. Wake up. Those blank eyes focused, coming to rest on the wall in front of him decorated with paintings of animals. Shoto blinked, seemingly awake but perhaps uncertain if he still dreamed. He looked at them both, watching him with concern. At this, the childish face crumpled, and he flew into his mother's embrace sobbing. With an effort, Rukia allowed herself to relax. This wasn't the first time her little boy had experienced nightmares which upset him. But never to such an extent. She stroked his hair, Yuzu doing the same, whispering over and over again that he was safe. The sound of little Hiriko's wailing suddenly reached her. Dread at another possible threat took hold. With the greatest effort she pulled back and handed him over to Yuzu. Watch Shoto while I go check on her, she said. Understanding immediately, the teen nodded and accepted her nephew, who struggled in a panic. Mama, no. Mama, stay, Mama stay. Shhh, it's okay, Yuzu spoke with utmost gentleness as she pulled him close to her. Mama will be right back, we're both going to keep you safe. It's all right, Shoto. Don't cry, Aunt Yuzu is right here, you're safe. It tore at her heart to leave with her son's pleading tear-filled voice still calling out for her, but Rukia made herself rise and go to the nursery next to her bedroom. To her relief, Hirako proved to be unharmed, probably just frightened by her brother's screaming. She picked the baby up and took her out into the hall where she began walking up and down, passing the door of Shotoku's room to let him know she was still here. In under a minute their combined efforts had calmed the boy down so that only one of her children was still crying. Yuzo continued to hug the boy tight, humming snatches of nursery rhymes and sometimes singing. He sniffed now and then, but seemed content to let his aunt try her best to work out any fears the nightmare might have left behind. Well, that gave us a fright. Yes. Could this be something along the lines of sibling rivalry? A reaction to having a new baby in the house? It's been weighing on me more and more, these sleep problems of his. Sometimes he talks about things I swear he has no right knowing. Maybe it's time we let a professional take a look at him. You mean like Kuratsuki or Urahara? Be serious. No, I mean Captain Katetsu. She's head of the healing division, and her old master was the goddess of midwives, for crying out loud. Plus rumor has it she suffered from nightmares for ages. I can't think of anyone better suited to find a solution. I'm leery of bringing Soul Society into this. My standing over there is not what it once was. Steer clear of Shinigami Protocol. Approach her as a noblewoman. You don't seriously think she'd refuse to help, do you? No. It's just. I want to see if we can handle this ourselves. Okay. But don't be too proud to ask for help if things get worse. Rukia resolved her inner conversation with her soul cutter and returned to the matter at hand. Hirako was quieting down. With a subtle sign to Yuzo, the younger woman picked up Shotoku and together they returned to the nursery. Upon laying the baby in the crib, she took a seat in a rocking chair with Shoto in her lap. Yuzo turned on an electric mobile hanging over the crib, and the two of them began singing a lullaby. After about 10 minutes, the little girl was asleep. Sadly, her son gave no sign of the same. Come on, little Prince Shotoku, Yuzo teased him. Let your sister sleep and I'll warm you up some hot milk to drink. Rukia sent her a grateful look as the boy was led out. Am not Prince Shotoku, the boy mumbled as he left, tiredly rubbing his eyes. Oh, no. His aunt grinned. This was one of their favorite games. Well, are you a penguin popsicle, then? No. Are you a monkey manju? No. Are you? I'm Kyojaku Kukiki. About to return to the baby, Rukia stopped. Who told you that? Yuzo's words drifted back to her. The rabbit in the moon, came his reply. For a moment the Shinigami princess sat dumbfounded. How did he know that name? They hadn't called him that for over a year, not since a tragic episode with his daycare. Could he have suddenly remembered? Was it tied to the dream he had which scared him so? If you want my opinion, it's time to swallow that pride. I fear you may be right, soed no Shirayuki. Kon sat outside the local hospital where Karen and her brother had been transferred. Not being a family member, he wasn't allowed to know the details, but he got the impression they weren't in any danger. It would probably take Hine about an hour to get here. Unless he chose to go Shinigami, in which case he couldn't even consult the doctors. Kind of like me. Wrong with King's touch? I like the whole regal angle. His ears perked up as two young women sipping coffee drinks slipped past deep in conversation. Didn't you hear? It refers to this old European folk treatment for scrofula. Scrofula? That's some kind of venereal disease? Sounds nasty. Those two podcast girls I told you about brought it up on their show. Podcast. Remember, the super gay one and the super chatty one? Right, so they got really specific about the symptoms. Could go viral. There are pictures spreading online. Like lesions and cancerous growths on your neck and stuff. Super gross. Stop, I don't even want to think about that. Gives me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah. Sick. I just went back to calling it, the miracle. Sounds nicer. They drifted away still chatting. Not for the first time Kon felt a touch of unease. Your average person remained unaware of the existence of hollows and their tendency to prey upon the living. Spirit troubles were one particular burden humanity didn't have to labor under. Although in that case, ignorance could get them killed. Now, though, the business of the afterlife was starting to intrude front and center upon mortal lives. A buzzing came from his pocket. The mod soul removed a cell phone sporting a small silver charm on its strap and raised it to his ear. Yeah. He listened a moment. All right. Be there in a flash. Khan stood. Both girls from before gave startled yelps as a strong gust of wind lifted their skirts, almost like something blew by them incredibly fast. 10 seconds later Khan slowed to a halt at a bus stop on the other side of town. He glanced around. No sign of anyone, so he settled down to wait. At length a very unusual sight came into view. It was a rickshaw, one of the actual man-powered means of old-fashioned conveyance, not like the automated ones found in mainland Asia. This antique was being pulled by a puffing, red-faced human sweating buckets. The driver came to an abrupt halt before the bus stop and stood there gasping for air. He didn't even look at Khan, just stared straight ahead as though entranced. You make good time, Shiba-kun. Striving to hide his distaste, Khan came forward. From within the covered cart a black silk fedora tipped forward to acknowledge him sardonically. Hop in. We'll jog along the way. I'll pull, Khan stated firmly. When a single black eyebrow rose in question he said, give the poor sap a break. Still such a nice guy. There came a snap of fingers, at which the rickshaw driver staggered over to the curb where he promptly collapsed, seemingly intent only on trying to catch his breath. Khan stepped up to take his place, grasping the handles and setting off at a sedate pace. For a bullet train, that is. Let's make this quick, he called over his shoulder while trees and cars zipped by at unnerving speed. I need to get back to the hospital before anyone shows up. Have it your way, big fella. With that Jinichimaru leaned forward wearing a diabolical smirk. So, what do I want to talk about first? Saijin Komamura bolted upright in bed. For a moment he could have sworn that horrendous voice was still pleading for mercy. Not me, it had screamed, same as last time. What did it mean by that? Bad dream. Her voice dispelled the last lingering echoes. Saijin settled back on his mattress and stared at the ceiling. I dreamt of Cernunnos, for the first time in ages. That's odd. Her arm draped over his chest and she snuggled against him. Tell me about it in the morning, all right? Yes, he nodded. With that, Captain Nilil Tuadolshvank dropped back into contented sleep. Saijin remained awake for a long time. There had been more than just the hunt master. Those two children, one of them was assuredly Rukia Kukaki's child. The one Noboru named Kyojaku. They had met once in the living world, and, more than once, in dreams. He recalled it clearly now. It was not the first time this had happened. Something very strange was going on. He called it a flea, the dog spirit pondered. There was no answer to be found in dreams, and so Saijin slept peacefully. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.